League of Legends fans, rejoice. We finally have some action coming back to the SGMY region. We finally have some action. I know you play a lot on Taiwan servers.
I haven't. No, I barely if at all.
Really? Interesting. Yeah. Okay, but you tried a little bit there, right?
I've never played on either EU servers, and I have not played on. Actually, that's it.
EU East, and EU West. PBE.
Yes.
Have you played PBE?
No. EU East, EU West, and PBE are probably the only servers.
I'm trying to like think, is there like the best server? Okay. Are we doing introductions again? Alright, well. We're back again, guys, for the Virtual Space Open. It is our first round. We're going to jump into things very shortly. A little bit longer of a break than we expected, but that's fine. We're going to get into games right about now.
Do I need to point somewhere? Are we going to transition? I don't know. There's a delay, so it is what it is. There we go!
We have Team Dust and Team Saltmines. We do not have the picks and bans, unfortunately, because of a little bug with the spectator system. We weren't able to jump into things directly, so instead we're going to have to do things a little bit... what's the word here? We're going to MacGyver a little bit. We're going to pull the replay files. We're going to look back at things in retro.
Yeah, and this is not on us, okay? Riot Games, this is on you. Fix your spectate, okay? But I know, you know, growing pains. We're moving over to a new server. We have a new client. Well, not really a new client, but it is what it is. Yeah, we've got two teams. I actually have seen the members of Team Dust a decent amount before in solo queue and a bunch of tournaments before swapping over to the new servers. But Saltmines don't really recognize any of these players, so I'm excited to see how they do. They're starting things off aggressive, Brandon.
Are they really looking for a fight? Skirrel's gonna lose half his health, but it's not a big issue. Just gonna have to walk away and reset. 5 people running down to the bottom side river. We'll see if the team here looks a little dangerous. I'm not gonna lie. The way they were just standing in the brush there.
A little bit sketchy for sure. Looking at these two teams right now, Brandon, anything stand out to you? Anything cool? Anything interesting?
Anything stand out to me? Well, I guess I would say that it's been a while since I've looked at the League of Legends meta, and I feel like so many things are viable now.
Yeah.
The fact that we have an Alawi is interesting to me because he just kind of screams like, well, I'm going to be in my lane by myself and the rest of you guys are going to go do your own thing.
I'm going to be in my element. Actually, Brandon, I've got a pop quiz for you. What season are we in?
We are in 11.
No way we're in 11. I was thinking 12 or 13.
Are we not in 11? Are we? Okay, wait. We might be at 12 or 13. We might have been 11 last year and we've transitioned into 12. And that's why the confusion.
Misgaminism, it's LoL season 13, you're 2 years behind.
I'm 2 years behind! Damn!
Stuck in the past. Chat is scowl emojiing you, dude.
Because that's the last time we've had League of Legends being played.
It's been a while, yeah.
Right, that's the last time we've actually had a competition to play in.
And the reason I bring this up is because the champions that we're seeing are not very season 13. It's kind of why I would believe you if you told me this was season 11. This was a matchup from 2 years ago. No new champions, no new matchups. It's pretty standard stuff, and I'd say what a way to get back to things, you know, with all reliable.
All reliable as Thresh has Thresh been in meta?
I'm pretty sure Thresh is so out of the meta right now because with the predominance of bot lane range support, if you play a Thresh into like a Caitlyn, Varus, Azir, whatever the kids are playing these days, and you miss one hook, you're gonna lose half your health.
Yeah, it does feel that way. The fact that he did manage to at least land a hook gives him a little bit of space in the bot side, so we gotta keep shoving this one in. Considering how aggressive both teams were moving at the start of the game, it's surprising to see that they've both kind of slowed things down here, just trying to play out the lanes.
Yeah. With that said as well, both teams have pretty solid all-around team comps. Nothing fancy to start the first game off. Control Mage mid lane, tanky boys in the top lane. Only interesting point where I do see some excitement happening is this trash matchup. We've seen the hook land already. Curry Puffers forced to chug through 2 potions already. Other than that, it should be a pretty standard, pretty slow early game. I say that though, but our server always finds a way to surprise.
Well, no direct action for now. Both sides still very focused on just clearing out their camps. I think the Wukong's a little bit ahead right now, so Heart's going to be able to grab the Scuttle Crab a little earlier. I think Kraken was slowed down a little bit. There's a bit of the scuffle they had earlier on. Yeah. I think Heart's actually on track to pick up both Scuttle Crabs.
Yeah, okay, we're talking about changes, right? This is the season of change. This is, especially for the Singapore Malaysia server, especially for the previously called Garena servers. What time does Scuttle Crab spawn now, Brandon? We were just talking about this. Oh, well.
I know.
It's we don't have time now. We don't have time now, unfortunately.
We have plenty of time.
Yeah, good positioning on the Lantern. Squirrel just gets his jungler out of dodge. Yeah, 330. That actually surprised me when I logged back in, expecting 315 kerfuffle, but there was none to be had.
I think Kraken did get the Scuttlecrab there, the smite, so that's a pretty nice one. At least
Did he?
To catch back up a little bit there.
Yeah, that's a nice little dub. Lee Sin, not really in the meta right now. He's been kind of struggling a little bit in terms of farm speed, clear speed, keep up with other junglers, but it's always fun to see a good Lee Sin. Flash Flay comes in.
Gonna try and look for a find here. Picks up the lantern, flash away from Moon Shadow, but it's gonna be a little bit late. Cut the damage already coming across. Cart flashes forward, picks up for his blood. Curry Puppet runs back on the turret. Kraken comes in, provides support, but it's too little, too late. The ADC goes down.
A Duban 3 flashes there to kill Moon Shadow though. If they didn't get the kill, that would have been disastrous for them, and even in the current state of things, I think it's a little bit sketchy. If Kraken Spiced Rum gets level 6 within the next couple of minutes, which he should, that's a real opportunity for the red team to come back down here and punish the lack of flashes.
I love what's happening here. Ken and Squirrel are positioning as if they still have Cart in the backline waiting to come in and dive them for a potential kill, and so that forces Kraken to move away from clearing the jungle camps and sit in lane to babysit Curry Puffers, right? And it's just such a nice little interaction. It's gonna slow down the Lee Sin even more, give the Wukong that advantage, and once Wukong picks up 6, I mean, you have that high impact ultimate.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about the Baron lane right now, because we start to see Bagus over here getting a lead in this matchup. It's a pretty standard Illaoi versus tank matchup, right? Tanks can't really do too much against you. You kind of just have your way with the lane, scale up, bully a little bit. And the tank, the Shen in this case, can never really taunt into you, never really start a fight with you. And Bagus, he's just going to be looking the turret plates. Once this is down, actually pretty sure that's an all-in opportunity there. You chunk him half health, you get the turret plates. But Hot EC coming up here in the Baron lane as well, as we see a solo in mid.
Well done, picking up the kill there. Hot EC's gonna have a difficult time. They need one more hit, picking up the shield just in time. Not quite a solo kill. I mean,
Solo Bolo in the mid lane, sorry.
Oh yeah, Solo Bolo in the mid lane.
But this is huge as well. Look at the farm that Myriad Troops is gonna miss out on. Man, what a cool name.
A myriad of troops.
Can we not do like the super smart highbrow names? Can we stick to names like Loser Q? I like that one. That works very well for me.
Spoken on a spiritual level, right?
Yeah.
Hook lands on the cover of Puffers, then dashing forward, and Ignite forces the flash out for the Lulu. Remember, Flash previously expanded from X10 to not able to get in range that last little attack.
But that's huge though. Luckily for the red team, Kraken Spiced Rum is in position to cover. Loser Q should be walking down here as well. They need to bail out their bottom lane. If not, they're gonna be in real dire straits. I love what Squirrel is doing. Instead of upping his pressure, he lets X-Can do it. He stands back so he can lengthen to bail out his marksman. That's one way to play around the lack of flash. Good presence of mind coming in here from Trash. You can attack, but you can also protect.
Yeah, initially expecting Kraken and Loser Q to move down to the bottom side, maybe try and force a kill, a dive, something, trying to shut down the tempo that the Iceland's been picking up, but instead they just move back into their lanes. Kraken is going to try and maybe look for a gank at the bot side, but Heart is moving down as well pretty soon.
Shen does have ultimate available right now as well, but without a point to really attack on the map, I don't know how useful that's gonna be. Your only point of strength, if you could even call it that, is the Lee Sin, who's now level 6. Has no items though. They're trying to punish the
Merit. They still do not have a way to hold them down in place. They don't have any crowd control.
They need to fight it.
Then again, ignites up. A Heart's gonna walk in, looking for the Nimbus Strike, jumping forward. The Gen picks up, moves in place. Hardy caught out of position, and Loser Q runs down 5 men in the bottom lane for a 3-kill pickup.
I have a couple of questions on my mind right now. Both teams making some questionable decisions there, but big dub for the red team. They bait in, I do believe, Hot EC and Squirrel really leading the chase there while not having flashes. Hot EC not even having ultimate. Instead of farming, instead of clearing out his camps, he tried to do the dragon, lost out on tempo, went in for the play. They know, we don't have flash, your mid lane's gonna be here first, and you have a Shen standing united, but they still committed to the play and rightfully got punished. That does not even up the gold gap, but that gets the Chemtech Drake going over to the red team as well, so it's not the worst situation. A lot of the gold lead you're also looking at on screen right now, Brandon, it's gonna be for Bagus on this Illaoi. He's gonna be a big point of strength here.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right. But at the same time, it's going to be difficult for Vargas to join into the fight. So if the rest of the map is going to implode around her, I mean, Ilama is going to have a difficult time nonetheless. So we'll have to see how the team is going to play. Should be fine though. I have quite a bit of faith in Team Dust considering how the early game's gone.
Yeah, Team Dust definitely seem like they know what they're doing. This is what I'm talking about for Illaoi. If Shen ever taunts in for you, just pop him. Shen is not allowed to do that. It's just the nature of the matchup. But I completely understand what he's trying to do there as well, what his intention is. You feel so frustrated. You're getting...
Turret.
Yeah, that's first turret going over to Illaoi as well. She solo killed you, has double your CS, takes your turret. You feel frustrated. You want to taunt her on the turret. You want to get some pressure back. You want to release some pressure. You feel suffocated, but you are not allowed to taunt with this matchup unless you're 100% sure you get turret aggro on Illaoi. It's just the nature of how it's supposed to play out, and Myriad of Truths gets punished. Add that one to the list of Myriad of Truths.
Eugene Generation caught in the mid lane, gonna get slowed, have to start moving away.
Nice combo.
And holding on to the Dragon's range, they don't. It's a kill going over to the mid laner.
And it's really an IGN gap here. Loser Q and Kraken Spice Rum, two of the best IGNs in this game, have been having a great start, great performance thus far. Squirrel has been landing great hooks too, but it's not going to be enough. We see the jungler come down, that's going to be Flash.
Alright, step 1's done. You get the Flash away from the Thresh, but unfortunately step 2, pick up a kill, not able to be completed. Kraken runs down to the bottom side.
That was the Lulu out expanded there as well. You played attack speed Varus recently, Brendan. How does it feel now? Does it feel good? Is it strong?
Is that the metric?
Pentakill.
Brendan, you're... Well, it was a normal game. It doesn't mean very much.
You saw the prediction there though. That was a nice attack.
Right. No, he definitely knew where it was going, just wasn't able to go as fast as thought it was. Lane comes in, XK can jump in with the Ruthless Predator, Shrews trying to chase after a kill. A little bit longer on the hook, but the Cyclone comes through. First one expanded, the second one comes across, continues to dive, and the Nimbus Strike slams down the spear, and it's good for a kill.
Just enough damage at the end there on the Curry Puffers. Even trade, kinda, for both teams, but an even trade is not enough for Team Saltmines, because in the Baron lane right now, your Shen is getting pummeled. You need to relieve pressure somewhere on the map. Luckily, you could say, okay, we have the Orianna, that's going to be a form of scaling, but the Lux matchup is pretty good into the Orianna. We already saw the solo bolo. Even if your Orianna scales up, she's going to be outranged. Your Varus as your main hyper carry is going to be outranged here as well. The Lux has the potential to really just shut down attempts from Saltmines and making plays later on in the mid game. So this gives Illaoi a lot of space. With the lead that Bagus has, he could really just run away with this one, Brandon.
Yeah, with the way how the lanes are going right now, it really does feel that way. I think once they use that Rift Tower, I feel like they can just use it top side. Bagus just has such an easy time. You don't even have to use the Rift Tower, but it would just make things a lot easier. You might even find an early inhibitor. So this is amazing to see.
Yeah, I think he could completely do so. We really need to see Kraken Spice Rum come up for the play. In a way, you're kind of fortunate that your jungler is at least in. If you try to go for a gank attempt onto the Illaoi, she pops out, you kick her away, get out of dodge. That's really the best case scenario. The name of the game is not trying to kill Illaoi right now. It's just trying to relieve pressure from your Shen. Get some space for your Dragon lane. Dora comes in again.
Walks down to the bottom side, and it's an easy hook moving in for the play. Picking up a potential kill here, perhaps. Taunt onto Hadi. See, he has to start backing away.
Where's the taunt?
And onto the Wukong. Taunt already used earlier on, and it's good for a kill.
Good for a kill. Fortunately for Saltmines as well, Illaoi was not in lane, because if she was, every time you Shen out away, that's one turret gone. Now she's gonna run back there, but luckily Shen's gonna make it back in time. And I don't know if you noticed, Brandon, but I've just completely given up on saying Myriad Truths. I'm just gonna call him Shen.
Well, he is both, so we're gonna take it as it is. Myriad Truths, Shen, whatever we're gonna use for his name.
Okay.
Walking in for the 2 versus 2 here, that's
good, right?
This is maybe manages to pull that in, jumps forward, takes a cover shot, the girl still goes down, but
oh my god.
The ball comes in from New Generation, Kraken will be there, trades back for the 2 for 2. Bot side looking like a massacre, dashes over to Moonshell. Wait, it wasn't a 2 for 2, Moonshell lives!
For one, yeah.
For what?
It's starting to look good here for the side of Saltmines in the bottom lane, right? This is the nature of the Varus. It is, Brandon. They won 2 for 1.
In the bot lane, is that the metric we're counting for? Look, how comes in, they managed to use the repel, even gold at the very least.
Okay,
Right.
hear me out here. The point is, at some well, I guess they don't want to hear me out here.
Look, we don't live in a vacuum. Let it. Things happen across the. Oh, nice. Beautiful. Prismatic laser.
Teamwork.
Look at that.
Allow
In the
things.
meantime, it truly is.
Kraken Spice Rum nearly dies to the extra tentacle at the end there as well. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, he better not start moving. He's gonna actually die to something.
Yeah, it's looking rough for sure on the map. The point I was trying to make here, Brandon, is eventually at some point, attack speed Varus with a Lulu is gonna out-trade your Kai'Sa. If Kai'Sa runs into him, even though she has Kraken Slayer and Moonshadow doesn't even have a completed Mythic, he can win those fights. But the problem comes back to what we were talking about earlier. The zone control is so annoying. Can you imagine playing two immobile carries, Orianna and Varus, into a Wukong, into a Lux? How are you gonna walk? Where are you gonna walk?
I can't imagine that with it. I'm watching it right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. It hasn't even started yet. It's not even the worst part.
Unfortunately, they don't live in a vacuum, right? If Saltmines were in a vacuum, they could just look at their bot lane and they could try and pick up the win there.
Well,
they have to look around the map and look at the things that are going on there. Like you face checking a brush, right? You just gotta be careful about these things.
You definitely do. You get punished for sure. Team Dust right now doing a very good job controlling the map, applying the pressure, pushing all three lanes.
I will give them this though.
Oh my god!
Well,
No way.
Never mind. I was gonna say they're doing pretty well in the jungle, getting some good moves down to the bottom side, but with that hook there,
What?
I'm not sure I can say that anymore.
That's one for the clips for sure. Squirrel syncing up so well with his team, sniping Kraken Spice Rum out of thin air. New generation as well, trying to snipe the Lux ultimate. Flate the Lee Sin right back into that one, and Moonshadow and Loser Q, they tried to trade back, but not syncing the outs well enough. If not, that might have been a kill, might have been something.
Oh, once again, length the hook on the Curry Puff is going to be a little bit dangerous.
Cooldown.
Generation doesn't have the cooldown to pick up the kill there, but he still gets enough damage to make it hurt. Moonshadow has to pop the heal, and one less Summoner spell to play for, one less turret to work from in the bot side. Things are getting a little bit dicey.
Yeah, Brendan, at this point in the game, it's so difficult to deal with the Illaoi. One player can no longer shut it down. Two players can no longer shut it down. I think three players might barely just do it. And if you commit so much resources to the Illaoi, you've got all three lanes being pushed in. Team Dust Grant doing a great job at suffocating them on the map. Kai'Sa doesn't out.
Here Ken gets caught by the crippling strike, taking down the Kai'Sa. A little bit of respite. We say things are getting bad, but Kraken's not willing to give up just yet.
Yeah, I mean that's a consolation prize kill if anything, right? You burn your Lee Sin's flash to get a kill on the opponent carry. It's a kill, yeah, sure, but
you said
you can't do this.
They brought three.
You can't do this.
But they have no ultimate. They don't have spells. Illaoi pops the ultimate herself. Starts running them down. Kraken runs for the hills. 5 people moving down to the bottom lane.
Oh
and yet
my God.
It seems like it does not work. Jumps in, invisible. You cannot see him coming. Hardy see with a secondary cyclone. Leaves Myriad shoes. Papagus cutting them down. The Shen falls. The Shen falls. The Lee Sin falls. The Varus falls. And all of a sudden the base falls with them.
It's beyond the point of not looking good here for Team Saltmines. They had some glimmers of hope in this game. There were some bright spots, but it looks like right now Team Dust just want to close it out. One inhib down, they're going for a second. Might just get the third. It's already so low on health. X-Can making his way back up. 5 members strong Team Dust. They're going for the end.
Okay, look, Brett's kind of safe in there.
Not quite going for the end.
Not just yet. I mean, they have a little bit of space to play from. They're gonna go to the top side maybe, or maybe you look for a pick here. Oh, tossed heart into a bad spot. Canceling the recalls and
it's been rough for
forget about that one. Maybe looking for a fight again. Kraken goes to the back line, trying to look for Ken. The Ken flashes away, so they're not able to hold the Kai'Sa in place. Still able to output damage. Here we start to see Kai'Sa finally coming online. He's going to do quite a decent amount. Flashing forward, generation picks up a double, lands the snare onto both, loses Q, running back to base. Picks up a kill onto X-Ken. Wasn't watching out for the orb there. Flashes away, repositions away from New Generation, but still too many minions to play from. Into the line of fire with the creeps. goes down in the end.
The super minions there, and all the while Bagus is living his best life, unfazed, in his lane, flourishing, taking down the third and final inhibitor on the map for Team Saltmines. That about does it, I think. Here, Magi's on the 10 stacks, 700 gold bounty for both solo laners. I think they can't do this. Let's find out.
Call with the ultimate, starts to fight this one versus 4. Nope, gets some support from the generation who teleports back in, healing up once again, and so quickly the health bars evaporate on the side of Saltmines, and so back to the base they go.
That about does it here. The solo laners definitely the highlights, the standouts for me on the side of Team Dust. Of course, you gotta point out the good moments, the highlights coming in from Squirrel on that track as well. But overall, I would call that a convincing, a dominant performance for Blue Team.
Not much of a base to run back to as Team Dust will take down the Nexus. 20 minutes. Do we hit it? 1959. Well done over the team.
My favorite year, 1959.
Dust?
No, granted it was 20 minutes, wasn't it? Oh, the timer keeps going.
The timer keeps moving up. It might be 58, it might be 59. That one I'm not entirely sure. I'm not sure how they would calculate that.
Well, it doesn't matter. 20-minute dub, we take those.
We take those.
Yeah, a very good performance coming for the side of Team Dust. Keep getting names mixed up in my head. Saltmines is a good name though. For what it's worth, Red Team, they had their moments, but I gotta point out, good name. Saltmines is a good name. Bracken, what was it again? Bracken Spiced Rum is a really good one as well.
Practice from Loser Q, New Generation. I mean, they had some pretty decent names. I think XK was like a solid stats, right? You know, it's something about things.
Oof. Yeah, it's pretty nice. You got something with, on the side of the team. I think some over aggression at some points, but overall, I kind of knew what they were going for. They were confident playing with confidence and to their strengths there. So good win there.
Yeah, we're going to go for a quick break before we go into the second round of things. I think the first round was a setup for some of the first seeds to go against some of the other guys. And because it is a Swiss format, so a lot of these teams are going to end up playing against teams that are within that skill range again. And you get that second chance to come back in. I think the only way to get first prize is if you win every single match. So from the get-go, so Team Dust has a chance to go for first prize if they're able to keep this momentum going. If Bagus is able to have a strong top lane performance. For the rest of the teams, once you lose that first match, you still have your chances to go into to pick up second as long as you get 4 wins after that. I say, you know, it's so easy, right? That's all you gotta do. So we're going to a quick 5-minute break before we jump into the second round. I'm Brandon. This is Omo. We're gonna see you guys in a little bit. Right, that wasn't quite 5 minutes, but we couldn't wait to jump into the second round. So we're moving into our next game already. We're looking forward to keeping things going and keeping that momentum going. So, with that being said,
Keep that momentum going, buddy.
keep that momentum going. You know how it is. And for all you guys back at home, this is the Virtual Space Open NYSG broadcast. It's been a while since we've had a competition, so the Virtual Space Open admins have pulled together a competition to get everyone back involved and playing League of Legends again. With that being said, this was made possible by our sponsor, Saltmines PC by Hydrocore.
Well, my turn to do the shout outs. This was, of course, brought to us by Systemized PC by Hydrocore. They are a local Singaporean company with a strong track record in building custom PCs. They've partnered with Virtual Space to bring their expertise directly to members. You guys can contact them for anything PC related. If you need some help with hardware, whatever it is, link is in the description box. So thank you to them. Yeah, welcome back, Brendan.
Welcome. Oh, thank you very much.
I saw your shout out.
You stole my shout out, but well done. My Discord crashed, so I'm back again. We're getting ready to jump into our second game. What are the two teams that we had again? I haven't seen yet. We have to schedule up for you guys, so you guys can take a look at that one.
Yes, I do believe there is a whole list on Battlefy. I can never pronounce that, where you can look at the whole bracket. Of course, this is a Swiss format, so teams can kind of play against teams around the same ranking, around the same skill level as them. It's a good system. I like the bracket. Hope you guys, the players, the viewers, enjoy it too. We are, of course, now just in round 2. We expect to see 5 rounds of games, so we'll be here for a while. Game 1 was a bit of a stomp, but the next one should be more exciting. I don't know the team names, but from the player names, it should be way closer.
Wait, have you seen the player names? You've actually glimpsed into the screen at what time?
Credits on Discord. The spoilers right here for us, just for the casters.
Oh, you're right. We do have spoilers, right? You
guys, we don't know who wins, but we know who's playing. There we go. You guys can see too now.
Well, actually, yeah. Wait, which names do you recall?
Okay, let's run down the list. I remember seeing from solo queue and various tournaments.
Okay.
Bayman, Adria, Robocop. I think I've seen in solo queue. So holy moly!
I'm pretty sure I've seen Bayman
before.
I'm pretty sure I've seen Bayman before, but Adria feels like such a generic name. I feel like
No. I remember where I saw him. He played in GCL.
Oh, did he really?
He played in GCL. Yeah, I forgot what the team was, but he played in GCL, I believe, on the same team as Baby Life and Christ.
So that should be TP?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you. No, they weren't a tertiary school. It was a secondary school. It was Chua Chu Kang Secondary School. Man. The champions of B League. Granted, we got to that together.
Yeah, I know, but like I said, Adrian just seems like such a generic name. I feel like I've seen like a
ton of look, buddy, never knock my memory again, okay? I save the details that count.
I'm impressed right now.
Thank you.
Team 5-3-2-1 and Team Fast N.
I like that. I like Team Fast N. I like all the negative mental names. That's right up my alley.
I think both are solid. Both are solid. 5-4-3-2-1 is also like a go next fast. To me, that's how it is. Maybe I'm negative in my mind.
I guess. I think you're reading too much into it. I think it's just one of those. Guys, what should we call our team? I don't know. Just put 5-4-3-2-1.
Yeah. That's crazy. GCL. Some of these guys have been playing since GCL and coming back to League now. Man.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I mean, I've been excited to play League again. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe it's just not having to open 2 clients to play League. Maybe that just does something for me. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, I guess I can kind of see it. You still have to type in a login screen. It's like kind of the same thing.
I mean, I just don't like crypto liners, you know? Maybe that's...
Okay, I don't think you can say that one, but we're gonna roll with it.
I do like the draft, though. From the side of Team Fast N. I think they've got some good counter picks going on. I think they've got some good solid picks overall. I like seeing Lucia Nami. Finally, we get a 2023 bot lane, or like more of a 2022 bot lane, but still better than what we've seen thus far.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it gives him quite a bit of damage.
See some comments from the YouTube chat. Is Robocop the Vayne one trick or the Vayne main in solo queue? I remember the name, like I've seen it before, but I don't remember what he used to play. And we're gonna mention Death to Fire as well. I think he's like the Lee Sin player, right? I don't know, a lot of names. It's good to see familiar names back, and some new names as well.
I haven't been nearly high enough elo to have seen any of these guys for the past 4 years.
Okay, Brandon, elo in Singapore means nothing anyway.
Oh yeah. What was the? I remember something you told me once before, and it's stuck in my mind ever since. Something along the lines of like, if your TFT rank is higher than your league rank.
I don't recall saying that, but it sounds toxic enough that I believe it. Look, listen, there's only one good player in MYSG anyway, and his name is Shine. So if you're not Shine, don't bother, you know.
I mean, some of these guys here that like have some pretty interesting prospects. I'm curious to see how things will kind of shape up, especially since like PCS is like expanding even more. Now like all the LCO is also kind of like integrated into the PCS, and so like everyone's playing for that same couple of spots. Like it's a very competitive space actually if you think about it.
It is. It's too competitive.
It is a little bit too competitive, right? And so like but that also means that people are like organizations, teams are gonna be forced to be in a position where they really have to have the best of the best, because otherwise like your return on investment is terrible. Like if you don't qualify, you know, like that's a big loss for them. So you have to make sure that the best quality is there.
Sorry, he just nearly got the double tap off. That would have been nice, but it was close. But yeah, you're completely right. Go on.
No, I mean, that was basically the point, right? So I'm just saying, like, MYSG players, you know, if you guys have, there's an opportunity there, I sincerely think that there's a good opportunity for a lot of these people to get into higher level competition, because there's going to be a need to find new talent all the time.
Yeah, 100% the case. Let's hope that plays out well for some of them. I mean, a lot of these players have been around for a while. Death to Fire here. Honestly wasting quite a bit of tempo. He skipped a camp to go for an early gang timing to make sure his bot lane could crash the wave, but I think it's a bit of an overcommitment. He should have based a while ago. Small lead for Sejuani, but honestly at higher level games it can be a game of inches. This is probably not high level enough, but still, nice little dub there for Buissy, just going for the full clear.
I think it's Blissey?
Buissy? It's like Blissey, you know, the Pokemon, but like in a owl voice.
I thought of Whipple first, but okay.
Man, I don't want to go into that. I don't want to go into the whole Bussy angle. Let's not.
What? Whipple? The player?
Yeah, but like, how do you get from Whipple to Bussy? By making it Bussy, right, Brendan? I can confirm that Brendan has the Bussy.
Well, we're gonna...
Back down to Robocop here. He picked up the pickaxe, going up against the new quiver of Varus, who started out with longsword, so it's a bit cheaper for him to pick up that one.
Yeah, you're right. We'll have the Moon Quiver a little bit earlier. Both sides actually, interestingly, been very passive with things so far, so being able to keep things in a pretty even state, I think that is a little bit of a discrepancy with the jungle, I suppose. I mean, it's a very minor one, right? Overall, I think like what's happening here is that we're actually going to get quite a bit of room for the casting to scale up. I quite like that.
Yes.
I feel like we haven't seen that much casting recently, but you know, there is a lot of opportunity there still to get that one online, and if it works, right, it's going to do so well against quite a bit of magic damage, frankly, from the side of 5-4-3-1.
Yeah, and speaking of like the Kassadin pick, let's get a little bit into draft here, since the game looks a bit slow for now, right? The reason why I say I like Red Team's draft more, Lucianami, it's a great combo. It's a very high skill combo. It takes a lot of individual prowess to execute on to the right level, but look at the matchup we're playing against here. Varus, sure, that's not the easiest matchup, but it's easier to dash in on him and punish him. The problem, though, is the Braum. I feel like Nami just eats Braum for breakfast. Like, Enchanters just have the easiest time in the world against Braum. And Sejuani should, in theory, have a hard time ganking this lane until at least level 6. Orianna can help this lane. Clad maybe can without like objective fights, but well, I say that, but Sejuani waiting in the bush here, trying to find something maybe.
Yeah, I would say change your mind on that, because I think something's going to happen right now. Going to walk into the brush, get knocked up, get caught out of position, has to flash away, but still gets stunned nonetheless. Very quickly, first blood goes over to the Varus. In position for the counter gank, but still not willing to go for it. A 2 versus 3, too much to risk, and they're going to back off instead.
let's run through how that series of events led to Holy Molten's death. Good thing from the side of Red Team is they froze the wave, they got some good farm, they got a little bit of tempo off of that. But the problem is when you freeze the wave and you start to push out after that, you need to be very careful of possible cheese gank angles. Exactly what Sejuani was doing sitting in the bush.
Still looking for a gank in the mid side, might be able to find
No
the damage.
damage.
Phase Rush, so much movement speed, quickly runs away.
Yeah, just no damage right now for both mid jungles. Kassadin should be pretty happy. Your matchup against Ori, especially 1-6, is a little bit sketch. Ori can get a bit of a lead, but she shouldn't be able to kill you. Well, maybe she could. Maybe with different rune and maybe with a different rune in some setup, you could get a solo kill, but that's not the goal here as Orianna either. You want to farm up. Basically, the point I'm trying to make after all that is that both mid jungles severely lack damage. So we're not really looking for big fight angles in mid jug right now. I do want to look more for top lane. That matchup should get a bit more explosive as things go on.
Now he roams to the mid lane. Bingus is going to have to flash away, but very quickly runs in for a kill.
From downtown.
Glacial Prison lands on the elsewhere, and now responding into the mid lane. Both supports fighting it out along with their junglers. Death the Fire chasing after a kill onto Brissy here. Perhaps still has a passive. Tidal Wave lands. Brissy has flash away, chasing after the flash as well. Exhaust would not stop him. Zac picks up a kill. One more auto attack to take down the Zac. Pop his passive, but he still gets a runaway in time.
We've seen wet noodle fights, but this is negative damage fights. Oh no, that's
Oh
bad.
no! The culling doesn't manage to land. Flashing away, almost gets taken down.
That was a solo bolo angle for Lucian,
Once
honestly. If Varus is so extended up against you, you should at least be able to burn his flash there, but he misplayed on the angle of the calling and gets his comeuppance.
I guess you just need to run cleanse, huh? Cleanse every game.
Honestly, cleanse is a pretty good angle here for Lucian. You like to play up, so having cleanse against a Sejuani Varus gives you a lot more freedom. If you think about it, if you have cleanse, what really threatens you when you dash forward in this game? Literally just shockwave. Rom does nothing against you. Kled takes time to get on top of you. So if you take cleanse, you dash forward in the mid lane with Nami buff on you into the Varus later on. What scares you? Nothing. Just Sejuani out, and then you just cleanse that, and then you have free reign. Cleanse is a good angle here, is what I'm trying to get at.
So, unfortunately, he cannot go back and remake the game to get cleanse. But, you know what? That's a fair point. So maybe QSS? Do you expect QSS being picked up anytime soon?
No, I think Lucian with first strike, this Lucian-Nami combo, you really need to hit your damage timings, you need to hit your breakpoints, and you really need to keep the tempo strong. So I do expect to see a, quick random, I forgot the name of that item, the QSS but for the support that gives it to you.
Oh, Mikhail's Crucible?
Mikhail's Crucible for Holy Moly should be the play here. I honestly would just get that first item, because that's the only thing threatening you right now.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I
I don't think that's a dope path that we're seeing right now. I think this is like...
Actually, yeah, okay. Imperial Mandate really helps you as well, because it helps your Lucian's damage, it helps with his timing and his spikes. So maybe you go Mandate into Crucible.
Oh, nice double bubble. The Hubbard's doing
Ooh.
here. The Chase Corruption does manage to travel across, transfer over the Holy Moly. Now still looking for a kill. Death Defiant joins into the bottom side. Lucian so far away. Robocop not able to get in range of a fight. Kills the creep too soon, so Asia will not get pulled back in by the Zac Q.
I think we're seeing a lot of anger coming out from the red team right now. It's just the play didn't work out. What we're gonna do? Chuck spells into them. Let them know our displeasure. Zek goes back in.
Interesting decision. Right now his pass is going to get a problem, so Asia really has to work hard to make sure that the Zac doesn't die here. A couple of auto attacks onto both sides.
Oh my goodness.
Tag and kill. Tries to dash back on the turret. Will survive here. Burn not going to be enough. The Bayman won't go down either. But losing Robocop there, oh, that's not a good exchange.
It's really, really rough. I talked about how the Lucian-Nami needs to maintain a lead right now. They need to hit item timings. But Adria now sitting 3-0. He's gonna be really, really close to... There we go. He picks up the shield bow. What do I think about the shield bow? I guess that's fine, but I would like to have seen him go for Kraken Slayer here. I think honestly, just commit to the damage, counter your shields from mid lane, counter your triple tank front line, and Brom shield to really keep you alive, and just go for the damage. If you have Kraken Slayer here, your Brom is next to you, and Kassadin jumps into you, you tag him one time and you one-shot him, I think.
Hopefully that does play out that way.
It's harder with shield bow though.
Yeah.
You know what they say, the best defense is good offense.
So wouldn't that mean you should run like Kraken Slayer or like Guild Force then?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. He should buy Kraken Slayer.
Okay.
Sorry, did I misspeak? I might have misspoke. But my point is he should buy Kraken Slayer because then he'll one-tap cast it in when he jumps in.
Okay, fair enough. Let's take a look at how this one's going to play out. Might just be worried that the caster's going to get the jump on him, so wants to play for the safer option. Chain misses because of the Relentless Pursuit.
I don't particularly like the Mercury Treads here as well. The Tenacity doesn't really give you any value as well. I get buying it for the Magic Resist. But honestly, just buy a Now Magic Mantle, upgrade that into a Negatron Cloak, 720 gold, you sit on way more MR, and you just get a ton of Magic Resist. Upgrade that into Wit's End, second or third item, and you are smooth sailing.
I think Wit's End is actually just a Now Magic...
Oh, they changed that, right?
Yeah, so it's not...
Yeah, well, yeah, just go for the Now Magic Mantle then. And then if you need even more Magic Resist for some reason, just get a Hex Drinker later. More Mortius is a good item now.
Mortius, man! If you told me you're gonna pick Mortius like 3 seasons ago, I'd say you're trolling. Like,
yeah, it used to be a really bad item, right? You would just leave it on Hex Drinker. But now it's good, apparently.
Okay, fair enough.
Close trades going
over. I'm just gonna call him 5-1. I'm not gonna go call him the full name. That's too many syllables. So
yeah,
blue team a dragon in that time. I'll give them some credit. You know, they get to have at least a decent call out.
Yeah, that's fair. Now both Baron laners starting to get some trades in. It's okay for Clad if he stacks up and he gets the reset, because that's effectively giving you back 300 health every. Like,
I don't wait
what?
They're trying to really falsify the wrong side. I guess they could take a kill onto the...
Let your support job to you!
Oh, he already used it. He got intercepted by the Aqua Prison, yeah.
Oh. Man, people are so good nowadays. They're just intercepting every jump. Back in my day.
I'm not sure what this dive was about. That definitely seemed a little suspect.
Yeah, that just happened. Yeah, I mean, he tried, right? I get...
It's like a lost for words, right? I was like, what on earth is going on at this point?
It was a bit ambitious, for sure. And honestly, I don't really know what the meta Clad build is now, but I am not a Blade of the Rune King Rush fan for Clad. Like that, what's the point of your champion? If you want to buy Bok Rush and you want to counterpick the Aatrox, just go for Irelia. Why are you playing Clad? You should be buying Goddrinker or Hydra, right? I'm not sure what the meta build is, like I said, but I believe that fits the champion way more.
Yeah, I could see that. We could, I mean, you know, we're at home right now, we're casting from home. Could always open up u.gg, pro builds.
I could.
But you won't, because
I'm right. Like, what's the point in searching it if I already know I'm probably gonna be right? Yeah, it's also because of the trading patterns of now. Look at that, of Clad. You go in, you 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you get out, right? You don't want to really keep auto-attacking. So, I don't really know if Bok is just the best item.
We'll find out if it works.
If it works, genius, revolutionary, maestro. But if it doesn't work, idiot, what are you doing? Go to u.gg.
As always, we are result-based analysis.
Well, Orianna doing good here in this matchup. You're not expected to solo Bolo to cast it in, like we said. So he's doing the right thing, pushing waves, gets a 40 CS farm lead, takes the tower, takes the Raptors, exerts his control on the map, exerts his will on the opponent team. Good job from Mr. Bingus.
Looking for that second Rift Throw as well. Should give them a little bit more tempo. Outstress managed to pick up that Raw of the Agents while we weren't paying attention to it.
Yeah.
Actually, haven't been able to try a game of Raw of the Agents.
This is good.
I'm not sure how that one is.
I think it's just amazing on Kassadin. I didn't really like it on Silas when I tried it. I still really like Everfrost. Maybe I'm just used to it. But it's just amazing on Kassadin, on Rise. The stats are just exactly what you need. It's perfect.
Fair enough. But I'm really looking forward to the Radiant Virtue, right? I feel like it's such a strong item, and both junglers picking it up now gives them so much more ability to just get into these fights and have so much impact.
Man, bring back Deathfire Grasp.
Deathfire Grasp could genuinely be the next, like, mythic item, right?
Bring it back. Yeah, I love that item.
Right, like, why do we only have Ludens? Like, let's bring back Deathfire Grasp.
Why are assassins allowed to one-shot you? AD assassins allowed to one-shot you with Prowler's Claw and dash across half your screen, but I can't have Deathfire Grasp?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Brendan. And it is, of course, the Blade of the Rune King, completed here for Clad against the Goddrinker from Maymuno's Aatrox.
suppose it's kind of like a mindset of like the Aether is going to out-sustain me anyway, so I want to be able to do as much damage as I can when I get in, I suppose. But I mean, it's like you said, right? There's so many other ways that you can kind of approach this. I feel like if you wanted to go for that kind of mindset, Hydra wouldn't hurt you as well. You can clear out the wave.
Oh my god! Grandin Clad has Ignite as well. He got solo bullet with a combat sum. It's a little rough.
He got solo killed because he dived. Like, he did not have to do that. He would have been ahead without like having made that decision, right? So it was truly self-inflicted.
And shout out to all you players in tournaments at home right now as well. If you see your bot lane hyper carry going 3-0, you can take a breather. You don't have to rush anything. You don't really have to do anything. Dragon gets started. Ori boss should be huge to zone here. Let's see how this one plays out.
Chat saying Cass's age is starting to show. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a boomer. I like the FG. Don't get me started on season 1 or season 2 AP Scion one-shot DFG build.
I got started in season 3, so the fact that you told me it's season 13 now, it's been 10 years.
Crazy, huh?
Great.
Yeah, 10 years of my life in this game. God.
What a shame.
Yeah.
We're proud to pick up the bot side, as well as the Dragon going over to 5-1. It's a very good start coming through for them. I mean, well, approaching that mid game, and it's a position that they cannot really complain about. Finger's doing such an amazing job dodging away from so much of the engage coming across, which the prison doesn't land. And moving on to elsewhere now. Shockwave intercepts the jump from Death to Fire, and the rest of the team runs into the mid lane, picking up the first kill onto Memuno, looking for a second onto Death to Fire, but flash away back to safety.
Gets out of dodge there and forces flash from Holy Moly as well. Bayman flashes in, he wants more, but I don't think he's gonna get it.
Yeah, surely not. I think the Blast Cone's going to get them out, and Aqua Prison as well. Seems to be movement speed. Just does so well. It just runs so fast. The Orianna just kited 3 players with crowd control.
Base rush is great. I mean, he flashed as well. I'm not sure if he took... What's the summoner spell that gives you movement speed when you use summoner spells? Or what's the rune?
Oh, Nimbus Cloak?
Nimbus Cloak. I'm not sure if he took it. I don't think that's part of the normal loadout. Yeah, he didn't take it. But still. Ooh, he has attack speed runes. He took Legend Alacrity. That's very interesting.
Sure,
I guess it works against Kassadin? I don't know.
I mean, you do bonus damage when you auto attack, right? So might as well have additional attack speed. I mean, why
it
not?
probably helped him take the tower, not gonna lie. Well, things are definitely looking up for Team 5 beginning here.
1 stack for elsewhere. I'm looking at this now, right? Here's I can't recall. I can't remember what they're called. The one where you get like ultimate cooldown reduction. Ultimate Hunter, yeah, Ultimate Hunter. 1 stack. Like we are far away from getting a point where the Kassadin is really gonna be online.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Roa stacking up, but he doesn't even have the Seraphs coming in yet, so that's gonna be a while away. Not enough damage to kill this Aatrox for sure, but he does blow the flash. You take those, that's a dub.
Makes things slightly easier for Ambadid in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, it's about the time of the game where Flash should start pressuring the Aatrox, but with the early lead that Memuno got, Aatrox isn't a good place to really just hide things over until he's much stronger later on.
Diving up in the top lane, Chain of Corruption lands, and a quick kill over to the Fled, gets revenge on his counterpart in lane, and the turret as well.
Yeah, he brings his whole team up here as well. First time, you come for the gank, you burn the flash. Second time, you come back around, you come for his life. That's a great job. Great combo from Team 5-1. Now, Orianna isolated on a side lane. This is the point where Kassadin should start to shine in this game state. He needs to get his farm up, maybe get 1 more item in, and he can start pressuring Ori whenever Ori extends on the side lane, regardless of the farm lead. Look how many items Ori has up on him. 1 full item up. Seraph's completed. Verdant Barrier, Verdant Cloak, I think is up as well. Some magic resist is great against both the Zac, Kassadin, Verdant Veil, yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
Not super sure, but one of those things. Verdant something.
Sure. Baron also up here as well, and so it feels like we're in a very good spot for 5-2-1 to pick this one up and maybe close out the game from that position. It is going to be a little bit easier for them to do it because they have the attack speed Varus, so a little bit more shred on the Baron. But at any point, you know, that is going to get a little risky. They have a lot of pickup potential towards the Baron side anyway, so that is, if they do threaten it, it forces them to kind of rotate over and, yeah, maybe get a pickup.
Maybe get a pickup indeed, and a teamless chains being completed by SGMY here as well. I'm not really sure who he wants to put that one on. Probably Robocop's Lucian. Now completed the Lord Doms as well, which is great against the tankier lineup, I guess you could say, on Team 5-1. But honestly, the main threats you need to be careful of, Orianna and Varus. Not really going to care about that one. That 5 goes in.
Go, looking for a fight. Tidal Wave gets blocked once again by the shield, and Bayman stand behind him, back over to his marksman, gets back to safety. He managed to take down the first one, perhaps here with Elsewhere, but Elsewhere dashes away out from the back.
Here.
Running in, Flet still looking for the kill, should be able to find him with one more auto attack, no flash available. Instead, they take down the Aatrox. Now going on to Death to Fire. If the jungler goes down, that means no smite over the Team Fast and perhaps a Baron going the way of 5-1.
Yeah, there was a fight started by the red team, but they dashed into the Braum, they dashed into the Sejuani, into the Orianna. So many champions that really make you have a hard time going into them, and they get punished 3 for nothing. That's likely going to be Baron, definitely going to be Baron, heading over to blue team as well.
And that starts out well for Fastan. Like, Fastan were the ones who get the initial pickoff, nearly took down Bayman, but the moment Elsewhere jumped in, you know, it seemed good for a second, but he got stuck in place, chain of corruption, lost a lot of health, and, you know, things were looking bad. And I was for sure he was going to die there, but still manages to survive. But the rest of the team goes down, doesn't mean that much more.
Yeah, it's not a great situation right now, honestly. Team 5 for 3-2-1, they pick up Baron, Dragon, have a 10,000 gold lead. I honestly believe this should be enough for them to close out the game. We can talk about, yeah, you've got the Cassidy win condition. Yeah, Zac is a broken champion. But I think it's just not enough at this game state. You're so close to the Ocean Soul that, yeah, they should just be able to close it out before Cassidy even comes online. He just completed his second item, 1 full item down on Orianna.
Yeah, this is a little bit iffy for sure.
Yeah, and this is why Lucian Nami combos should always come with a caveat. It's a great combo, but it takes a lot to execute on. A lot of pressure on you both individually, mechanically, as well as your team to play around your timings, which they just frankly have not hit this game.
We're gonna just start to walk in. Gaining control of the top side jungle, it seems like it's a very difficult spot for you to move up in. Please don't face check this. Please don't check this like this. Oh, there was no need to do that. Holy moly does survive off the initial engage.
Oh boy.
Flashing back in, Blissey picks up a kill. Now fight in the mid lane ensues. Stand behind Braum as Bayman tanks up the full duration of the calling, loses barely any health in the process.
And of course, 5 members pulled into mid lane means Kled is gonna have some free time here on the top lane turret. He gets that one down. Oh, okay, I see the build that Buddy's going for here. It's Bok into full tank item, which should be a Sunfire, maybe an Iceborne Gauntlet. That's the build that people used to go for on Renekton. It's a pretty good build. Honestly though, I really just like Godric more.
Okay, we're gonna run into the top side now, maybe pick up an inhibitor if they have the means to do so. Big wave stacked up, and so it does seem to be the case. That's gonna be the first inhibitor gone.
And they can still just go mid after.
We're gonna try and force the fight before the inhibitor goes down, gets into the back line, but taking a lot of damage in the process. First kill goes over, Asia popping off here, now chasing after the second one. After fire, holy moly, respawns back up, just immediately go back down. Elsewhere, trying to defend against this. It's 5 versus 2, 2 versus the world, and leaving only Robocop left alive. Back into the fountain he goes, gets caught out the arrow for a double kill. The Nexus to go down, and a win going to Team 5-1.
Honestly thought this one was going to be a much closer game here, granted, but Team 5-1 coming in with a statement dub. Big bounties, few deaths, 4 deaths throughout the whole game. Adria didn't get a single time. Great performance coming into them. I think they executed on their team comp very well. They played very stable and just overall better understanding of what they needed to do to win the game. Red team, they had some good moments, but it felt like they were trying to force the issue too hard here. Honestly, that's part of the pressure of playing Lucian Nami, and it's just a rough situation to be in.
Yeah, but you know the thing about competition is you have to go to competition so that you get the experience and know what does and doesn't work, right? Because now you go into it, Robocop, I mean, chat's saying that he's an amazing Vayne player. I don't doubt that. Guy could very well be the best Vayne player in our server. And now he gets to go into things and see, all right, if that's going to be the case, what do I have to do? If I don't get my Vayne, he gets to see and experience himself with the Lucian, Nami bot side. So now they need to know, okay, going into this one, we still have to keep up the tempo here. We have to make sure that we're able to find these fights. The good thing about the Swiss format is that they get to go back into things. They've only still picked up that one loss, so it's 1-1 right now. They can continue to get that win streak and then potentially bring themselves up to that 4-1, fight for second place again.
Yeah, let's see if they manage to do that. Fingers crossed for them. They still have a chance in this. We do have 3 more rounds of games, so it's still quite a bit more to go. Main thing I want to see adaptation on is I'm quite curious about why teams keep picking attack speed Varus. I don't see the Zeri. I don't see the long range ADs, which seem to be dominating pro meta right now. But Varus has been kind of working, so if it works, you can't really fault it, right?
Yeah, if it works, it works. And so we'll see if they're going to keep that one going as we go into round number 3. We're going to go into a quick little break before that happens, though. So we're going to see you guys in a couple of minutes.
It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity.
If we are one grain of sand in the middle of the ocean, can you try to understand how a touch can cause explosions? Rise up, I'm too great to be landed. Rise up, we're too great to be standing.
They never gonna stop us, fly at 'em like choppers, better cook those risks, cold blood in my fists, we fire starters, one out of a million will reach those heights, always gonna feel that I won't deny that work, never could die, look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks, rise. Rise, cutting my size, trying to make sense of it all comprised. Yeah, highs, been in these skies. I was stuck down, feeling paralyzed, but I'm up now. We all too late to fall. Yeah, anyone coming, I'ma lift them all. Never look down when it's risk involved. I got guts, got a lot, I gotta wish it all. Ain't got no feelings, we just floating. Yeah, I'm that grain of sand that made it out the ocean. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
No, rise up. Rise up. We are the apocalypse, and a path that keeps us floating. As we fly above the stars, the night won't scare us falling. So rise up. I'm too great to be landed. Rise up. We're too great to be standing.
They never gonna stop us, fly at 'em like choppers, better cook those risks, cold blood in my fists, we fire starters, let's go, one out of a million will reach those heights, always gonna feel that I won't deny that work, never could die, look in my eyes, I'm on the rocks, rise.
months ago. Run to the hills, leave love behind. Let's lose all concepts of time. I'll take yours and make it mine. Loving me, myself, and I. So swing me around, take me down. You won't break me, I'm too strong. Keep saying it wrong, I'll play along, but I will never be a victim. So swing me around, for disaster, a reckoning. You wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread with the angels. Fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone. So save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came.
You make me move, you make me dance, you make my heart beat super fast. You lift me up, you make me laugh. Baby, you're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. You make my heart beat super fast. Super fast, super fast.
You make my heart beat super fast.
What does love feel like? What does love feel like? You're the best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. Best I ever had. You're the best I ever had. You make my heart beat super fast.
You make my heart beat, you make my heart beat, you make my heart beat super fast. You make my heart beat super fast.
guys, to the Virtual Space Open SGMY League of Legends tournament. The first big League of Legends tournament we've had in a couple of years, and the first one since Riot has taken back League of Legends in Southeast Asia. I'm Brandon, this is Omo. You can see how tired he looks. You know, how you been feeling, Leonard? What has been good recently? Why haven't you been able to sleep?
I've been playing too much League of Legends, that's why I got down.
You've been playing too much League of Legends. I can read it true. I've been seeing him online 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Don't ask me why I'm awake at that time. I've been full DJ the past week as well. It's been a good week with Lunar New Year and everything going on. Been having
Extra tiring.
extra
with
tiring.
Lunar New Year going on.
And so we have our brackets coming up pretty soon. Playing in the Swiss format means everyone gets to play multiple games, and then we'll be taking a look at the next game after that. So far, we have a couple of teams with 2 wins, as we would expect in this kind of thing, Leonard.
Yeah, I mean, when 2 teams play against each other and get a win, and then you win against another team, you end up with 2 wins. That is typically how it works. For those of you who are not too familiar about how Swiss format works, it basically pits you against people with a similar or same scoreline as you do. So you basically, if I'm 2-0, I play against another 2-0 team, and we end up with really just rooting out the best teams without having to go into a playoffs format. Smooths things out, gives teams more opportunity to practice. We see a lot more tournaments popping up with Riot taking back over the server. So I think this is a great start to the tournament season here.
I thought you were going to give me a talk about the birds and the bees when 2 teams meet each other and, you know, they really...
I can't go into that, Brandon. Would you like me to give you some details? Details?
Well, I think we'll save that for another day. I think anyone that wants to hear about that can go look for you on your socials.
No, please don't.
Omo2_2. And get all the insight you guys need, as we saw earlier.
My DMs are closed.
5-1 beat the team that we saw earlier. We managed to pick up their 2 wins. Team Dust that we also saw earlier are also standing at 2 wins. So a pretty good start for the 2 teams that we've seen so far. Almost as if we're on a good streak so right now. Some of the other teams don't need to catch up. You know, it's going to be difficult. Once you have 2 losses, you're no longer in contention for 2nd place, I think. But I think you can still try and fight for top 3 or 4. And I think we have prizes.
That's the prizes.
Yeah, there's still prizes for the top couple of places. So, you know, $1,000 overall prize pool, right? And a lot of it coming out the pockets of the own admins. And so something to look forward to. As well as our sponsor, we have... Yeah, let me get that message again.
Do your best radio voice. Do a sponsor radio voice thing. Let me see how good you do it.
All right. Please check out our sponsor, Systemized PC by Hydrocore. They're a local Singaporean company with a strong track record in building custom PCs, and they've partnered with Virtual Space to bring their expertise directly to members. You can contact them for anything PC related, or if you just need some help with hardware, via the link in the description box.
Pretty good.
Thank you. I tried really hard because you wanted me to do my best radio voice.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's not bad.
I think we also have picks and bans, which are going to be super exciting.
Wow.
We haven't been able to see that so far, and so the fact that we finally are able to take a look at what the thought process are for these guys going into this one. Why do we keep seeing attack speed Varus, Leonard?
Well, it seems to be working. I know this tournament has been pretty competitive thus far. A lot of close games, a lot of upsets. And attack speed Varus seems to be one of the common factors in every game we've seen so far. Some wins, some losses. I don't personally know why it's favored so much. I feel like we're lacking champions like Zeri. We're lacking longer range champions, which can do well into Varus. Like, we're not seeing Ashe. We're not seeing... Well, we did see Lucian up, but didn't do very well. I don't know. It just seems like a simplified answer to a lot of the questions that the teams are looking for. And if it works, you know, don't knock the pick.
You know, I was expecting to see a lot more Vi going into this one, right? There's a lot of champions with a lot of mobility. It's very easy to lock down those champions. It does quite a bit of damage, has decent clear. You know, it's been a while since Vi's been... Actually, it hasn't. Vi has been...
Vi has been very popular right now in the meta.
Yeah, it's
but
been on and off the past couple of seasons. And right now, like you said, it's very much in the meta. So I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen that.
The meta is pretty flexible right now. If you pop over to the LCK stream really quickly, you can see Carrier, who just died playing Callista support, which I never thought I would say.
When you have League of Legends right here.
Yeah, I mean, pop it open on a second stream or something. Don't go away. You're supporting the homegrown talents over here. Carrier who?
Carrier who? Multitasking
who? But the point is, we see a lot of strategic diversity and flexibility in draft, especially in the Dragon Lane right now, but we're not seeing that in the games thus far. Hopefully, as we go through the games, as we get to the more competitive teams, we will see that pop up more and more. But thus far, not quite yet.
Yeah, we have a pretty interesting look at what's going to happen. I think we're going into the picks and bans now. And so we have Kekkles and
Yep.
AX2, two teams that have not been seen on stream yet. So, you know, everyone's going to get their time in the
Yeah.
sun.
Kekkles makes me think a little bit about Reckless. I don't know. The name AX2 sounds familiar as well. I feel like I've seen some players with that tag around in solo queue. Maybe I'm imagining things. Or maybe I'm traumatized. I don't know.
Yeah, you've seen some people with like some kind of tag, and you're just like, man, this is definitely it.
AX2 is a cool one. It's kind of got a nice ring to it. Kane first ban popping up. I like that. If your opponent is a Kane one trick or Kane main, you do just want to get rid of that.
Yeah, and Nivea coming through as well. I'm not sure what that
Interesting.
first one was, if it was just a blank ban or they actually wanted to try and ban something.
We'll
But
see,
Kekkles
yeah.
are going to get rid of an interesting pick here.
I think
Wasn't it-
that's. Go ahead.
Might be just like something that AX2 plays specifically, right? And just like a target ban. We see a lot of that happening here because,
Yes.
well, it is a very small server. Everyone does kind of know who plays what.
Yeah, I to level with you, I've barely played solo queue. I think I played like 20 games of solo queue on this server in the last like 2 years, and I still remember some of these names. So it's pretty much a lot of the same people, some new talents, some new players, but a lot of similar faces for sure. So
Yeah,
you
we're
kind
kinda
of
just
do know what to ban.
We're kind of just like blazing through picks and bans now, right? We're
I
going
like
into our
that,
first
yeah.
picks. Love that. Like going into things quickly. Samira, the first pick option here for
That's
Kekkles.
wild.
Strong one. And then Lucianami, the response from AX2. I mean, like you said, it's
Not
a very
bad.
powerful bot lane, but it's up to them to make sure that it's executed well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, going for some engagement in Nautilus.
High burden of execution on Lucianami. Samira Nautilus, you do expect that. You want to pair Samira with something that has all-in potential. Karma will likely go over to mid lane with a small potential to flex top in certain matchups, but likely going to be a mid lane pick. And if that's the case, you want to have an aggressive jungler that can all-in. I'm looking for something like Wukong, Udyr, Hecarim, something along those lines, something that wants to run at you and really just power through. I think that's going to fit very well in Kekkles' team comp, while AX2 get the Maokai. A lot of zone control and crowd control right from the get-go here.
I'm quite a big
Great
fan
into
of Karma.
Samira as well, by the way.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Karma in most compositions. I just feel like it does so well. Scaling, like as a scaling option, even as a less damage option, the utility that it kind of provides. You know, there's just so much that it does. The only, I guess, weakness that the Karma has is that it just doesn't rotate as well, right?
Yeah.
And so, you know, if you have like a really aggressive jungler on the side of AX2, plus a mid laner that can rotate around, you get a lot of problems that the Karma cannot really resolve.
Yeah, a control mage is like a little looking good for AX2 here, something that can push waves really fast to kind of double down on what you're saying. Karma can't really rotate because you can't really clear waves. If you have something like Ori, Syndra, Azir, whatever it is, who can scale for free, push the waves in, Karma's going to be kind of a non-factor here. So let's see what the bans are. Ilaoi getting banned out again. Elise, I like that as well. Cassiopeia, Maokai mid lane. We are seeing a lot of this, even in pro play. Double AP mid jug, really, really low damage stuff. So this is part of the cost right now. Silas, though, I really like that. Oh, Silas is going jungle then. Honestly, okay, I see what you're doing here, but I kind of would like it if you... Silas into Cassiopeia is not the best pick, but I could say that Silas has a lot of good outs to steal here. You can kind of farm up for free against a Maokai in the jungle, so it's not the end of the world. It's a decent situation to be in. It's just... I don't know, I feel like Kekkles' team comp right now relies very heavily upon running into you, and they do run into you very well, but Maokai, Nami, Cassiopeia, these are all champions that want you to try to run into them. So AX2,
Yeah,
I'll
fair
give them
enough.
the lead right now.
I could see that happening a lot. I mean, on the side of Kekkles, right, there is the additional benefit of if they do get into these like choke points when playing
Yeah.
around the neutral objective, it makes it easy for them. AX2 obviously have the advantage when it comes to that, but when they do find themselves in that better position, I mean, they have a lot of opportunity to combo out. I think I would give AX2 a slight advantage with this one. It just seems like the composition is slightly easier to play.
My only question mark right now is upon the last pick, Claire. I do believe Naito is proficient on that, but I don't know if it's the best matchup into Jax here. I feel like the matchup just devolves at some point into Jax just shooting your head in. Kane Ben is explained because the Silas jungle is his full name, I believe, is Candy Kane. You can literally see Kane in his name, so you kind of want to ban that away. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary besides that.
Ooh, yet again, we see an invade happening. Previously, we saw it happen
Yeah.
at the bot side, but now it's the blue team wrapping around, and Kekkles looking for something.
Oh, yeah, gonna get.
I end up spotting the Cassiopeia. Was gonna start
They're
running
gonna get
away.
flashed.
Spot the
No,
wall.
just flash, man.
No.
Nautilus should just flash here the trade flashes. I think that's the best play. You burn Cassio's flash, and it's a free gank later on. It's 100% the play here, but
They
all
must
good.
not have had information. I think
Yeah.
the Nautilus saw the wall and was unsure if they wanted to commit for it. Where does Nautilus start if not Dredge Line anyway? It should be Dredge Line every single time, right?
No, there's some matchups where you start shield to go for push. There's some matchups where you, well, almost never you start Riptide, but there are some matchups you start shield. Into Lucian Army, probably not. It's really Dredge Line. But you also don't want to Dredge Line them at level 1 because you will lose. So it doesn't really matter. Nautilus is not so strong right now. So I would say, yeah, just burn your flash, trade the flash. It's a good start.
Right.
They do get an invade down though. This is nice. If you can force vertical jungling, Lucian Army lose their range advantage because they have to play more careful with the jungler.
Yeah, Silence
trade.
going to position towards the bomb side as well. I think they got their ward down, so they should be able to confirm the position of the Silas. I think they lose a little bit of EXP. They're a little bit late there, flashing forward. There's a counter flash coming through for the Nami, but it's too little too late. First blood heads over their way. Team Kekkles rewarded so early on.
Yeah, that's the problem. And Maokai cannot counter jungle right now. He is not strong enough. Jax, like I said, I think this is a good matchup for the Jax. He's getting the push, he's getting the lead, takes a tower shot, but he's still A-okay. So where can Maokai go? Nowhere, really.
Double summon is burnt
I
by
don't like
Haru.
Cleanse here, by the way. I don't think Cleanse is the angle for Lucian here. Unlike the last game we saw Lucian Army, what is Lucian cleansing this time around? Jax stun? Nautilus Ignite or Nautilus Passive? That's really it. It's not worth it, I think.
You can't cleanse
Oh.
the Dredge Line or the Riptide, right? Because not the Riptide, the ultimate, right? Because it's a knockup.
Yeah, I think 100% the play here is you take Exhaust on Lucian. 100%, but he does not have that. That's gonna be
Okay.
2 flashes.
In the
Yeah.
top lane, misses the counter strike and so no stun. And like you said, he is very much dead. Just gonna try and stall for as much time as possible. I think the wave state is not in the best position. He's gonna get frozen against him, so gonna need some jungler assistance.
I don't know what timing Jax dropped the ward at, but he warded for the Scuttle Crab. He did not ward for his own lane. And if you're pushing like that, you need to be aware that you need to be warding for your own lane. Especially if your jungler is stealing opponent blue. You know their jungler has very few places he can be. If he goes for a tree can gank into you, that was really predictable. He just needed to think like 3 steps ahead. Or like 1 more step ahead. The ward could have saved his life there for sure.
Yeah, just wasn't ready for it, and you can see that getting punished for it.
Yeah,
Losing
he had a
little
good
bit
start
of-
to lane, it's just thrown because of that luck.
Oh, actually, it doesn't lose that much, right? So he gets to walk back in and pick up the CS. I think the Kled wasn't able to freeze the lane state, so tries to shove it in instead.
Yeah.
Report back here from Jax, and interesting positioning happening down towards the bottom side. Seems like
This,
they-
however, is one of the good matchups for Karma because you can outrange Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia has a poor laning phase into champions who have longer range than her. And Karma, that's one of the few matchups she has longer range than you in. So this is a pretty nice time for Felis, for sure. Felis.
Yeah, here we go. This was what I was expecting to see. The Maokai moving his way down bot side, flashes forward, gets the knock up, the
Very
stun
nice.
onto the Samira. Good amount of damage, and Haru picks up yet another kill. Kenny Kane's going to rotate over.
Both junglers still on level 3, by the way. But it doesn't matter.
Nah, it's not a big deal. It's more
Not
fun.
a big deal, yeah. Maokai does, of course, have the... Let's talk a little bit about the Pokemon, shall we, Brandon? We haven't had a chat about that so far, but like, that's the first Charizard we've seen coming out.
I really love to
Paul.
say that. I really love to literally talk about Pokemon.
You tell me.
I think we are. I think we are. There's no law that says that the IP we can't talk about, right?
Yeah. And who knows, maybe I'm just talking about my recent Pokemon Emerald game. No, you don't have Charizard in Emerald. Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
I don't
you
want to be
don't.
like a boomer again. Like, we've really gotten flamed by chat for being boomers.
No, we didn't get flamed. It's nostalgia baiting. We're making them feel nostalgia.
I don't think
right?
anyone is old enough. Rainy Days needs to poke out of that. Good job.
For the 3 people that are, Rainy Days is in still a tight spot though. No flash available for the Haru, and if they do stick around in lane, it does seem to be quite risky.
Very apt name, by the way. It's been Rainy Days this entire holiday season.
Fresh
no,
line
that's
forward,
bad, by the way, that's
tagged
huge,
onto a
okay.
minion, caught by the Aqua Prison, and previously I
Got
said
it.
it was going to be dangerous. He stayed in lane.
He did just cleanse the passive. He did just cleanse the passive, granted, and in that case, it got him the kill. So, brilliant. Savant. Trees up the hit.
Result-based analysis.
I love that.
So previously we mentioned how result-based analysis, the Kled did in fact win the game, right?
Yeah, so
Late-
Bok,
late-
great pick.
best
Let's see
item.
if Naito here goes for that as well.
Yeah.
Jax is on the Sheen. He will have okay trades against the Kled right now, especially once he hits level 6, which he just did. But Maokai waiting the wings. You don't need no
He's
farm
pretty
if you're
low.
Maokai.
This is dangerous.
Yeah,
Remember,
he won't be
from
too
the Jax rework, and that's a lot of damage. Ignite goes down, and even with that, not enough to take down the Jax. He's starting to move up onto the
kill
Maokai too. I think it's a kill. If he has Counter-Strike coming up, might be able to jump in
Oh,
time.
he actually does kill. Oh my god.
A double kill in the top side.
Oh my god, that is a massive disaster here. Jax just takes over the game after this, I think. The only thing that Jax needs to be careful of at this point is jumping into the Cassiopeia way later on in the game, so he should have free reign at this point. We see a bit of a cheeky play though. Kled without wants to maybe... Well, he was fishing for it. He was looking for an out mid, but it's so hard to find that play onto Karma, especially when your own mid laner can't set up. So right now, Jax, he's gonna run the show, and this kind of proves my point as well. Without based analysis, I don't think Kled is good into Jax. And this also proves my point, like what gank
It's a weird
happened
time.
here.
I'm not sure this works out for them. Okay, Felix is still in
Ooh, that was
decent
interesting.
spot, losing quite a bit of health, but survives through it.
Yeah, Kled dismounting broke the tether there. That's a mechanic.
That is a mechanic. You are
Yeah,
correct.
that is mechanic. I do think that Jax could have... Oh, yeah, great bush gank coming in here. Upeka still waiting the wings, but a little bit too late.
Yeah, and now Candy King just gets to walk in.
Yeah.
He knows where the Maokai is going to be, gets to move forward. If he wants to pressure the Maokai, I mean, it's that easy. And
Yeah. I do think it's great that kills are going over... Oh boy.
oh wow, surely this is a kill. Flashing
Yeah,
away
that's-
one more auto attack. There we go.
A little bit greedy there from today. Haru dashing in, not knowing where the Nautilus is. Can I also just say he's buying Essence Reaver on Lucian, which I think is just not the right play in this situation, or like any situation, especially with the first strike build. I don't know.
Oh my goodness, he just left Rainy Days there.
Oh, is he actually dead? Oh
I
my
think
God.
he's dead. Even with the flash away, okay. Ebb and flow, one more auto attack.
He might not be dead.
Hold spells. I think he's dead.
Okay, he's
Yeah,
dead.
Aqua Prison. Yeah. Shoot it up. Man,
Man.
Sky was so greedy for the recall that he left his support to die.
This game might just be over, by the way. Kane, oh sorry, his name is Kane, so it kind of bamboozles me, but Silas has a great time in this game, Jax has a great time in this game. The only thing is the two of them are countered by Cassio, but Cassio cannot do anything for like another 10 minutes at least. So Jax and Silas are gonna have free reign right now. Yeah, and that happened.
Yeah, Culling blocked out for the most part.
Yeah, a lot of Lucian play so far has been Lucian player gets angry, tries to do too much, and then it doesn't work out, which is kind of what we're talking about, right? The pressure of playing a champion like Lucian. Why is no one playing Zeri? Why don't you just scale for free and take the free win later on in the game? I
That's
don't know.
a good question.
Yeah.
When the Lucian is picked and does work out, that's when
Ooh.
yes, sir, that French line through the creeps, the cleanse used on the passive. Like we mentioned earlier, Candy Cane comes in, steals away the Maokai ultimate, finds them that first one, diving on the turret for a second, and then a third, flashes away with a turret shot, drops turret aggro, survives with a double kill.
Star doesn't even die right there, and this is why Silas is such a great pick in this game. You have so many of fantastic spells you can steal. 3 S-tier spells. Maokai out, Cassio out, Nami tidal wave. Brilliant for Silas. He takes Maokai out, that leads to the all-in. Sky dives in, triple kills under tower, gets right out of dodge. And this looks to me like the blue team, Team Kekkles over here, is just gonna run away with this one. Kled can't do anything. Cassio is stuck to a lane. She's confined in Cassio jail for another 5 to 10 minutes. And both side lanes are falling apart for AX2.
Yeah, not even with the Rod of Ages yet, so it's gonna take even longer to try and scale up, right? You say 5 to 10 minutes, but I have this suspicion that it's gonna take even longer.
Bare minimum is 5 to 10 minutes.
Right, to reach a point where they're strong. Both sides haven't really gone for the Dragon as well, or the Rift Herald, right? So there are still those neutral objectives left up on the table. Unfortunately for them, Team AX2 has difficulty trying to go for it, and there's no need to try and pressure for it on Team Kekkles side because they're able to just shove them under turret every single time.
Yeah, if you look at the map state right now, what's going on in AX2's mind is they're seeing mid lane as the only point which is stable in this game, and they're thinking, okay, because mid lane is stable, let's play to that. But that's the wrong way of thinking, because Cassio is not a lane that you can attack into Karma.
Oh, there we go. The stun lands, but very nice sidestep away from Felix, and then gonna chase them under turret yet again, looking for a couple more auto attacks.
Yeah.
Lands the final spell and picks up a kill.
This is really just an extension of my previous point. They're desperate to make something happen on the map because they can feel the game state slipping away from them, and in their minds, let's attack the best lane we have right now, which is the Cassio lane. That's not what Cassio needs to do. It needs to be a Lucian Nami lane, or it needs to be a 5-pick top laner. Neither of those lanes are working out for you, so you're making desperate plays in the Cassio lane, and that just... well, we saw what happened.
So I feel like we...
That is dead, by the way.
Most of the pretty good. I feel like we've answered most of the questions here already, and so now it's just about letting things play out for a little bit while they let things ramp up. So going back on our previous discussion on the Smite selection.
Yeah. Pokemon.
Is that it? Is that all you wanted to say?
Well, we saw a bunch of green Smites, right? Like, so far, all we've seen today is green
That's
Smite.
grass type's best type.
Yeah, and I think Maokai is one of the few junglers who go for the red. Because of the DOT effect, I'm not exactly sure that's the rationale behind it, but I do believe most junglers will go for green or blue. Silas here sitting on the blue as well. Movement speed is nice. You don't need extra damage. You don't really need the extra shield as well. So yeah, pretty interesting. I don't really know the in-depth intricacies of the smites right now. I'm still on the Hunter Machetes into Wriggle's Lantern mindset, so...
Ooh, really? You're that far ahead? I'm still on Feral Flare, bro.
Feral Flare, Master
Spirit?
E. That brings back memories.
No, I'm not Master E. I'm a
Feral
Udyr.
Flare Wrangler.
Feral Flare Udyr. I'm not...
Oh my
Rengar
god.
beat... Yeah, the Rengar players always beat me. I always lose to the Rengar players.
Oh my god. Udyr, speaking of Udyr, that's another broken champion right now, I think. We haven't seen any of that yet. We haven't
It
seen
is pretty broken.
Cassante yet. If you look at pro play, Cassante is so double
Dominates.
mega broken. But no one has played it, so... Yep.
That's a good point. Why have we not seen Cassante? I mean, I can understand why.
Because everyone wants to play carry champion, flashy, make big play, do big damage.
Cassante does big damage. Cassante can
Cassante's
kill a
tank.
marksman.
Yeah, but
Cassante
Cassante is
can kill
a
a
quote-unquote
marksman.
tank. You can
Well,
one-shot
yeah.
a marksman as On, Scion, Shen. Okay, not Shen, but On and Scion, you can do that too. It's just...
Yeah,
my
but-
theory is just people want to be flashy.
But Cassante also wins the matchup against a lot of other tanks, right?
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't pick Cassante into Jax. Well, I say that, but I guess you could. Bottom is going out of control though.
Yeah.
Jax is typically played as a counter pick into Cassante, but with that said, the burden is on the Jax to play better, to outscale, blah blah blah. So,
Oh, this is a dive. This is a
oh, that's brutal.
Counter Strike. Yeah.
Platters Ignite, by the way, so this is just
It's another
extremely
ignite.
brutal.
Look. See that? Now we have result-based analysis. Because he's not going to play the Rune King, he's lost the lane. Right?
Brandon, what does the shovel build into?
Oh, that's a good...
Tidebreaker?
I think...
Because he has the shovel and he has the Iron Spike Whip.
Yeah.
Cassio is dead though, no? Oh, no, I
No.
think you could have chased, but oh well. Iron Spike Whip and the shovel means I'm pretty sure you have to go into... Well, I don't know, let's find
No,
out.
but there are other items, right? Because yeah, I think Strikebreaker does build.
Okay, did you just see the interaction on your screen right now? That's why Lucian Nami is... You need to be in sync. When the Lucian dashes forward, he needs to have the Nami E ready on him. And when he double taps you, the Nami W needs to flow as well. That's how you proc all the burst damage at once. But that's just not happening.
I think someone in chat said no one in C knows how to play Cassante. Fair enough, you know.
Something's not a hard champion though, is he?
He does have a high skill ceiling. Like the mechanics can get
Sure,
through.
high ceiling, but I don't think the floor is that high to play Cassante, honestly.
Yeah, I think there's like a decision on their side if they want to go for it or not.
It's okay, check out Solo Q2, Omo 2 coming your way with the Cassante.
Alright. Look at this Jax, he's literally in
Great
a
boss.
4-man fight and no one can deal with him. Jumps
Game
off
over.
for a second, it's a double kill.
He's two
Felix
items,
has
yes,
run away.
the first
Felix has no mana, but it doesn't even matter because all he needs is the tether to kill for the Jax. And you thought you had it, you thought you had the fight. It does not go your way. These dredge lines so unbelievably good here this entire time. We need to hunt for a kill. The barrier is available. It's gonna pick up a little bit more.
Did you just realize what you said? The barrier is available for Nautilus?
Well, I mean, it's the rocket. The rocket of the answer barrier.
No, it's actually a barrier. He has Unsealed Spellbook.
Really?
They won their lane
Oh.
without Aftershock, without Glacial Augment, without Guardian, without a Combat Summoner. They won their lane with Unsealed Spellbook.
All right. Cheers
I
to
just
that,
realized
eh?
that as well. Yeah, cheers to that. That's rough. Honestly, I don't want to like pile on it too hard, but I think Lucianami is maybe just don't play that if you're on C server. Unless I guess you're like pub stomping solo queue, right? Like it's too hard to play in a competitive setting, I feel. And so far, from what we've seen in the last 2 games, that seems like the trend.
Well, if results say anything, play Varus, right? It seems like Varus is the easier
Yeah,
answer.
Paris has had some good results so far. I don't believe Lucianami is overrated, like Crackerjack saying in chat, but I think Lucianami is too difficult to play. I think it's so good, but it's so difficult. Ooh, nice try.
Probably didn't want to land that anyway. I think it was
Yeah,
very
right.
likely to do that.
He's like, guys, I'm just baiting, it's all good.
Cassiopeia is over on the other side. I'm not sure this is going to work well for them. Okay, there's no landing pad. Jack jumps in, gets the stun once again. Counter strike hits the ultimate, chases after the Maokai. One more attack on Karu, and double kill for the Silas. Xerath runs back under the tier 3 turret, but there is no safety there. The hunt continues. Candy Cane chasing after a kill. Sky chasing after a kill. I mean, the whole team just going for them at this point.
This has been the most brutal game we've seen today, I think.
17 and a half minutes soon. Wow. Inhibitor going down or not yet?
It's not just the kill score as well, and the timing. I think this has just been the most, like, unwinnable game state that we've seen today.
Oh, they left it. That's true, you know. I think you're supposed to not take it.
Yeah, don't take it. 17 minutes, you're not gonna end the game yet. Don't let them farm the super minion waves in mid. Don't let the waves keep pushing into you and lose one lane of farm. I do want to point out, what's that item that Karma has, Brendan?
Which one? The Radiant Virtue?
Radiant Virtue, yeah. I don't know if this is the best pick here. I don't really think you need the armor, magic resist. I think you just go for full AP support. If my Jax is at this game state right now, I'm just gonna call him daddy and buck for him, dude. Like, I'm gonna buy Ardent Sensor, I'm gonna buy everything he needs, dude.
Well, to be fair, I do think that there's no way of knowing that it's going to happen. You're gonna reach this stage.
Oh, because
Like,
Jax was on 2 items and Karma hadn't based yet. He was still sitting on a Kindle Gem. So I think just leave the Kindle Gem and just buy full support.
I guess you're right. Like 9 minutes in, get Divine Thunder, right? If you see a 9 minute
I mean,
Jax, you're like, oh well, that's fair enough. I guess I play for my Jax now. Play for my top laner.
yeah, and also, we talked about Zeri, Lulu, that's the point that Crackerjack brought up. No one's played Heimerdinger yet. If you see champions like Nautilus, if you see champions like Trash, just pick Heimerdinger. It's so one-sided, it's so unwinnable.
Oh my goodness, this is a little bit brutal now. A lot of damage on the Sky, but
The
he
shield
has to use to finish this one too. I mean, the cleanse doesn't do anything against the knockoff.
Imagine if you had exhaust there, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, cleanse doesn't do anything against the knockoff. There's just no way of making it happen.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna be it. That's gonna be game.
I don't know if they can end. Death timers are really short, but this is probably an FF angle, right?
No, I think-
It's a brutal setup.
I think
Brutal
they
game state.
have it. I think they have it.
They got it. They have Herald. I didn't even notice that. Yeah. Well, honestly,
live. Okay, respawn coming. Wow. Too many
this
counter
is just
strikes.
a really good individual performance of Team Kekkles, right?
But I already
At a team level, they didn't do anything amazing because they didn't need to. They just outskilled in every lane, and we get the Dancing Herald because of them.
1940. That's the fastest one we've seen so far. I thought 1950.
Yeah, we're speedrunning today, huh?
1958 I thought was a pretty fast game. 1940. Man.
1940 is brutal. I don't know how you top that, but I guess we will see. That was the 3rd round, correct, Brandon? 3rd round of
It
games?
is the 3rd round. That is right.
Well, 3rd round of games here, and it's getting more and more brutal as we go along. Teams are proving that even though, yeah, we have the same scoreline, but not every win is built equal. Not every win has the same value. So it seems to me like right now, Team Kekkles best individual performance thus far. Maybe I'll give them that.
Yeah, congratulations to Team Kekkles. I mean, they did an incredible job. A very dominating win. We'll see if they can keep this one going, the momentum moving forward. 1940. Okay, okay. I
Sitting
mean,
3-0 right now. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the final matchup will be best of 3, right? So this does mean that the next matchup will be the last best of 1 that we see. So Team Kekkles could go 4-0 and then go into BO3s, right?
yeah, the two 4-0 teams, I think. Yeah, should be something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
About right.
Yeah, I mean, we'll figure it out. We're gonna go into break. We'll go. We'll check things through, and we'll get back to you guys with the updated information, and we'll let you guys know. We're going for a quick 5-minute break. When we come back at the next round, hopefully, of the Virtual Space Open League of Legends tournament. See you guys soon. Alright guys, did you miss us? Well, I'm sorry to say, we haven't got the milk yet. We're gonna make a quick milk run, right? I need milk, Lennon needs his ciggies, and we're gonna be
I'm
right
sorry?
back. Oh, wait, what? Wait, don't, but trust me, we're gonna be back. Don't worry, guys. Right, we're just gonna get some milk. We're coming back. We'll see you guys at 5:15 p.m. In the meantime, you guys can go back and watch the previous games that have already been played. Otherwise, you can also take a look at the matches that are ongoing now. We are having some issues with the client. It's definitely not because we need to go and get. It's definitely also because we need to get some milk. It's very important. And we'll see you
D1
guys in a
versus
little bit.
DK game 3. By the time it ends, we will be back here for the next game. So thank you, LCK, for stalling for us.
See you guys at 5:15. You can manage all the audio, everything from there directly. Otherwise, I would go and use OBS Ninja to go and pull in Hey guys, sorry for the delay. Unfortunately, we still haven't quite been able to get things back on track yet. So we're going to have to take a little bit of a longer break. We're going to take another 10 minutes to try and sort everything out before we get back into it. And we should be jumping into the game at 5:25. We hope you guys can understand. We're hoping to get this one done as soon as possible and get into the game so we can take a look at our potentially one of the teams that could be winning the competition as a whole. So we're looking to see how they perform in this next match. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Alright guys, welcome back. Like we said, we're gonna be back at 525. We're basically back at 525. We have more games coming your way. Now we have Jobless versus the Red Team because you have a terrible name. I'm not gonna say that. So decide what for yourselves if you want to be the Red Team or you want to change your names. That's how we're gonna run things now. I'm Brandon. With me is Let It. As you might be able to tell, I have shifted stations.
Thank you, our remote correspondent, Grandin. Where are you calling in from today?
I'm calling in from the Frosty Peaks of Freljord. Brom over there on the
Love
other
that.
side, actually.
What's up, bro?
Brom over there actually is trying to become the first non-meta human to climb up the glacial peaks of Freljord.
Is that part of the law?
What is?
Like that only enhanced humans or like half demigods have climbed up the peak? Is that like a thing?
No.
Okay,
that's not-
I thought it was a real thing.
No, but with Freljord lore, there actually is like Udyr channels like the spirits, like the gods of Freljord, right? Which is
Okay.
like Anivia, Ornn, So he channels like their spirits as like his whole thing. So like his previous one was just like the four the four animals, but now it's like linked in with the Freljord lore. So I think
Very cool.
Sejuani's board a thing.
Brandon, we're here for a different reason. We're not breaking down the law.
Are we not? Is this not what we're here for?
You know I don't even read the law.
Yeah, I mean that's your law.
Run us through this. What
you-
are we looking at here?
Did you watch Arcane?
Unfortunately, I did.
All right. Well, here we have the prizes for our winners: 400 SGD up for grabs, as well as 10,000 RP to share amongst the team. Runner-up gets 100 SGD and 7,500 RP. Third to sixth gets 75 SGD. I think one of the teams do also have like a special condition that they can change some of it for RP instead. But for the rest of them, and for the teams that are fighting for the championship spot and the runner-up spot, the runner-up spot is basically going to go to the team that was playing for the champion position, right? So like you're the closest to winning.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I do believe there's reward for the most games won as well. Not exactly sure how that one plays out. I gotta work it out in my head. My brain is kind of blanking. That's on me. But because we're running
the
this
most
format,
games won would probably be
be the champion, right? As I said that, I realized how dumb this sounded. So
in a Swiss
either
format.
way, let's
sounds
break it
about
down.
right.
Swiss format here. This is the 4th round. That means this is gonna be the last best of 1, unless I'm terribly wrong again. Which means after this, we're gonna be going to best of 3s, which means there should be less delays because we will have the 2 final teams on hand for the last round. So this is gonna
You
be.
jinxed it. We can't say anything
We're not.
more about
We can't say that. We can't say anything. We can't say no delays.
this.
It's okay. Client issues. We'll figure that one out. I do think it should be fine once we get down to the last 2 final teams. So stay tuned. Don't tune away. These teams are all undefeated. We're looking at the best teams left in the tournament: Jobless and Red Team. I'm gonna be aligned with you on that one as we get into picks and bans.
Yeah, I mean that was their decision. We didn't force them to do anything. They decided that they wanted to be this themselves. So guess what?
I could come up with worse names. So
Yeah, I
Well,
really
I
really
can't
want
help
to see that.
Yeah.
Kane once again going to be banned away. I mean, we saw Candy Kane's Kane get banned the last time, so it is interesting to see that Kane continues to be that first ban.
yeah, Kane is gonna be. I mean, when you literally have Kane in your name, I cannot blame you for banning that away. And finally, we see one of the strongest champion supports in the meta. Something that's kind of warped the meta around it as well. Heimerdinger getting banned away by Team Jobless here.
Yeah, removing that so we don't have to deal with the Heimerdinger on the bot side anymore.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, Lux and Maokai, 2 champions that we have been seeing in the past couple of games, being banned away by the red team. Almost seems like these are just strong picks in general.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit curious about the Lux ban. I mean, there's a possibility of Caitlyn Lux. We saw a mid Lux pop off as well. It's just not a super meta pick. But you know what is a meta pick in MYSG? It's gonna be that attack speed Varus. I hope not. I hope we see lethality. I think that's what Varus is best at right now, or like forever. So let's see if that plays out.
Instead, we're just going to get the Varus, whatever form of Varus it is. We're just going to have to live with it and take what we
Yeah.
get. Kaisa first pick here, so no more Lucian Nami shenanigans. So instead, we're going to have a pretty strong bot lane overall, I'd still say, right? The Kaisa Lulu, we saw that in the first game, was able to dominate. There we go. That's the vibe that we
No,
were
we didn't see a
for.
Kaisa Lulu. We saw a Varus Lulu into a Kaisa Trash.
Oh, you're right. It was
Yes.
Kaisa Thresh. Well, there we go. We take the best of both worlds, and now we have a Kaisa Lulu bot.
You know,
the
I
one
would
that
say
we
that
wanted to
that was the worst part of both worlds. I would say that the Kaisa and the Lulu were the weak parts of the respective lanes.
Now they become the
What
strong.
both worlds
Now they
going on?
become the strong parts, and they're gonna be a force to be reckoned with in the bot side.
Yeah, I
Varus
mean,
Renata is a very strong matchup though.
if you're going for Kai'Sa Lulu, why are you not just taking Zeri Lulu? Has have the Yumi nerfs gone live? I don't think so, right? So Zeri Yumi is another possibility as well. It's just, I think the better champs out there. I don't really think Kai'Sa is relevant in the current meta. But, well, let's see if that works out for the red team. Renata Glask being locked in is also something we haven't seen in a while here. And Silas, I think that champ is strong. Vi, like you mentioned, that champ is super strong. So other than that, bot lane picks, I have some question marks about. But the rest of the draft looks good so far.
Oh, finally Cassante, man. This is it's interesting that we've
Cassante!
waited this
We
long to
see
finally
him!
see it.
The most broken Baron laner and the most broken support. And it took us 3 games to get to these champions.
These are why they're the best teams. They're the teams that are
True.
most likely to play these champions, and so they have to be respected and banned away.
That is 100% true. I really are getting banned away. Garen being banned away. What does that mean? What does that tell us?
Means they're gonna play Riven top.
It's not even. Oh well, I mean, it is a bad matchup, but it's not the end of the world. Like Garen ban is just very curious. I'm quite curious to see what they lock in because of this.
They could, be playing Garen Yumi. Or was this the wrong game?
Garen and Darius being banned. Is this Wild Rift?
Is this Wild Rift? Garen Yumi?
Well, we have the Lulu. Yeah, so we're just sorting out the ban pick right now. Might have been a mispick or a misban from either one of these teams, but we'll see. We're gonna head into game pretty shortly as well, so we'll figure that one out once we get there.
Yeah, we're just going to take a look once that the teams are, or like the picks and bans are ready. We're just going to jump back into things. Otherwise, what do we have so far? I wanted to say something with the Renata because I was thinking with the Renata.
Varus Renata.
Yeah, but I was thinking more. I was thinking about the LoL. I really don't care
Oh
about
my
like the
God.
bot lane picks. Because very likely second season of the game, we're probably gonna see Renata. I mean, like now that Vander is gone, someone needs to replace her now.
I just assumed the muscle for what's his name? Vander? Is that his name? Vander?
Yeah,
Yeah, I just assumed that the enforcer was Renata. Is she not?
she is not. Like
Oh,
Renata is like the
okay.
Baroness of so like it's a different concept entirely. Like the muscle was like the muscle, right?
The Baroness of what?
It's like her title. I can't recall. I'm not like yeah.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like she's also like a mafia leader or something like that when I
Yeah,
read
which
her
is like no, she's
spells.
the whole like it would make sense that she would be the replacement in season
So
2
she takes
of
over Vander?
that's my guess.
Damn good, and I hecking love Arcane. Look, we have Vi from Arcane locked in as well.
Yeah, we have Vi from Arcane.
Yeah. Okay, picks and bans are getting sorted out yet again. It looks to me like everything is fine, just some technical issues we had to sort out, but it's gonna be the same BP. Unless I'm mistaken, we're gonna hop right back over to that one in a second again. So far, from the way the draft has played out, I do like Jobless's draft a little bit more, but nothing draft ending or nothing game making for me thus far. I do like the Silas pickup. I think overall the champion is just super strong, can be flexed. But other than that, we'll look to the 4-5 picks from both teams to really just sort out who's coming out on top of this one. There we go.
All right, get to take a look at this one, and we get to see what these two teams have in store for us in the second phase of pick and bans. It is okay.
Drum roll,
Continue.
please.
Yeah,
We're getting there. We're getting there.
We're getting there. We're
Yeah,
getting there.
I remember. Cassante, yeah, we saw this already. Cassante,
Yeah.
Garen, Darius, right? These were the bands here.
We
So
had one
right-
more in between. I believe, was like the
Irelia.
one different.
Really. So right now, I'm just thinking what both teams are looking for. On the blue team, you're looking for solo laners for sure. While on the red team, you can either take a Baron laner and mid or Baron laner and jungle. So far the bans do make a lot of sense here.
Okay, continuing true to what we saw last one. Oh, this time.
Oh, okay.
No
It's not a
Garen
Garen ban, it's a Yone ban. And that makes sense because you said what are they looking for? Solo lane bans here. What does this Yone ban mean though? Most likely it just means that the opponent team has a Yone main, but this could signal like you want to pick a Gnar 4 pick, something like that. Nope, we are going for a Mumu.
Back in the jungle.
See, I don't like this because what this does is this shows your flex. Your flex is gone. You know Silas
Yeah.
is mid, Amumu is jungle, and then a double AP. What does that mean? We can pick Cassidin. I do like the draft from Jobless so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this Amumu, even in general, right? Like beyond the mechanics of the picks and bans aside, just the fact that we've gone
Wow.
for the Amumu here is a little bit suspect to me.
Yeah.
It doesn't like your composition as is already is lacking a lot of disengage potential, right?
Yeah.
Like the fact that you're picking more to just jump into the fight seems a little tricky. So we'll have to see how they want to round off the rest of the composition.
Also, Grandin, if you want a tanky jungler that can engage and does magic damage, Sejuani and Zac are literally two of the best junglers in the game right now. So
Right.
that adds to the suspect factor of the Mumu. Fiora being locked in, you're not picking Garen into that, right? Are you? Are you?
You've picked
You are?
Garen into that matchup.
I'm sorry, I just feel like Fiora is gonna have the freest game of her life here.
Well, we'll find out very soon.
Well.
Jobless versus the red team as we jump into game and take a look at how this one is about to play out.
Alright, we are in game right now. This is, of course, two undefeated teams. I do want to point out Kaiser's name. I love that. Weak side Wally. You gotta pair up with a strong side Sally here, and I think this is gonna be a perfect team comp.
Strong side Sally, weak side Wally. What else? What else do we have?
That's about it. That's all I got.
Strong side, weak side. What would the jungle be? What would the mid lane be?
Mid lane. No,
Mid
there's
lane
nothing.
Menace?
There's nothing that really works as well. I think weak side Wally is really just the best one.
Yeah, fair enough. Weak side Wally, strong side Sally. Let's see how this one goes. No early game shenanigans this time around, I don't think.
We were nearly about to come, but of course,
Minions have spawned.
crazy at the time. It's clearly not gonna reach there, so he tried.
And even if it did, I'm not sure what I would have done for them. Ghost on the Fiora though, so this is a really interesting matchup. It's Ignite on Garen with Conqueror versus Ghost and Grass Fiora.
I do like what we're seeing on Fiora. I think this is just overall a good matchup. I think Ghost on Fiora is a turbo crack summoner spell, and I do like that more Baron laners have been taking Ghost. Ignite on Garen gives him some potential. If the Fiora does mess up, Garen can all in, Garen can get the out down, but it's so hard for Garen to win this matchup because your out is basically almost always going to get parried. Unless you do something amazing here. With Grass as well, Fiora has a very good laning phase. I do not really know why you would 5-pick Garen into Fiora. It just seems turbo doom.
Yeah, some awkward trades there. I mean, even with the Garen trying his best to find a favorable position, still ends up losing quite a bit of health. And actually, yeah, you see exactly why this matchup doesn't work the way you want it to. Early gank down to the bot side. They're looking for the catch.
What?
This time around, Cleanse useful as a level 1
Oh,
Baron. Walks
what?
away, kites away. Second Vantage Cross comes across, flashing out now. Response comes through from the Vine, not holding on to that charge.
I genuinely
Not
don't
there.
even think Ferris needed to flash there, but I mean, if you don't die, it's a big dub for you anyway. Amumu still sticking around. We're seeing some really interesting things going on for Red Team right now. They see the Amumu. Vi is gonna out-tempo him like crazy. With the Conqueror, Vi is gonna dumpster him.
No! Please
What is
tell me
going on
it ain't
here?
so! Cookie and cream! Down
He
in the
could
bottom
dive
side!
this.
This
It's
is-
not impossible that they could dive this.
Oh no, not the way that I've just seen it play, Leonard. I have no faith.
Honestly,
have
I
no
think if
faith.
you're going for this play, just commit to it. You've already completely butchered your whole lane state. The
Oh,
only thing
gosh.
that brings it back is a dive.
Oh, no.
Vi is covering.
Spotted out by the back, diving into the bottom side. That should be that first kill. Luca going down pretty low. First
Oh,
flush goes over
wow.
to the Lulu, but the response comes in. Teleport
They did
over to the Tara. They find a second. Cookie and Cream gonna go down, but she's online and playing the game now. Chasing after weak side Wally. Look at what you've done to the weak
Oh
side.
my
Repost,
God.
a kill. 3 for 3 in the bot side, but look at the damage dealt.
It was good. If not for the TP difference, this would have been a dub for the red team. Unironically. And I think if they're going for the dive there, keep in mind, Garen's silence breaks teleport. So if you're aware that you're going for the dive there, you need to be calling the fact that Fiora can TP and you need to make sure that Fiora does not TP. That's
What
the
is-
only thing that happens here, and you win that play.
We're lane swapping at 3
lane
minutes,
swapping.
40 seconds.
I think this is only a temporary one, so we can get the wave crashes in on the blue team. It's not a big dub, but it's not a loss either. It's a small tempo lead here for them. Level 5 on Fiora with 2 kills, red buff. He's gonna go back base, go back into the Garen lane, and he's gonna have the time of his life.
Not the worst thing in the world. I was expecting things to go much worse for the red team.
Yeah.
unfortunately for them, they were actually able to play this one quite well, but 2 kills.
Honestly, they played it really well. Yeah,
I'm not
honestly,
sure how
they
much
made it happen.
value that is for 2 kills on Lulu.
Not particularly a lot of value, yeah, for sure. I mean, if it really just comes down to the Fiora TP. If it was communicated that Garen needed to stop the Fiora TP because we are going for a dive, Fiora's crashed the wave and can't TP, that turns things around. I think that makes it a 3 for 2, and that's a big W for it.
Aluka seems like a very familiar name. I've definitely seen
I
Aluka
do
around.
believe our admin says that Aluka is Blaze.
There we
who
go.
has
That's
played
the
in the PCS, I believe. And honestly, I think he's a good player. He's a really good player. He's a good marksman, so yeah. And of course, he is going for the attack speed barriers here. Not gonna be lethality poke.
Whoa, I mean,
nothing.
he has 2 long shots. What part about this looks like attack speed to you, Leonard?
He has lethal tempo.
Oh, fair enough. You're right. I'm mistaken. You know what? That's on me.
I mean, overall, I am just a fan of the Poke Ferris build, but I think given the game state right now, you really just can just run away with it here. Of course, this Kassadin matchup as well is super Kassadin favored, especially once he gets some more levels. He can just dumpster the Silas. It's a great matchup. Amumu has little to no threat to him, so things are for sure looking super good for Jobless.
Wow, looking towards the top side, so difficult to play from the Garen side. Like, even your combo does so little damage, and then the Gretchen and Dying just gives you so much more health back.
I think a lot of the players do have some misunderstandings about, solo ball in the mid lane.
Okay, yeah.
Slash is burned for broken, but big dub here. Like I was saying, I think some of the players have some core misunderstandings about Baron lane matchups and Dragon lane matchups, as Vi is gonna go in.
Level 4 to 5, it is slightly favorable to the Vi, but it's difficult to try and follow up on.
Wait, they can just go in here.
Forward, gets the initial stun up, looking for this, returns back even with the bandage toss.
Yeah.
So much damage comes across. Aluka with the kill pickup, a second kill onto the weak side Wally, one more auto attack. The burn not quite enough just yet. Instead, the double kill comes in the form of the Lulu. And finally, the hail of arrows for the triple.
It just seems to me right now, the team Jobless on blue side have managed to get triple counter picks in all 3 lanes. And I wouldn't say Vi is a counter pick to Amumu, just that Amumu doesn't do anything. So if that's what it takes to make a counter pick, blue team really have just got it all. Team Jobless have just got it all.
I think that's our answer.
Yeah.
See. This seems dubious. I'm not sure Cookies and Creamies is allowed to play like this.
We did just see the Vi bot. He has a bit of a timer here, but nope, not anymore.
Okay. Tries to dash in. Guys on the turret. I'm not sure why he wanted to do that.
Disconnected.
You know what? Couple of item pickups on the red team at the very least.
Yeah,
so
just
you know.
change that topic real quick.
Yeah. Couple of item pickups. Does seem like weak side Wally is going to be a little bit behind against Luca, but no worries. We're still in it.
You know how Grandin we were saying that games are ending faster and faster and getting more and more one-sided as we go along? It looks to me like this might be the most brutal setup.
We just had a 19-minute 40-second game. I'm not sure we can have a more brutal game than that.
Well, let's see. I think we could.
And this was some of the
genuinely think we
tournament favorites here.
could. I do think Jobless are the tournament favorites just based off the roster alone. Blaze and Delia, who I believe played for
Oh man,
in the PCS
that's
as well.
painful. That's
That is
so
very
rough.
painful. Yeah, that is very painful.
And it's Arashi as well. I'm just realizing this now.
Yes,
Proper. Right, saw the name, didn't associate it, but Arashi's in here as well. It's just such a difficult one to play from. It's
Killing spree.
not a kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Sheep and Broken are definitely no slouches either. Very strong solo laners with very good matchups as well. Yeah,
If
this
we can
does
find a response here.
nothing.
Beautiful. Riposte a little bit too late.
I was wrong
Full crowd
there.
control already out.
Yeah, he knew that Amumu was there and he was playing to bait. It was just a little bit slow in the repulse there. The idea was there, it just didn't pan out. But luck though, and that's a much needed kill heading over to the red team. But then I asked you, Brandon, what does this really do for you?
Well, if they manage to pick up a second kill on Broken, it might do something for them. Dream gonna flash forward, gonna use the cast in one more auto type will get the job done. Finds for the Kingslayer, and that is a shutdown going the way of Cookies and Cream.
600 gold shutdown as well. That's a massive, much needed kill for Cookie and Cream here. I was saying Garen doesn't really need the kills. It's not gonna help you win the game. It's not gonna be a win con for you. But Silas getting that kill is Nice. Though the Immortal Shoe Bolt coming in for the Varus with the Renata ability to keep you away from her carry, with Vi just point and click outing you, I think Silas is gonna have a very hard time here. It just seems to me like from draft to gameplay, Team Jobless do just look really, really good.
Does seem that way, and it's the tempo continues to go in their favor despite those 2 kills going the way of the red team. Retailed also likely to be picked up here by Arashi, and then that's just a little bit more tempo their way.
Yeah, I think if you rotate the Varus, or you don't even need to rotate the Varus, there's only 2 plates left on mid lane and bot lane turret. Wherever you drop the Herald, turret's gonna drop. You just have full game state control right now. You leave the Fiora to her own devices. It's a massive dub. Garen cannot do anything. As you can see on your screen, he can't approach the wave. We saw a Clad pick into a Jax, now we're seeing a Garen pick into a Fiora. It's just a little rough. Kassadin has Roa now as well.
Oh, I think that's the fastest roll we've seen all day.
Well, we've seen a very slow one because I think we've only seen 2 Roas, and the other one was
Rollers
very
in
slow.
2 separate games. The
Yeah.
one was the Cassiopeia, which was behind.
Yeah.
The other one was also on the Kassadin, but was the
Oh
Kassadin?
yeah.
Was
We
that
saw
a
another
losing
Kassadin.
game?
Yeah, you're right. Was it what?
Was it a losing game? Well, there we go.
I believe
Cream is
it
going to
was.
respond with the assault and battery of his own as well. Unfortunately for him, there's just not that much he can do. Broken picks up powered aggro, and so that means they get a kill.
Wow.
Corruption lands on the weak side Wally and transfers over to Kawaii. Oh, it's Kawaii.
Oh, I just figured it out too.
Fair enough. Yeah, you have to sound it out sometimes. You read it,
Why?
and you never know, and you just have to sound it out.
Well,
Let
start off
this
now.
discover
Let it
the
now.
English language. Phonetics, sounding it out, discover speaking for the first time.
And we get bot lane tier 1, mid lane tier 1, 2 kills, a Herald crash onto top and onto mid lane tier 2. Fiora's gonna take a bunch of plates now, and the only thing the red team can trade back on is Garen takes the Scuttle Crab. That basically just tells you the entire game state right now. It is so one-sided for Team Jobless. They are doing a fantastic job. Is there a way back in the game here for the red team?
If you're asking me
No, there
this,
isn't.
if you're asking me this, right, it's been thunderstorming, so what's gonna happen, right? It's this,
Lightning cuts out.
The lightning, yeah.
Yes.
Cuts out the power, the internet connection. All the
Uh-huh.
players are gonna be on the same ISP,
Okay.
just island-wide disconnection.
And then you keep in mind that we are in Singapore and that doesn't really happen. First world problems here for the red team.
Unfortunate. I mean, yeah, there
Oh, there are
some
some Malaysians, that is true. But still,
Right.
good internet nonetheless. That's all I'll say about the match.
Like, actually, like, unironically, so
Wait, can't you all in?
diving into the top side, they managed to use the Fiora ultimate on Cookies and Cream side, but now they're starting to run away. There's 3 of them there. The Varus is coming in for the back.
Oh, no.
Very obviously, I mean, you have the Renata coming with the ultimate. It's a
That is
easy
so
double
nice.
pickup.
Luca and Philia have been so solid this game, flashing the emotes. You know what? You deserve it. I'll let you have that one. You guys have been playing so well. And Team Jobless, it's just running away with it. It is. So
The last one. No. Too late.
I think Renata's AA range is too short.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
too
sure,
short.
though. I might be wrong.
Pretty sure it is really short.
Yeah.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
You know, having like recently gone around like
Yeah,
some
then, hold on real quick. It's 12 minutes and they're knocking on the tier 3s in the room.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I just want to go into story time now.
Story time, let's go. Story time with Gaminism. What are we listening to today?
No, I just wanted to say, right, like talking about like internet connection. Unironically, Malaysian internet is actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's
Like
not bad.
having gone around like Southeast Asia recently,
Yeah.
like it's not that they have the best internet, but it's just easier to find like decent internet in Malaysia. Like you can go to most apartments and they just have like pretty good internet. Like
Well-
100 Mbps, I would say is decent.
Does it also factor in like which part of the country you're in? I think that would play into it, right? Like, you were probably in Kuala Lumpur, right?
I was in Central City for like I was in Jakarta,
Uh-huh.
I was in Hanoi, and I was in Kuala Lumpur, and I was in Bangkok recently. So
Alright,
like,
man. Good dude.
all-
It's like for me.
so all like, but so like all of them pretty major cities except Hanoi. Hanoi is not like their capital, right? But like apart from that, that's like the internet connection was probably the
Hanoi is the
best.
cultural capital.
Yeah.
Killing
So like you know decent connections, but like
It's a
Malaysia
mess
is-
though on the screen right now. But
No,
yeah, go ahead.
That happened, You know,
That
there's nothing I can do about that.
A complete massacre. Go on.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh no! Wait, he missed the dash.
We might actually get away here. That's the craziest part about
No,
it.
there's no way. There's no way. Does he actually get the
Yeah,
turret
nope,
in time
nope,
to execute?
he's gone,
No.
he's
Team's turret
No,
has
no,
been
no.
Yeah, he's
destroyed.
gone. He's...
Wait,
Wait, he's not.
Arashi?
Executed.
Weak side Wally. Weak side
Okay.
Wally gets it. That's all I wanted from this game.
Well done, weak side Wally.
I'm a big fan of weak side Wally. Should I go name change to strong side Sally?
But you know that's not true, right? Jungler never plays for you.
Yeah, that is facts.
Especially when we're playing
I'm never the
together.
strong side, even when the jungle plays for me. So
I'm always begging for jungler help.
yeah, even when the jungle plays for me, I'm still weak side. So there's not really a difference here.
So you just gotta come up with like a alteration, like a slight alteration.
Shit side Sally.
No, it's weak side. Weak side is too iconic. Weak side Walter.
Ooh, Strikebreaker, Berserker Grease Power Spike coming in from the Garen here as he one-shots that wave. Never stood a chance.
those
Instant Rage Blade.
those non-player creeps never stood a chance.
Just got disseminated here.
Man versus machine. Obviously, who wins?
And keep in mind how this whole game started, right? Serenox kind of ditched the jungling, farming after 2 camps, and went bot lane, cheesed the gang. They went for a 4-man dive with your mid laner at level 2. I would say even kind of might have worked if... Well,
Oh my goodness, sidesteps so well there. Now, flashing forward, brings him back into auto attack range. That's why you play auto attack Varus. The blades drop over top. Lethal Tempo stacked up.
Oh my
and
God.
ready. Arashi flash spot for the assault. With the Vault Breaker, lands it onto Kawaii, and that seems to be it. A couple more inhibitors to go down, and game should be ending pretty soon, I think.
I don't even think this game will end faster because it looks like they're just having too much fun. But I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong because this is not very PG right now. Oh.
Wave stacked up bot side as well.
How you doing, Brandon?
So generally,
How's your day?
Yeah, not too bad. I get to wake up, watch some League of Legends. It's been a little while. I was saying, like, I've been watching a ton of Rush, right? Like, every
Does
day.
Rush
Like,
still stream?
he does. And it was so great because I think it was yesterday. He was streaming like yesterday, and he went like 0-6, and it was the funniest thing. And he just ended the stream.
It's always funny when a streamer is molding. Speaking of 0-6, Serenox is not having the best game right now. Neither is the rest of the team. Does Vi build that item? What do Vi's normally go for? Well, I guess it doesn't matter.
I think Radiant Virtue is the correct item. I'm
What
not
is
sure
it
about
like?
the.
Iceborne Gauntlet or something? I have no clue on that one.
I think Radiant Virtue is just like a super OP item right now in general.
I think in roleplay, most of the time, the Vi just gets the camp punk and the game is end. One way or the other.
Fair enough. Are we gonna get another dancing Shelly?
Oh, you're right. I think we might here. Bot lane inhib is already broken, so let me just run it down any lane at this point, I think. Macro is no longer...
Oh no! Oh no!
no.
This is not right. You can't be doing this. Not the weak side, Wally.
no. Arashi coming in here as well. Nowhere to run. Vault Breaker.
Sadly, that is another one fallen.
You know, I do really like the Cassidin skin. When he outs, I think when he has stacks of his out on him, there's bats flying around. So that is
Wait, they've used this so early. How is the Rift Tower going to get its charges off?
I think
It's
they
like
will.
no
I think
HP.
they could.
No, it won't get the charges off, but will it survive?
Dancing Shelly. He made it happen, okay?
1810, the fastest one yet.
1810 thanks to a FF. I think even without the FF, it probably does not go past 19 minutes. Team Jobless.
They were on the
told they're
victory
favorites
march,
for this. Yeah, we're told they're the favorites for this, and from what we've seen, I definitely agree. Just with the player roster as well.
Yeah, looking at their performance this past game, it just really does feel that way. And yeah, excited to see how they're going to perform up in the finals, right? There's only a little bit left. Finals, don't be one-sided, please. Yeah, we're all hoping for a strong finals game, but
Yeah.
we'll have to see
Do we
how
know what the
Jobless
finals
goes
matchup
with
is going to be right now? Are we aware of that already? Team
Jobless
Jobless versus Dust. It sounds like it should be
We're
interesting.
back to Team Dust.
Yeah, we saw them earlier today. They had a pretty good performance as well. Individually looked very strong. And were they the 1920 game?
I think they were 1940,
1950, right? Something like that.
58 or something like
Right.
that. Like we've been progressively getting faster games with every single one, which is interesting.
Well, we've seen a lot of dominant games from a lot of dominant teams, but going to the finals, it's going to be the two most dominant teams we've seen today. It's going to be Jobless against us. A lot of familiar names from people who've been kind of following the Malaysia Singapore scene for a while now. So it should be an exciting one. We know the games. It's going to be the next game as well, by the way. I see that as a question here. So let's see how that one plays out, Brendan. I'm pumped. I have to give a slight edge to Jobless, but I don't think it's going to be one-sided at all.
Yeah, a little bit more to go, but we'll look to
Actually.
see how this one plays out with Dust and Jobless. We're going for a quick little break, and when we come back, going to have a pretty stacked matchup. See you guys in a little bit.
See ya.
Welcome back, guys, to the Virtual Space Open SGMY League of Legends tournament as we move into our finals in our Swiss format. Between our top two teams, we have Jobless and Team Dust. This broadcast has been brought to you guys by our wonderful friends over at here. Let me. Then am I gonna do this again or?
Yeah, go for it. Go for your best radio voice here, Grandin. You might.
Well,
as
I already did my best radio voice
What do you
once. I don't know. Maybe I need to try like a different tone to it. Last time was
Do
too like
go for it.
was okay. Let me think. What's a good one? Give me like some
Do you need inspiration or what?
yeah, like fine or serious. Like what kind of
Do
voice
your
do I
best
use?
wildlife nature documentary voice on this shout out.
All right. Check out our sponsors. Systemized PC.
Why are you putting on an Aussie accent?
No,
You don't have to do Steve Owen for this.
It's the perfect one. No, Steve Owen is perfect for this. Crikey, they're a local Singaporean company with a strong track record in building custom PCs. They partner with Virtual Space to bring their enterprise directly to members. You can contact them for anything PC related, or if you just need some help with hardware, via the link in the description box.
You can't see it because it's so dark here, but my face is red for you. I've done some pretty cringe things on broadcast, Grandin, but an accent. Okay, well, with
It's
that
not an
aside,
accent, it's Steve Owen, and that by in and by itself deserves respect.
RIP, pour one out for your boy. Well, with that in mind, we are going into the final set of matches. It is going to be a best of 3. Both of these two teams, Jobless going up against Dust, were previously, prior to this, undefeated. This is a 4-0 record. They're going to play a best of 3. The winner is going to hit 6 wins total, and they're going to come away the grand champion the whole day. $1,000 prize pool. They're going to take the lion's share of that one. Looks
$400.
Yeah, $400. Buckery Deuce look to be pretty exciting to me. A bunch of RP for some very exciting new skins as well. And it looks to me like we're right into game here, Brendan.
Make my day. Tell me you've been to the Steve Owen nature reserve while you were in Australia.
No, I've stayed in Melbourne for a while, but it's very far out of the city. And you know my thoughts on leaving the city, Brendan.
That's true. Fair enough. You don't even
Yeah.
drive by yourself, so.
Yeah, it's very far out of the city.
What is happening here? 5 members on both sides. We are
Like
about to see
ships
a
in the
bloodbath.
night, Brendan.
Is this
Enjoy
really
the
turning out to be a
yakety
bloodbath? Both teams have entirely evaded one another.
I love this. Both teams going for something aggressive, believing we have the ability to do something level 1. Missing pings coming in as well. They sense something is going on because there shouldn't be no one here on that. If recalls come, I hate this. It's really ships in the night. Be patient. Just wait.
You have like another 50 seconds.
Where could they go? Where could they be? Where could they
Wait,
be?
they've stayed. 3 of them have stayed. This is
Oh no, they're
disaster.
splitting up as well. They're
This
gonna
is
get Alice.
terrible.
They're gonna get Victor Splash. You see,
They have
and the
no
reason
idea
the
that
back.
he's alone, right? Flash
Yes,
away, okay.
exactly. They had no idea he's alone, so they didn't really dare to commit, but they still got the flash at the end of the day here. Oh my god, this is the kind of starting you love to see. It's already a close game after all the storms we've seen. Finally, it looks like 2 teams. Same idea here.
Unfortunately so, eh?
Eh?
Unfortunately so. The way they just played that one out was
Please, I'm back in Singapore. Let me.
I'm hoping for some good action.
Well, look at the draft right now. Let's look at the lineups. We have Camille versus Yon. Wait, we have another. Oh well, it's new generation again. Played Lux last time around. I don't think it's a bad matchup into Victor. You can kind of outrange him a little bit, so I see what's going on here. I guess it's his go-to counter pick against control mages, and it's not a bad one, I would say. It's gonna be pretty interesting. I would overall favor the draft of blue team right now. I think I like what they have, but we're finally starting to see some interesting support picks come out. This is what I want to see in the meta. This is what the meta looks like. Jin sub coming in from Squirrel here. What are your thoughts?
What are my thoughts? I mean, I'm a big fan of Jin in general, right? I just think it's a very fun champion. I think that the utility you get out of it, especially when you have enough CC from the rest of your team already, just seems to work really well, right? And then obviously you have the whole nature of being so oppressive in lane. I mean, there's a reason why it's strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, people like it as a counter pick into double range matchups, into the Heimerdinger matchup, but they're just using it right now to get control. Good lane state. The melee Nautilus and the short range Kai'Sa. You do have cleanse on Kai'Sa this time around. I think that one is super important in here, so I like that from Sky02.
So I want to put things into perspective here, though.
What's up?
ADC is so weak that it's now being played as a support.
Brandon, that's not true. ADC is so strong that you have 2 ADCs in the bot lane.
No, it's so weak that you need 2 just to feel like 1. That's exactly what's happening now.
Go on, explain to me why ADC is weak, Brandon.
Yeah, you know, because I personally, anecdotally, feel like it's really unfun.
Because you
Therefore,
play ADC, right?
Exactly. So because I personally say so, therefore it is true.
Well, I'll give you that one, I guess.
Right, logic checks out, right?
I think this is a problem with you. Maybe it's a skill issue here because you are an ADC player.
Skill issue.
Seems to me like it might just be a skill issue here.
I'm playing off a cardboard box on the floor right now, right? I don't want to hear nothing about
No wonder you play TFT every day. Flash comes
Alright.
in.
Yeah, get the mid lane. First blood goes the way of new generation. No way for a second. Candy King's going to have to just catch the wave here. But a nice start coming through for the red team.
Victor
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Flashing forward, nearly 1 auto attack away.
Oh.
Finds it with the Q in the end. Hard EC,
Well.
not able to continue and pressure on for a return there as well.
I don't think you should have gotten the trade kill there, but it worked out in the end. Yep. That works out. Go on,
I'll tell you
Greg.
what though, that is why I play TFT every day.
My side. Wrong side.
We're just going to keep watching this for now. I think this is not Jobless. Which team is this? Team Kekkles here instead right now. Got some... Alright.
Okay, so we are gonna switch to the right finals game. This isn't it yet, but these two teams are still with a winning record, and I think it's a nice little sneak preview. We're not gonna watch this whole game because we've got the real champion game coming up.
So it
just a
wasn't...
little bit of a
So it's
technical
not...
stuff. No,
it's not
Jobless.
Dust. It's not Dust against
It
Jobless.
is Dust, but it's not Jobless.
Oh.
That means, spoiler alert, because we're not going to watch the full game anyway, because that means that if Dust's team makes it into the grand finals, they must have won this matchup. So, red team should have won.
Oh.
Right? That makes sense, right?
Oh. You're speaking some true words right now.
I always speak facts, granted.
Right, let's move into that one.
I've been watching Glass
have that
Onion,
ready?
so I've been watching Knives Out, so I have my deductive skills.
What's that?
You haven't watched it? It's like the big thing now. It's like #1 on Netflix. It's the Daniel Craig spy movie, detective movie.
Daniel
You can see
Craig.
that. It's like all over Netflix.
Netflix. I haven't opened it in like...
Netflix is the only app that I would open to browse. Like other apps like Disney Plus, I would only open if I already know what I want to watch on the website because their app is so terrible. Let me just use this platform. This is my soapbox right now. Their app is so trash. Netflix is the only streaming service that has a human app.
The last show I watched on Netflix was Edge Runner.
Oh, I
And-
had to pick one.
Even
that's
that one I
good.
watched like way late.
Right. Okay, so we are going to intermission right now. So tell me more about Edge Runners as we swap to the right.
Alright, welcome back, guys. In case you guys got baited in that last one, don't worry, we all did it for a little bit. But we're going to go into
I
the
did.
proper finals this time around with
Sharp like a
Jobless
hawk.
and Dust. What?
Sharp like a hawk. I spotted it.
All right, very well done there, Let It.
you.
We're going to be jumping into our game proper pretty soon here. So thanks for waiting for us, guys. We're going to go into picks and pans and take a look at how things are playing out and gonna play and pan out for the final match of the day.
Yeah, it's gonna be the real Jobless against Team Dust. It's gonna be an interesting one because both of these teams understand the meta, have good players with experience who've been around for a while, have some pro experience, or have some high elo solo queue experience. A little bit of a spoiler into the draft right now, if you guys saw that one. I think I saw a Sejuani in there, maybe a Lucian as well. So I'm hopeful. Let's see if the Lucian pick works out for these teams.
Anivia going to get banned first. So a lot of Anivia being removed from this series. We haven't seen the Anivia being played, but definitely been banned a lot. Kasante makes sense. You know, this is the thing that I was expecting the most, to be honest. Heimerdinger again going to be removed most likely.
Heimerdinger will likely get banned. We saw that get banned in the last matchup as well, because as we go up in the ranks, teams understand better how to use these champions that are strong in the meta. Kasante, Heimerdinger, champions that we've talked about, finally getting banned in the first phase here. Lucian gets banned away as well, not picked. So that's fine too. I think Jobless has one of the best, if not the best, bot lane in the tournament. So I think it's a very good call to ban away the Lucian. They might be one of the teams that can actually use it.
Yeah, interestingly enough, your Zeri still hasn't been picked yet, so we're going to see if that's actually going to come to fruition this game, or we're still going to be waiting for that to appear in this series. Otherwise, Ryan's being banned away, now Maokai being banned away. We saw Vi come into play, and I thought that looked really good, so hopefully get to see more of that.
I'm also pretty sure Arashi is probably one of the best junglers in the tournament, so anything he picks up will be good here. Also, keep in mind he played against a Moon that went again bot lane at level 2, so immediately a tempo lead gonna happen from that one. Caitlyn first pick, immediately they issue a challenge. We're gonna play towards bot side. Bot lane's the name of the game. Varus has been a good counter pick into Caitlyn, counter pick, but Varus Karma getting picked up right away. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good choice here, but you would need to play Lethality Varus, and Caitlyn, I think, yeah, Caitlyn Lux, okay, that's fine. Pretty exciting stuff. We're going to see a lot of bot side focus from both of these teams here.
Sejuani doing well for them here as well, so should be pretty good. Casting coming up, giving them some scaling options on the side of Dust. We also did see the casting come in as a response to the Silas.
Yeah, that's a very early Kassadin pick. We've seen a couple of times today the Kassadin get picked up, but most of the times it's in response to a double AP mid jungle. This time around, just blind picking Kassadin, banning away AD mids, thus issuing a challenge saying Kassadin's going to win us the game.
Wukong being removed here as well. Talon getting removed. A lot of AD type mid laners.
Yeah, I really like this. I believe Broken plays a lot of Kiana, if I'm not wrong, if I'm not misremembering that. So banning the Kiana talent, getting the Kassadin, it's a great start for them. Lucian's banned away. You can't use that counter pick.
Oh,
that's going to be the answer here.
Picked up. Struggle being picked up here, could go into the jungle, could go into the top side like this. You know, there is still quite a bit of flexibility there, and so that's going to mean Jobless have to decide what kind of matchups they want to play for first. Renekton and Yone still pretty safe options overall, so it's not like they're taking like a loss with this one.
Yes.
There we go, Akali coming through now.
I really like the draft coming in. Let me break this one down a little bit. As we go into game first, right? Let's swap to the game screen and let's talk about that there, because then we can see all the matchups individually line up.
Yeah, from there we'll be able to take a look at these two teams in play. Seeing how things are going so far, Jobless are on a pretty good hot streak. I mean, both teams are on a good win, but Jobless
teams undefeated, Brandon.
Yeah, both teams are undefeated, but I mean, Jobless have been destroying some of their competition going into this one. So, does definitely have their work cut out for them, and they're looking to see if they can turn this one around.
I think we're seeing a role swap coming in from Squirrel and XCan as well. They're saying time to put on the big boy pants. Let's play what we really setting out to play. Let's play what we prepared, I guess. This is, I believe XCan used to play AD as well, but so did Squirrel. So I guess they're just taking turns to play support here.
Oh no! Oh no! You might see the flash game burnt, or
yeah, you don't really have a level 1
crowd control
spell. Yeah,
I guess
might be able to use slow from Sejuani, but that's
exactly right. That's the only thing. The W.
Okay, let's break this one down here, right? You're immediately issuing a challenge on the blue side by picking Caitlyn Lux. You're saying we want to play the bot side. You pick up Sejuani to enable that, and because of that, your top side's probably going to be your weak side, right? You want to pick a Renekton. That's easy. You don't really have to care too much about him. He kind of does his own thing. With the Renekton, your Sejuani's buffed up. That's a good combo. Yone is a good combo. You get to stack for the Sejuani so easily, so well. You have double AD soul laners as well to play around the Sejuani. It's nice. It's good stuff coming in from the blue team. But red team, I really like what they have as well. Varus is a good answer into the Caitlyn, especially now that you're finally playing Vitality. Varus, Trundle, the age-old answer to Sejuani. You out him with his passive up, you immediately get like 500 armor, and you've got the counter pick up Akali into the Renekton as well. You can't stun you get to take Ignite. It's just a decent laning matchup. Overall, really good ideas coming in from both teams. I can definitely tell you this is why both teams are the finalists. Both teams are undefeated. They know how to draft. They understand how they want to play out the game. Good stuff.
Yeah, and as always, it comes down to the execution. So we need to see how they play this one out. A little bit of action down to the bot side, which is what we're hoping to see from both teams, right? You have the Lux and the Karma, gives them a lot of damage, so a lot of action there potentially, as well as the fact that you have Caitlyn versus Varus, right? Both pretty oppressive marksmen. I think Caitlyn's still definitely on the better end of things, but we'll have to see if they're able to keep that one going.
Yeah, Caitlyn's definitely very strong right now. I just can't help but wonder.
Forward, Ignite, looking to take the
Wow.
First blood goes the way of Jobless so quickly in the first game of the finals.
Yeah, a couple things to keep in mind about this matchup as well. Push advantage is the name of the game. If you're playing these double ranged comps that really want to jostle for push, getting the push is the most important thing because you get to do that. You get level 2 first, you get to pressure them under tower, you get to poke them out. Which is kind of why I was wondering, is Karma really the best pick here? I'm thinking Ashe might have been a better pick. Go for double Comet or double Hail Blades. You really just get to pressure this lane so much more. You go Varus Ashe, I think is the play here. Especially since Xcan used to play AD as well, if I'm not wrong. So he should be familiar with playing Ashe. Karma, I do not think was the answer. That's why I said I like the Varus, but Karma, meh, so-so.
I mean, a lot of skilling, and it gives them a lot of ability to try and like keep on their targets, right? So I could see why they might want to go for something like that. Of course, like you mentioned, the utility from Ashe kind of provides a similar function anyway, just kind of opposite, right? So you get the slow from Ashe versus the speed boost from Karma. I think they were hoping that speed boost would be more effective, but then you just end up losing a little bit of lane priority, and now we have some problems here that we need to deal with.
That's the thing, right? Bot lane has really just devolved into an arms race in a lot of these games, in a lot of these matchups. I pick a range carry and a range support, you pick a longer range support, and then we just arms race, and who has the longest range supports here? I think one of the most brutal examples of this that we've seen has been Varus Ashe. I think you really want to just double down on what counts as Caitlyn. Both of those champions kind of counter Caitlyn because you outrange her. And I feel like that should have been the option here. But you're right? Like when we go into the mid game, Karma is going to give us a lot, but that's not to say the Ashe support doesn't have a lot of utility with the Hawk Shot, the slows, and the out as well. You kind of force Caitlyn to take cleanse as well if you do so, I think.
I want to put a little bit of attention on the Heart EC right now because he's gone all the way around. They have to control what, so they know there's no vision available to their side, and so they know for a fact that Aluka down the bot side isn't aware that the Trundle's behind them, and so if they want to set up for the dive, they want to set up for the gank, it could very well be possible here right after they have a short intermission to pick up some cards.
That's what we were looking for.
Top side looking like a kill. Ignite is going to be enough, but Bagos still goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade, no flash. So Sejuani does have to go up to the top side to make that one happen though.
Yeah, Akali has a decent matchup into the Renekton. Let's look at his bot lane first though. No flash and Lux.
No flash just yet. They do manage to get the killer down, and no flash, remember, used earlier there. So going to take down the Lux. Looking for a couple more autos. Hoping for a lucky kill if they make a misplay, but that isn't going to happen.
Yeah, I think you have to be a little bit more careful here when Sejuani shows on top side. You kind of know that they would want to go for a play on your flashless Lux, but a little bit too far up there. Philia trying to pressure the lane and get punished for it. The main thing though, I think the top side play, Sheep needed to slice and dice away. He tried to get the burst down while Akali was stunned, wasn't able to do so, but I think he should have recognized Sejuani would get the kill regardless. Let me just get out of here. Don't risk giving up this kill. I think the Bargus is going to be happy with that trade, 2-for-1, and his team gets a kill in bot lane. That's a good trade back. But still, a small, not negligible, but small gold lead for the blue team.
Yeah, something for them to work with, especially since it is on some pretty decent targets, I would say. I mean, the Lux is going to pick up a lot of damage, especially the way that we've seen Lux players play it so far. So it's not like a traditional support where they might pick up a little bit more utility. This one directly contributes to the damage that you're going to have in lane, and those could be more kills coming up.
Brandon, what's a traditional support at this point? We've seen a Zero support in the LCS. We just a Callista Umbro Glaive support in the LCK. At this point, buying damage is, that is the best form of crowd control, Brandon.
Yeah, like that's standard play at this point, right? And a standard support. Remember back in the days when you'd see Zyra Misfortune support and you'd be like, wow, that's such a crazy matchup. I can't believe we have this. And then now it's like, yeah, you're not playing Callista Umbro Glaive. I mean, are you kidding me? What are you doing?
But in a way, I think that the Zyra, I actually really love that you brought up that example, because I think that is the same point here. It's an arms race. They picked up, I think it was what, Cool Tigers? I'm not sure if they were GE Tigers, whatever. They picked up the MF support as a counterpick to the Zyra support. If you're playing a ranged bully, we're gonna counter you with ranged bully that has even longer range. And that's exactly what we're seeing in the bottom meta now as well.
And with one that has probably the mechanic of it directly as well. Broken's actually going to try and turn this one around, jump back to his ultimate quickly. Arash is going to be there, should be able to find the stun. One more attack onto New Generation for a kill, has to flash forward for that one. And that means back in the range of Heart EC, the chomp comes down as a trade 2 for 1.
2 for 1, and a Kassadin getting a solo bolo effectively. I think he did good on the trades to really set up for that gank. Not a true solo bolo, but he did a good job to really just get the ball rolling there. And then once he does get the ball rolling, we know what he can do. I don't think Caitlyn threatens him. I don't think Lux threatens him. He does need to be kind of careful about Renekton Sejuani. But, if the game really does scale up, I don't really think they have a side lane answer to this Kassadin. Unless Yone gets really fat as well.
Yeah. Based on how things are going right now, doesn't seem like it's going to be that straightforward. I'm not sure if Yone's just going to be able to magically pick up a couple hundred extra gold. Not many opportunities to find something. They do look for something in the top side, but Buckles just going to dash away, and then Shuriken Flip very quickly covers half. No, that's a full screen. I'm pretty sure they just covered a full screen distance in like 0.5 seconds.
R2 and E covers the full screen distance. You don't really need flash sometimes if you can do that as Akali. I think that's okay. You relieve some pressure from the Renekton lane. You let him crash the wave. You set up the Rift Herald while Kassadin is kind of weak to fight you. Overall, pretty good player. I think you got what you wanted out of that series of events here.
Moving back into the mid lane, they're going to clear out the wave as they were spending some time to pick up that Rift Herald, leaving some places unattended.
Yeah.
Rotations coming through. Xcan and Heart EC looking like they want to move towards this top side, but I'm not sure if there's anything of value to be found there.
Yeah, I don't really like the timing of this. I feel like both supports don't really need to rotate for this. Herald is not the priority. Getting bot lane control is the priority. I say that, but getting the Herald means they're probably going to get this turret here.
Probably just nuke Bagus.
I think they just one-shot him. Renekton Sejuani chain CC. With
but like,
6.
Pickaxe 2 longsword doesn't do that much damage.
If you have empowered W, I think you could.
Oh, I guess
full health, right?
Right. I mean, I guess he went like Dawn's. Like he has he
has a lot of swords, Brandon. Yeah, he does have a lot of swords.
No, I mean like on Bagus's side, right? It's like he has D-shield, but doesn't have any like straight armor, right? So it's just a. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
No, Rift Herald still not used though. They didn't actually want to use that for that
that's fine. I think you really just wanted to break the mid lane down. That's okay too. I mean, I think you could have used it top. It would leave the turret probably on one plate, but there's no rush. I think you like the game state right now. If you are on Team Jobless, there's no rush to end the laning phase here.
Yeah, 3 plates going the way of the box line as well.
That's the angle out right there.
Yeah, that was like you stole my Raptors, man. I'm gonna mess you up, but unfortunately wasn't able to do
so
it.
Close. Yeah, so very close.
Well. If he hit the ultimate, that was a kill.
If he hit the ultimate, that was a kill. But it's never gonna hit without some setup. Kassadin just presses one button, he flies away from you, Broken a little bit angry there, and you can blame him.
Who can blame him indeed?
Yeah.
But multiple turrets on the verge of breaking down already, right? Bot side turret taking a lot of damage, top side turret taking a lot of damage. The only one that hasn't is the mid side turret, but that's very quickly going to be able to change if they decide to use the Rift Herald there. So we'll see how they want to try to set this one up, as it looks like there's a potential dive happening in the bot side.
Yeah, like I said, you really like the game state right now on the blue team as Team Jobless. You don't have to force anything. You don't have to dive this. Pop the Herald, turret goes down, rotate Caitlyn Lux to mid lane, and you immediately start 3-manning around them. Immediately get full control of the game. And that seems like what they're doing right now. They'll force Kassadin into the side lane as well. Kassadin's not that strong right now. You bring Yon and Sejuani into the Kassadin lane, he overextends, you get a kill, you win the game, right? That, in theory, that's how this whole season event should play out.
Yeah, pretty much exactly as you said. That is step 1, you get the turret, or you drop the Rift Herald, you get the turret. So I guess like step 2 out of like
Lane
5 or something.
Swaparino. Yeah, Lane Swaparino comes in right now.
Change things around. Surely Sheep's trading here against Bagus should go alright now, right? Like they've spent so much time invested into the Renekton to get them stronger. Surely they should be fine.
I think he might be overcommitting a little bit with the trading patterns in the Renekton. I don't think you're supposed to slice into the wave there to trade like that, and I don't think you're supposed to use your stun before he pops Shroud. I think you really just want to be trading with your Qs. That's about the bulk of it, and you will get a little bit out traded, but I don't think you want to be trading HP as much.
This is a little dangerous for me, especially in a really bad
In one
spot.
hit,
Quickly turns this one around. Trundle losing a lot of health, going down quickly. Final spot comes through. The laser lands and takes down the jungler.
I do believe they stacked Crowd Control there, the Sejuani ultimate as well as the Lux finding. They still get kills though, no problem at all.
And it's this time around, don't have a button to easily dodge away from the Yoni ult, and so you go down. The corruption lands, but the whole team there, the body block for clear, and there is no easy entry for new generation.
Yeah, the Trundle is not tanky enough at this point in the game. Even if you out the Sejuani, you steal her stats. There's a lot of damage coming in from the Caitlyn Lux. Even if Sejuani out at this point, especially if you're going Divine Sandra, you're not that tanky as Trundle. So just an easy one-shot if you overstepped, which he did.
And because of that, the 2 kills going over the way of Team Jobless. They get to pick up their second dragon of the game, the Inferno. A little bit more scaling their way, and more gold, right? So we see two kills up, but because of that first turret, they're looking like 4,000 gold up. Realistically, it's pretty substantial at this point.
I really like the game state for Team Jobless right now. I think they can be very happy with how things are going. They don't need to force the issue to slowly siege down mid lane. The win condition though on the side of Team Dust, it really does come down to this Kassadin. That's going to be a large part of it. The Trundle and Akali have some scaling to do as well. I think side lane pressure from the Akali can be a very big thing here because I think they're going to have a good matchup into both Renekton and Yoke.
Finding a catch over by the river, Hardy C, one more hit will find them the stun, and so it's very quickly a kill to Aluka.
Aluka, he does have the Kraken Slayer here as well. He's going to be able to take down the turrets very, very easily. You just want to play around him with the point.
First kill for Aluka.
First kill for Aluka. It's not about the kills, it's about the plates. The plates are the name of the game.
Kills are important as well.
Kills are kind of a bonus here, right? But yeah, you're definitely happy with that one. He has the cleanse anyways, so Squirrel would not have died here. I think he just wanted to boss cleanse, boss him off the tower.
Wait, there's no way that's a kill!
Okay, XN dies instead. Also, can I just point out, I don't really like Ignite here on Karma. I think having heal would be a lot more valuable.
Oh no, flashing forward, and the chain of corruption is. I'm sorry, Lennon, for cutting you off, but you know, that one had to be addressed.
You're right, it's a little bit rough right now. It's a bit brutal for Team Dust. They're getting pressured, they're getting outplayed. What are you gonna do about it?
I see the thought process, right? Running Ignite, because both supports running Ignite, both of them had the same impression going into things. We have a good chance of winning this game. If we get ahead with the lead, we have this Ignite, we're going to dominate our lane, which is realistically what happened in the Lux lane as well. So
here's the thing. Karma cannot get into Ignite without dying, I think.
Well, there are a lot of times where you can be, because if you're in tether range, you're also in Ignite range. That's my thought process.
Yes, but you should not be in
Like,
tether range against Caitlyn Lux.
Yeah, in a safe position, you probably wouldn't, which is, you're probably right in saying that, which is why I think they were both hoping for like a strong position. Like, if you want to be a safe Lux player, you would be doing damage on the back anyway, right? You wouldn't be getting into close range to, that's that long range answer range you're talking about.
My conclusion here is, Ashe is the pick.
Fair enough. Could very well have been the case.
Okay, Cursed Crown coming in here for Lux. Bit interesting. I'm just thinking, what's the benefit of having a Cursed Crown over a Ludens or an Everfrost? Yeah, but he's not the target of the dive, so I'm a bit curious about that. There's no spells to block, dude. I don't think anyone will want to dive him.
Shattered Crown?
Yeah, Crown of the... Is it called Crown of the Cursed Queen? Something like that? Shattered Queen, we were both half right.
What do you mean? Shattered Crown is...
You said Cursed Crown.
I said Shadow Crown. You say Curse Crown.
Oh,
Are
really?
you you're
No, I
trying to
said
gaslight
Curse
me?
Queen. I said Curse Queen. Brandon, gaslighting's not real, bro. You're just crazy.
Bro, you're actually gaslighting me, but it's okay because you have it on broadcast. So
No, you're just tripping right now, man. Gaslighting is not real, dude.
yeah, but interesting point. I mean, but might just be a case of the way that they're playing, right? Trying being so aggressive, and maybe the Lux feels like if they're in a position where they're getting caught. Yeah, but there are a lot of other items. If you're trying to go for more damage and you're trying to go for a burst heavy composition, could just very well go for a wound. So interesting that they have to make that choice.
Okay, well, either way, it's fine. I think with the game state, you're very happy buying anything on Caitlyn Lux. You really just run the show right now. My only concern is Broken is having a bit of a hard time on the side lane. He just overextended, got killed. Kassadin gets more space to scale up. He's closing in rapidly on 2 items. He's up on the only in items. If I had to call a win con here for the side of Team Dust, it's the Kassadin
Red
factor.
team's turret has been destroyed.
The Kassadin factor. We've given it a name now. Alright, let's take a look at how the Kassadin factor plays out. It's going to be that first turret at the top side going down, a third turret overall for Team Jobless. They're fighting and skirmishing over by the jungle, getting some space, stealing camps away. In the meantime, Broken gets to play it in the bot side, just keep this wave shoved in. A lot of vision set up here by Team Dust. Do admire that. They've been able to keep things really steady despite the fact they're quite a fair bit behind.
Broken needs to be careful. But if they go for him, they're gonna lose tier 2 mid.
Yeah, feels a little bit dubious. Trying to go to the bot here when they have the reptile charging mid. Thought they had a kill onto Broken here perhaps, but even with that one kill, I'm not sure it would have been worthwhile.
It would not have been worthwhile. And Broken, props to him, he learns his lesson. Overextended first time, got punished, did not let that happen a second time. Which is, it's good. It's good enough. You don't need to carry this game. Your team is doing a fantastic job. Just be stable, right?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're stable, you leave room for the rest of your team. Alucard's going to keep scaling up. We see how strong Arashi's become right now, despite the fact that, you know, you're literally playing a tank. Still able to burst Squirrel at X10. I mean, yeah.
Have you seen Zac recently, Redden? That champion is so double imbalanced. Like, you are full tank and you just solo support and carries.
That's what I'm saying. 80 carries are just so weak right now.
Man, stop with this false narrative. We're seeing 80 carries getting played. 280 carries getting picked to the bot lane. Just because of how strong they are.
No,
You have such long hands. Just don't get caught by CC.
That is untrue. They're so weak that you need 2 of them to just feel as good as playing one.
Listen to me, do not get gaslighted by Brandon. 80 carries are broken. Better bot lane always wins every single game. It's a broken rule.
Better jungler wins, actually.
So fake news. Better bot lane always wins. Can I get a chat to chime in on this? Does better jungler win or does better bot lane win? Don't say better solo lane win, because that we all know that's
Yeah, that's
fake
not
news.
true.
Yeah.
That's not true. Solo lanes mean nothing.
I think better bot always wins. 90% of games.
Worst bot can lose you the game. I don't know about winning you the game. A lot of damage coming in through. Gagu tries to jump forward, might get a kill onto Aluka, gets it with the help of New Generation. But she teleports into the midst of the fight looking for a kill onto anyone at this point. X10 over by the back is in a spot of danger. Gagu dashes over to the back, has to ignite one more auto attack and dashes back to his ultimate.
That's it in.
As well. Casting caught out, gets stunned here. Heart EC now in a full-on fledged fight with Sheep and Bagoose, but he starts to run for the hills. Slice and dice, no stun, but he gets knocked up. One more, changes targets, moves on to Squirrel. Squirrel is like, I need to go for a kill onto Broken. That's not going to happen. He's right out of range. Instead, Sheep takes down the double kill and finds an ace for his team.
You get what you came here for on the side of Team Dust, right? What are you saying? I want to kill your bot lane. Stop hitting my turrets. They did just that. They dive into the backline. They kill the Caitlyn. They kill the Lux, even through the Shattered Crown. But Renekton comes in. Yone comes in. They say, if you dive our backline, we are going for yours. Angry Crocodile takes them down. And I do think Renekton and Yone will have a good time into dive angles. If you over dive, Renekton and Yone are more than capable of cleaning that one up. And just like that Sheep, he is running the show right now. 4-1 and 2, 500 gold bounty. Baron Nashor. And we get started off here.
Yeah, Broken's just going to be able to play from that back angle as well. Clears out a lot of space there, so they know there's no one there for the time being. Surprisingly, no one's dropping a ward here. Heart EC is going to start running over, but I think it's a little bit too late. He's I suspect something's going to happen towards this side, but that's going to be Smite gone again very soon. Wow.
I think it's Trundle as well. Just a quick side note. Maybe you don't buy Sundara here, maybe you go full tank, but then the problem is if you go full tank, you're only 80 something damage.
They hunt for a second here. Man,
He's
Squirrel
dead.
just doesn't have a chance to play the game. Sure can play back in onto Arashi, but that's how the
No damage!
See how little damage they're able to do to them. Still comes back in, crowd control that comes through again, and then
He interrupted the E2 as well. Arashi has been playing so well in these two games that we've seen him in. Running and
down
quitting
him right here. It is so close to game. 21 minutes. These are the top 2 teams in the competition, and Jobless, frankly, just do not make it look close.
Yeah, and Jobless, I think they got the most stacked roster here by far in this whole tournament. They're doing a great job. They're making it work. They're so in sync. I think they've got this in the bag. 10k gold lead, 3 dragons, Baron Nashor, doubled kill score.
Definitely feels like that's the case.
Yeah.
Now it's just down to one more push. I think they have the Baron, and so I think they can make a lot of impact here happen. Pick up the 2 turrets. I do think they need to do some work in the side lanes first, considering those tier 3 turrets are still up. It means they need to really work the waves here for a little bit. Oh, Cloud Strike in a minute as well. So if they don't close out the game in that time, they can just go for the soul victory, right?
You could go for the soul victory. I do not think you even need it. With Baron Nashor, Caitlyn Lux, and a Sejuani to stand in front of them, I think you just siege and you just win the game.
New generation on the run. It's time to try and escape Alcove Gaming, but I mean, you're covered on all flanks. Trying to jump back in onto Aluka. A good amount of damage, but crowd control lands again. Aluka nearly goes down despite all of that. 3 members strong, hunting after new generation.
1v1 here.
Trying to fight this one off. A broken turns it not into a 1v1, but now fighting back against X10. Manages to land the stun again. Ultimate use here by Hard EC. Scroll finally turns up and is able to use his arrow to take down the Yone.
Red team's turn.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. Broken did not have a good start to this game, but now he is popping off. Sheep comes in every single angle. Where do you run a Squirrel? Jobless, running the show, running the game. Second and hip, gonna get taken down. 23 minutes in game. They are going for the end. Eyes on the Nexus, granted.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the cooldown, on the death timers on Squirrel. The rest of the team going to start spawning up now, so they have to make that final stand. But the first Nexus turret quickly going to fall. Second one in their sights as well. Stun lands on the hot EC, but they weren't able to finish off the kill on the Trundle. Arashi tanking up turret, but it doesn't seem to matter. They move on to the Nexus, trying to prevent this one from ending. Bagus walking forward along with X-Ken, and the Nexus keeps going down. Aluka continues to whittle away. No one can touch the Caitlyn. Not a single death towards the end there, but the Nexus falls, and game 1 goes the way of Jobless.
TP coming in at the end from Sheep there, and the most hard EC could do was deny him that BM TP. You're not gonna rub it into our faces. Game 1 goes over the Jobless, and by quite a wide margin as well. I think that was great performance coming in from them. I wouldn't call it a stomp, would you? I guess you could call it a stomp.
I wouldn't call it a stomp. I would call it a strong win. I think
a strong win.
I think the early to mid game, we definitely saw some signs of life there. You know, both sides were still trying to fight for this one, but I think once we saw Jobless come in with it around, I would say the 15, 16 minute mark, like when they started getting that 4k goal lead, 6k goal lead, they just knew what to do with it too well.
I think they really did a good job getting Sheep out of that lane. I think Arashi did a good job both stabilizing the Baron lane as well as getting leads for the Dragon lane, getting objectives on the map, being the right place, the right time. And it might look like, you know, Sejuani doesn't do much. She's just a tank. Look at all the carries on the side of Team Jobless. I would say Arashi was my MVP for that game. Always in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, fair enough. I could give that one to Arashi. I think Arashi did a great job there, and I mean, it doesn't hurt that the Sejuani was doing a ton of damage as well, right? So it just makes it a pretty good time here for this team. We'll see if Jobless have anything in store for us next one as well. All right. With that being said, I think we're going to go into. I think we're going to go into a break before we go into our next game. But that means that
it is a best of 3.
Team Jobless are in the lead, and they are very close to winning that $400 first prize. So this is going to be a tough one. You know, we have to see Team Dust step up if they want to be able to take away that bigger share of the prize pool.
Yeah, Team Dust's first loss here as well. Team Jobless still undefeated, 5-0. Can they close it out 6-0? Let's find out.
All right, we'll see you guys in a quick break. Welcome back, guys, to our finals. It's game number 2 between Team Jobless and Team Dust as we move into things as a best of 3, and they have one more chance to pull back against Jobless before they get knocked out. We're going to be jumping into our picks and bans very soon. But before that, let's do another quick. But before that, let's do another quick shout out to our sponsor. Sorry about that. Just,
All good. Welcome back.
Please check out our sponsor, Systemized PC by Hydrocore. They're a local Singaporean company with a strong track record in building custom PCs, and they partner with Virtual Space to bring their expertise directly to members. You can contact them for anything PC related, or if you need some help with hardware, via the link in the description box below. Oma, how are you feeling about things going into our last game?
Look, I just feel like you can't let any team go through this whole tournament undefeated. So for that very reason, I'm gonna be rooting for Team Dust team. At least, you know, if
Ooh.
you're gonna lose, take a match in the best of 3. Take a match.
That's true. We don't want to see any team go undefeated here, so we have picks and bans up on screens for you guys right now. We don't have the order of things, so we're just going to use the actual literal positions. But looking at how things are, all right, not too bad. We got Blitzcrank coming up, Poppy coming up, Shyvana, Swain, and Kaisa. And then on the side of Jobless, you have Arashi and Elise, Echo, Renekton, Karma, and Caitlyn.
I do believe this means that you get a roster swap in the jungle position for Team Dust as well. You get double AP mid jungle, you get Blitzcrank support, which is big, and you get Shyvana top into Renekton. That's actually, you know, that's actually one of my favorite matchups.
What?
Shyvana Renekton, and then you throw in a Mundo Trundle once in a while. Back in the day.
What?
Way
like
how
back in the day are we talking?
We're talking CJ Blaze, CJ Frost kind of days.
Oh my
When you're watching Shy, not the Shy, when you're watching Shy play against Flame, and then they pop in a cannon once in a while.
You know what I really liked back then?
What did you really like?
Pantheon. Like back when Pantheon Q was like
Pantheon?
Q. What do you mean who played Pantheon? Pantheon
Pantheon wasn't
so
meta before they reworked him, was it? Was he ever?
Yeah, I mean, at some points, but I mean, like, I was never like high diamond or anything. Like, most I ever get
No,
was
but
like high
in
plat,
pro
low
play,
diamond.
in pro play, did they ever play Pantheon pre-rework?
No, but you're talking about matchups that you like to play. Because
Well,
you know you play Pantheon going up against like the
I never
Shyvana
play a
matchups and
matchup that
stuff
I
like that as
didn't
well.
see a pro player play because I'm cringe like that.
You're a trendsetter, bro.
No,
Don't
no.
what do you mean no? You're a
I follow the
trendsetter.
trends.
Don't you know? Don't hold yourself back.
Well, Grandin, I think Pantheon pre-rework. It's probably not your fault that you never got to climb. You're probably just playing shit champs.
I
Don't blame you.
guess if you put it that way, then well,
Yeah.
there's nothing I can
Well-
do about that, right?
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the game. We're not seeing shit champs. We're seeing some pretty exciting stuff. I do like that. Well, okay, let's point out the key is in here as we go into game first, right? We do see Renekton Elite. That's a combo I haven't seen in a while. We see Caitlyn Karma. They're removing the Lux. Was Lux banned? I don't think so. I think they just opted for Caitlyn Karma. Kaisa Blitzcrank is a combo that I personally have never seen before. I think it's pretty terrible. But if Blitzcrank lands a hook onto Caitlyn Karma, you never know what's going to happen there, right? And you do, of course, have Squirrel and Xcan swapping roles yet again.
They're going to play for this 5-man bot side once again. This time it is going to be up against a Blitzcrank, though, so I'm curious to see how this one's going to play out. I don't think the rest of them are in position. FP Poppy very far, lagging behind. I mean, just nowhere in position for this at
Renekton
all.
should not be
Squirrel's going to
first.
spot this one out. Sheep sees
Karma
them,
should
but
be first, but no
who
difference. I don't
has
think they
crowd
kill anyway.
control? That's
Karma
but
slow
you're
and
not
then you
gonna run
burn flash.
tether, right? Oh, slow. Yeah, fair enough.
That's probably the best you could do. Slow him and try to burn flash. You probably can't kill, but still. Renekton
Right.
should not be first. I mean, I guess if you get stunned, but it's gonna be hard.
Flash in with a stun. Threaten the
Yeah,
flash
it's
stun.
super not worth. So,
But
that's
then the
sketch.
Blitzcrank just flashes away so easily. It's just
I think what they might be trying to do as well is the 5-man run in to make sure that Blitz doesn't do any of his own invading. It's like I
Yeah.
invade to deter you from invading. Kind of.
I mean that
vibe,
makes
you know?
sense. It's a pretty
Yeah.
common move. Okay, Swing's gonna get a little bit of damage down, and they're gonna start going for a late invade at this point. But I don't think this is very worthwhile because they have to start flashing away, and the
Yeah.
Ignite comes in, auto attack does the job. The heal won't be enough. Squirrel might go down here
disaster.
very quickly.
It's zoomed.
The gap the rotation coming through, new generation comes in, parallel conversions does a good enough job. Luca flashes to the wall, FP Poppy has to return as well. Still looking for some damage. X can auto attacks, taking down Broken here with a few more. New generation wraps back around yet again. He got them the first time, and the second time with a couple of auto attacks will do it yet again. I'm looking forward to see how long it is until he has his auto attack up and his spells up again.
His full stack
Parallel
conqueror.
conversions too far away.
3 kills just like that, heading over to the side of Team Dust, and we said we want to watch them take a game. Well, they're propped to do it. They're poised to do it here. Let's kind of break down what's going on in these series of events, okay? Elise into Poppy is a pretty decent matchup, and they kind of want to run with that from the get-go. They want to stop Poppy from really getting going, as well as the fact that Blitzcrank Kai'Sa should definitely lose level 1 into Caitlyn Karma. But the same problem ensued with the Tribe Rush Invade. You're going in desynced, you're going in at the wrong time. They pick on one person, it's immediately a 2-on-3. Echo comes to join. It was a good parallel convergence.
This is
But look,
absolutely a
if
kill.
you land parallel convergence, no, it's
This
not.
is absolutely a kill. Broken's gonna go down. FP Poppy swings into the mid lane. I didn't specify who was gonna get the kill in it.
True. You have the deniability there. My point is, he lands the parallel convergence, but then where's his damage? If you don't have Q, you have no damage. Shyvana,
Sheep.
baby.
Oh my goodness. Really? Didn't think he had a kill? I feel like with the ghost there was surely a chance that he could have got in range. I mean, might have taken a turret shot, but first turret shot should not have been enough damage.
Yeah, but right now, actually, Sheep is in a good spot, believe it or not.
Yeah, I
He-
mean, you're just gonna
with
walk
no
in and
jungle
count the whole
intervention.
wave and you're gonna heal up.
Yeah, Renekton's not about your health bar. Renekton's about your Fury bar, and he has a lot of that one. Okay, game state right now. Poppy 1-0-1, Swain 2-0-1. Arashi walks over Ward. It's not a good start for him. At least tempo he needs to get going, and he's definitely not able to do that. The two members on the side of names escaping my mind right now.
Dust or
Red
Jobless?
team, Team Jobless, that really need to get going. I guess 3 members that really need to get going. Renekton, Elise, as well as the Caitlyn. These are champions that you need to have a good start on, or at least a decent start on. And mid lane is just getting camped right now.
There we go. Conqueror once again gonna come up pretty soon. As
No,
they find
why?
more shots. Poppy is going to move over by this side. Gets caught here by the cocoon, and so jumping back over, repositioning, manages to land Arashi against the side of the wall. But New Generation now in a bad fight
Yeah.
of his own. But Crank does come in with the hook. New Generation
Hey.
finally gets shut down, though the ignite won't be enough to take down Broken.
Yeah, those are big kills. You get the shutdown, and you get the kills into the people who need them. Arashi and Broken desperately needed those kills, and they get some gold back in their pockets. A plate goes over to Luca as well. He does not have flash, in a bit of trouble. No
Luka
worries.
manages to sidestep away from the hook for now, so still very much within melee range. Fighting against X-Can, one more auto attack will
Oh
do
my
it. And now
God.
looking for a second on the scroll.
Oh my god!
With the help of the Elise, finds a double kill under the turret.
Yeah, super well played. Aluka, aka Blaze, he's one of the best ADs on our server for a reason. I think this guy has great mechanics. Spacing there, very well done. Confident in juking that hook, buying time for his team. Great stuff. And just like that, Team Jobless, not only are they back in the game, they've got a lead. And guess what, Grandin? Elise has full build right now. Sock boots, as well as Dark Seal, you're full build. Good to go. Not even memeing.
Well, let's see how this one plays out against the Dark Harvest full damage Poppy. This does seem like a pretty...
What is Poppy gonna build? Lethality, right? But I'm wondering
Prowler's
which
Claw.
lethality item. Really? Oh boy.
I think it is Prowler's Claw, unironically. Think about it. If you're
Yeah, I think it
close to
should
the
be,
wall, you Prowler's Claw behind them, and then you stun them against
Prowler's
the wall.
claw insect into the wall.
Yeah, it's actually the strat with a Dark Harvest Poppy. I'll be surprised if it's not Prowler's Claw.
All right, let him cook. Let's see.
Let him cook. Yo, who let this guy cook?
Brendan, boomers shouldn't be doing memes. We shouldn't do that stuff.
Things are slowing down quite a bit here, which is I think a little bit which is a good thing here for Dust, I would say, right? They had a strong lead going into things, but things have swung back in favor of Jobless again, and so I think they want a little bit of time to try and stabilize before they keep moving into the next phase of things.
Yeah, I think right now you do kind of want to just play around the Caitlyn lane. You want to make sure Caitlyn can get the push. They're a little bit afraid of, I guess, the hook pressure coming in from Squirrel. But once they get control of the wave again, you should expect them to just start pushing up. What?
At least still hovering towards the bottom side. The dragon is up. I think they might be looking to try and start this one. There is no vision over to Dust. But FP Poppy is going to be rotating down towards the bottom side pretty soon. Broken making his way down as well. Okay, there we go. They get some information. Arashi spotted out.
Catch though. I don't think you want to start that.
Cocoon already going to be used. Tether used. Not up yet. Holding on to it for a really long time. Not sure what they were looking for there. Arashi's going to move over to the side. Now parallel convergence over by the other end. Won't be able to land. Swain pops the ultimate instead. And look at how much damage is coming across. Arashi gets flashed on, taken down. Won't have enough HP to survive the Swain assault. Coming in to provide support. Broken back into the fight. Finally takes down FP Poppy. But X-Kent walks forward. Heal comes through from Aluka. They're fighting a 2 versus 2 now. A couple auto attacks. But now leaving only Philia. The support against the mid laner is not a fair fight. But no one said it had to be. Philia going to get taken down as he tanks up a turret shot. New Generation cleans up the bot lane fight.
And the Swain's power is on full display right here. If you take a fight into him with Ghost, with Flash, with the Out, the Conqueror stacks, he can kind of just be a raid boss in the situation. If you don't pop him out, it's very hard to pop him out too. He has so much power. And it's not going to be Lethality Poppy, which is a relief. What does that build into?
That's
You
a
thinking?
good question. If it's not going to
find out.
be, if it's not going to be Prowler's Claw, I really have no clue what
Let's
else.
find out. I don't know. We'll see. Sundra, right? Probably.
Sure. Yeah, I think it could be that. But why would you not go Prowler's Claw? I mean, if you're already committed to this,
I think Sundra's better. At least you're not going to get one shot diving in.
could be Godrinker as well. Yeah, it's a possibility. Interesting. I guess we'll find out pretty soon. Cocoon
Oh.
just barely out of range. Arashi looking a little bit
Unfortunate.
angry, upset.
Yeah, well, you get the out. That's something. Shyvana takes a while to get that one back, and you really lose nothing here. Go
Flash
flash
away from
Arashi.
Arashi, but at least Sheep in trouble. Has to fight this one himself. Body blocking and keeping them at an arm's reach. New Generation
Wow.
rotating to the top side. There isn't too much to be found here.
Is this the meta right now? Does Echo by Tear of the Goddess? I have no clue if that's what's supposed to happen, but I guess he is going for Seraphs. Yeah, Edmund's pointing out Seraph's got a massive buff. That is true. Maybe why not Roa though? Isn't Roa like better? Well, let's see. If it works, it's a good buy, right, Brendan?
If results-based
Hold up.
analysis.
Echo's roaming into bot lane. They don't have the setup though.
Okay, parallel convergence does come in. Might be able to find a double stun. Instead,
Getting out
finds
of it.
neither. Still gets enough damage down with Aluka there. Up at the top side, remember, Bagus already used his ultimate there previously. Poppy chasing for a kill onto Sheep. New
Oh
Generation
no!
manages to pull back in Arashi. Arashi, oh, nobody.
I
You
think
gotta
he's
run
out, though.
away.
All good. Wait, this is actually a massive dub for Sheep if he gets the entire wave. Well, close. He basically does. Bunch of plates going over to Aluka bot lane as well. Broken gets farm in the mid wave. This is just overall a win on the whole map, I would call it. You get kills, you get farm, you get plates. Even when you lose, you're not really losing that hard.
Yeah, it's a pretty good position for them still. I mean, it's
Wow.
not like they're still able to get a lot of resources across the map. Even now trying to shove in that wave, teleport up for Sheep so he's able to get back in quickly, catch the next one. There we go. Teleport expanded. Teleport channeling. Oh, is that
Oh.
Star Guardian? Oh, they have 2 Star Guardian skins on their side. They got the
Yes,
power of the
I
Star
saw.
Guardians.
I do believe this should be the turret right now, if not at the very least one more plate. The dragon coming in. It's a good start to the game. It's a good start to the tempo for the side of Team Jobless, and we know what they can do with it. We've seen it for them last game. They need to get out of dodge right now. The ward spots a bunch of backup coming in. Arashi here just going to try to stall them. Bagus is in the area. Sheep does not have TP. He has to run down. It might be too late. This is going to be
Yeah.
a big fight.
This is going to be a big fight. And only 2 Star Guardians. They don't even get the trait bonus. They need 3 for that, for the bonus mana. So this is going to be a little bit difficult.
Finish your Drake, surely.
Try to turn things back around, jumping back in. Bagus moves in onto 3 members, trying to buy some time for the rest of the team. But I think that was a little bit too ambitious. The flank coming through from Broken means FP Poppy also goes down. New Generation is strong, but not strong enough to deal with the full onslaught coming through from Jobless. Now Sheep hunting for a kill onto Squirrel, but Squirrel gets away. It is a dragon likely to go the way of Jobless.
Okay, Grandin, pub quiz time, okay? If you look at the team comp on the side of Team Dust, what is their win condition? How do they want to set up around objectives? Do they want a team fight?
If I'm Team Dust,
Yes.
Well, I reckon you're just trying to sneak the objectives away. I mean, you got Shyvana, right? Like that. What's the point of Shyvana? Shyvana's gonna be strong like the 1v1, 2v2, no?
Yeah, that's kind of true. But I think the main thing you want to look out for on the side of Team Dust is you want to camp vision and you want to get picks, right? Blitzcrank, Swain, Poppy knocks you into the wall. That seems to me like the name of the game. You want to set up, you want to bait them, and you want to CC them. But they just went for a full 5-on-5. They forced the issue by starting Dragon, getting it to half health there. I don't think that's what they wanted to do. And that's a good flank coming in from Team Jobless, really just punishing all of that attempts. Ouch.
Wow. This is the
Ooh, that hit though?
manages to land onto a Luca, but I don't think that is gonna be a kill. Not if less FP Poppy flashes forward like that. Now Arashi has to fight against this one. Gets the bike back in. One more auto attack. Goes up into the air. The repel is going to be good for a little while, but still, New Generation able to find a kill
Man.
again. Flash away from Philia to survive. And Broken trying to pick up this mid lane turret while he can. There's a couple more plates.
Yeah, it looks like he went for a trade onto Xcan, both of them using their ultimates there. And yeah, both mid laners doing a lot on map, getting their respective towers. New Generation does not live.
Finally taken down. That is a shutdown going over to Philly, I believe.
Yeah, the kills going over to both supports. That's going to be a-okay. I think you're happy with the kill going over to the Karma. He's going to be very important in the context of this team composition to set up for the Caitlyn, to let the Caitlyn kites away. Still, though, this game state is much closer than the one we saw in the last game, as well as it's much closer than basically any game we've seen here today.
Yeah, the fact that we aren't at inhibitor turret at 13 and a half minutes is the closest we've ever seen a game go.
This is a game where I could actually not tell you who's going to win at 13 minutes. So that's the closest one we've seen today. The stun, but the creep is blocking. There's no way you can change CC that.
Arashi there. I mean,
you can't just flash this,
could try and flash and hit the cocoon, but I mean, they still have the turret right there. So, I mean, they have something to focus on instead. The kill's not that important. They can get way more money off the... I mean, they can get a lot of money off the turret plates anyway.
I agree. I'm an advocate of turrets over dragons for sure. But in the context of this game, maybe with the Shyvana buffs, that's turned a little bit more. Some nerd's going to have to do the math for me because I'm not sure about the exact calculation on that one. But bot lane turret, with all of its plates, does go over to Luca. Top lane turret is likely going to go over to Sheep. We see Arashi running to the dragon, but he's probably too late.
FP Poppy's in the dragon pit right now. Luca's going to be able to find a couple of auto attacks, but gets hooked instead, and then silenced, and then killed. Xcan comes up big, taking down the Caitlyn. That's the damage source gone.
Xcan outplaying.
Repositions back, and Arashi joins into a fight, but it's a lost battle, and they're going to have to give this one up. They have to smite, but losing their bot lane is a big loss.
Yeah, big mistake there from Luca. With his flash up as well, he should not be eating that cocoon.
A goose!
Oh, really just corralled into there, had nowhere to run. And New Generation, he's looking for Arashi. He might actually, no, he probably won't find it, but that's a big dub here for the blue team, for the side of Team Dust, finding the picks they need to.
Yeah, if I was Arashi there, I would be very upset the New Generation continued to pressure me. I know it's the correct play, but I would be very upset.
I'm just curious. Sheep did not manage to get the topside turret, but he did get, I think the plates dropped. He just got some damage on it, did not get the plates, so that's not going to be a massive gold advantage for him.
Man, she picked up mid turret, so 2 turrets over the way of Jobless right now.
Okay, he stops the recall. It's
doesn't even get that much done, just stops the recall.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Shyvana matchup, long trades you win Renekton, short trades Renekton wins is generally the rule of thumb in this matchup.
But you have the rest of the team making their way up top side, likely trying to pick up that third out of tier turret.
Oh, Broken. He's overextending again. He did this in Yone one game, on the Yone game once, and now he is way too deep. Look at where your team is on the map, buddy. Look at where your team is.
Oh no, Broken's in a really bad spot here. Even trying to jump back in with the parallel conversions. I mean, he does get 1 kill and then starts to reposition away, but oh no, ultimate available for the Kaisa. Can't chase it.
I'm sorry, I failed to account for the fact that he's just too good.
Flashing forward, gets the stun, gets the kill, but who's taken down, and they are diving them in between tier 2 and 3 turrets. I mean, what is happening here?
Illegal gameplay committing on 2 sides of the map, but it does not matter when you just kill them on both sides of the map. Take the turret on the top side of the map. Wait, do they take the turret? Yeah, they do take the turret. Swain does get mid tier 1. Poppy gets the first dragon of the game in 16 minutes, so it's not all bad. A pretty good consolation prizes here. Herald will get traded on.
Still
This
pretty
is
even
okay.
game state. Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
both
it's
sides are trading for different types of things, right? You get a little bit more tempo, a little bit more gold, but you get a little bit more scaling on one end.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about scaling. I'm glad you brought that one up. And I think since we're on the topic, there's actually a very winnable game angle here for the side of Team Dust. They scale better. I think if you look across the board, basically in every role, they outscale. So with that in mind, if they keep the game even, if they get to stack dragons, if they just keep the game in fighting distance, they can win. He's dead.
I think that is step one of it, flashing in
Yes.
with the knock up and then pulling them back in.
Yeah. I think Broken does have to be careful. This is not the first time he's been getting caught in the side lane, and that's
New generation is
Goes
so
forward.
well online, does so much damage.
Okay.
Arashi thankfully is gonna be there, but it takes 3 just to deal with the
Yeah.
Swain, and it's yeah, you don't want to see that. They need some way to deal with this guy.
He's for sure being very ambitious there, right? Flashes forward instead of away from the fight. And if there wasn't so much CC, he might have gotten a kill or might have gotten away with it too. So strong right now with the 2 items, Leandri's, Rylai's, Power Spike. As a stopwatch in his back pocket as well, if he needs it for the next dragon fight. He's going to be a big problem. I do like the Nashor's Tooth here on the Echo. Yes, he's been getting caught in side lanes, but Echo in this game can be a very serious win condition in a side lane. Because I don't think anyone can deal with him. Yeah, Swain is stronger than you in a team fight, but if you just split push, hit turrets, don't die, Echo can just be a genuine win con here.
So it is gonna be a Divine Sundra for the Poppy, by the way.
Yeah, it is going to be a Divine Sundra Poppy. He has the wing pants as well. That's probably going to Deadman's Plate, I think.
Yeah, I feel man, Prowl's Call would be so much more fun.
He's trying to win the game, Grandin, not give you enjoyment.
I mean, what's the point of playing video games? You're not gonna have fun, right?
Saying it's for fun is such a weak mindset. Can someone get me the copy pasta? The ninja copy pasta? Please get that in here. Weak mindset.
What's a I
You
feel
don't
like
know that one?
no, I'm know it. I know it, but it's been so long since I've seen it. I actually don't recall anymore.
It's the phrase "it's such a game" is such a weak mindset. You are okay with what happened using imperfection.
Yeah. I've definitely
My
heard
favorite
that one.
copy pasta.
Baron's
Okay,
coming up.
please
pretty
change the topic away
soon.
from my.
No, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking Baron's coming up pretty soon. I'm not sure if these
Yeah.
teams are going to look to try and go for it because of how even the game has been so far. For like trying to pressure the Baron might actually be the play.
Yeah, I think you definitely could. You could pressure the Baron. It's a little bit early because both teams would not shred Baron. You can kill it at a decent rate, but I wouldn't say you burn Baron. At some point, though, maybe I see you give another 5 to 10 minutes. You let your Echo split push bot. You send 4 players to the red side river, top side river, control that, and just pressure Baron. I think that's probably the play here. Conversely, though, blue team can also do it. Their goal is not to kill Baron. Their goal is not to split push. Their goal is to do this.
It's
Get
gonna
picked.
pick up the comma. Filia goes down. The Reptile's been popped in the mid lane, but they have to escort it down if they want to get some more value there. That's a pickup though. That's an important one. 7-2 on Xken.
But if all you're getting out of this is a karma kill for a bot tier 2 turret,
Arashi gets caught by the hook. You said it. 1 kill wasn't enough. Well, how about 2 then? Let's make it 3 as they hunt after Aluka. Gale Force to get away. New generation walks faster than your marksman, can dash and flash away. How balanced are ADCs?
look, he's an 8 kill swing, Grandin.
How balanced are ADCs? Broken might die to the burn, still alive here, could ultimate back, Bagus.
And that's the
Who's
troll.
looking for it?
I
Isn't
think
able to
that's
find
the
it.
troll, Grandin. That's gonna be Baron.
Moves on to Baron, and 21 minutes into game, unless Sheep has something to say about this, running back into the Nasher pit, picks up the ultimate. The Baron goes the way of Team Dust. Poppy over by the side, Tether coming down. Teleport lands, but Squirrel's right there with the punch, lands the knock up, and still not able to do anything.
too
But
early.
Lewis has to use the ultimate. He's back to base, he goes! And he's left his team fighting a 2 versus 3, a 2 versus 4 actually. Arashi runs back in, but the last fight, X-Ken didn't get to do enough. This time around, he's still feeling strong.
Well, that should. Well, it's not going to be a kill. Elise is there. I think it's still.
Everyone's running back in. The Cocoon's been popped. New Generation falls. Luca over by the side. Arashi's gone golden. Picks up the repel. X-Ken over by the side. Finally falls and goes down. I think Poppy needs to back away here. Flash after flash. Everyone's running for their lives.
Arashi messed up as well. I think he was going for a flash cocoon that went for a flash W instead. There is a dragon on the map, but this dragon is far from being a win condition. 22 minutes in game. Oh, Broken does pick up Shyvana, does kill Bagus at the end of that one. 22 minutes in game. We've got 44 kills on the bot. It's been a bloodbath, at least 2 kills a minute, starting from level 1. But it looks to me like this is a game the Team Dust has a serious shot of winning and putting an end to the undefeated streak of Team Jobless here.
Could very well be. No team gets to remain undefeated in the VS Open.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. We should have no team undefeated here. No one is that far ahead of the curve. Team Jobless, they look like they were making a run for this game, trying to close out this game, but it's not enough right now. The picks, the Blitzcrank, the Poppy chain into that, the Swain CC, as well as the Kaisa isolated damage. If you don't respect the hooks, it's going to be seriously punishing here. As well as the fact that Swain is just massive right now.
Gets to run in on them, and yeah, very problematic. They just don't have a means to use it. They have to wait out the ultimate before they get to do anything.
Can I just say that question mark emote? It's inferior to the Blitzcrank question mark emote. Everyone likes that one, but I think
No,
the
I
Blitzcrank
agree.
one is better.
Blitzcrank question mark emo is better. Like looking at that, it's like it's not even a really question mark, you know?
I mean, it is straight up a question mark.
I can barely see it. It's like the greens just
Well,
like
yeah.
melt in, right? Like the Blitzcrank one is like, you know, it has a tinge of subtlety.
That is true. That's exactly why I love it. Thank you. I appreciate the subtleties here. And can I also say B emote is so overrated. It's not that good. Broken.
I
Dying
mean,
on the side lane again.
I'll use it if I have it because I have it. You know,
Hook lands.
hook lands, but the kill is actually on Squirrel instead. But New Generation running back in will be able to land his claw
It's
once
Swain,
again.
baby.
It seems like this Swain is just something they are not prepared to deal with. Able to run them down the mid lane. Arashi once again
His health bar has not moved.
up to
Granted.
the skies.
His health bar has not gone down at all.
He still gets a kill back on the FB Poppy. I don't think Poppy had to go back in there, but you know what? It works out.
Granted, literally no one on the blue team needs to do anything except Swain at this point. I say that Squirrel's been landing some good hooks. The rest of them have been playing very well around the win conditions here. Swain is really just a big W factor.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. And we're reaching a pretty good point with the Shyvana as well.
Shyvana has the
This-
demonic embrace, very tanky.
Very interesting.
His win con right now, or the way he wants to play team fights, is not like I want to dive into your backline and kill you. His win con is just I want to dive into your backline and be super annoying, slow you, just annoy you, make you not have room to free hit, and his build that allows him to do that very well.
I see. Because I was looking at it and I was thinking like something like Jaksho with the demonic embrace. I've been like liking those champions that able to play that kind of build.
Yeah.
Stuff like Lilia, right? It's just like it's so annoying. Like you run around, there's just no way of like dealing with you, and you're just constantly applying DOTs, status effects. But yeah, I mean the slow is definitely like a really big one
Yes.
as well.
You're completely right about that. Those would be great items, but if you think about what Shyvana lacks, it's any form of crowd control, any form of utility. And the slow is really just good here because you stick to Caitlyn. I'm not going to kill her by myself, but that's fine. Because if I slow you enough, my Swain's going to catch up to you, and you know what he's going to do. 6 stacks on the Magi is coming in.
I feel like 6 stacks isn't something to write
Yeah,
home about.
it's nothing to write home about for sure, but it's just a start, is the point I'm trying to make. He's gonna end this game with 25. He is not dying. No one is killing him. I can promise you that. Until I itch on Kate, no one is killing him.
All right, let's find out pretty soon. I'm sure there's going to come a point. We'll see if he does die
Oh.
or not. Epi Poppy looking for a fight. They manage to get the pull back
So
on the Sheep.
squishy.
Poppy does go down though, and that is the problem of trying to go for that build. I think Sheep might fall
But
on his
Swain-
end as well. New Generation joins in on the fight. Filia has to flash away. Arashi goes up in the sky. Sheep turns that fight around, and suddenly a second breath of life going the way
Okay.
of Team Jobless.
Yeah, I was completely wrong here. That was just a big dub for Team Jobless. Why? Because they kept Caitlyn alive. It was a good fight zone. They kite the back, no flanks to threaten the back line. If Shyvana, Swain play front to back and they run at you, they're not going to have a great time with Caitlyn, Karma, Mantra, Shield, run away, CC, and Sheep and Broken props to them as well, killing out X-Can in the back line.
What did I say? You know, that's a chance, an opportunity to kill. No one can go
Always is,
undefeated.
yeah.
But I mean, that same logic is going to apply to Jobless here.
Well, they might. They took an inhib 30 seconds to the Inferno. They might just go undefeated here. They are getting outskilled. Swain is getting stronger. 2 stacks on the Magi's. I was wrong about that one. But there is still a very real win con for the side of Team Dust. They just need to set up team fights better. That was not a win condition. You see the way they started that team fight? We run right at you, head on. Never gonna work. Poppy got one-shotted. It's not the start you want, but at the Dragon fight, if you get the setup, if you get either a pick or a flank, you instantly win the game. It's still very much a Team Dust favorite game.
Yeah, both teams need to decide what they want to go for, though. Despite it being Team Dust
Yeah,
favorite,
Baron.
it's actually
Do it,
going
Trade
for the
Baron.
Dragon instead. It's going to go over the Team Jobless, perhaps, with the Baron.
It's fine, because your goal now is you need to front to back. If they come here,
Oh,
just
man.
front to back.
They're running in. They're running in fast, slipping past all the traps and managing to pick this one up. A New Generation runs into the fight, sends them into the back of the pit. Now, instead, Arashi has to flash out, and he will do so.
Yeah, and that's fine. You lose the flash from Arashi. Man, things like this should just not happen.
Hooked onto Sheep, and suddenly the fights re-ensued. You do not think that this needed to happen,
Broken.
but they're going to keep going in for it. Score is going to go down. Broken's been able to do good amounts of work, but a good burst coming through to take down Arashi. Now over the backline, Sheep's resetting. Broken's going to have to be careful about this one. If he wants to jump back in, he needs to be careful about the target.
Oh, no.
Instead, going down to X-Can, wasn't able to anticipate that burst. I mean, Quick Blades, Kraken Slayer, so much damage you just cannot expect.
Yeah, I mean, the burst from the Kai'Sa is definitely going to be huge, especially if you get the 5 stacks down. He did a great job on that one. But as Sheep, I thought he was dead. He was baiting, I guess, with the GAs. Broken had a great start to the fight, had a great setup, and they re-engaged knowing that Swain, biggest threat on Team Dust, did not have his out, did not have his ghost. And they were right. He wasn't able to do all too much that fight. Luckily, X-Can came up clutch. Now he has the GAs as well. 4 item spike. He's going to be very strong. But conversely, Caitlyn too has the eye edge. This is what we said he needed to start really shredding the Swain. If Swain does not let him form a crowd control, if he does not get hooked with the kiting potential from the Karma, this is a Lucas game to lose. He should be able to just really run amok here. Titanic Hydra getting picked up from Margoose. I guess that's fine. I kind of would have liked to see a Frozen Heart. I know what you're going to say. Oh, but Shyvana doesn't have Mana. But you just need to get into the back line. That's really all you need to do here. Or maybe even a Randy Wins Omen. I think that's good here. Just get into the back line, be annoying, apply auras. That's really your goal.
Is that what your naysayers sound like?
Yeah. I mean, Randy Wins is fine too, I guess. But I think Frozen Heart's good in this spot.
An aura that reduces attack speed. Yeah, very well could be.
It's really just the Caitlyn that you're worried about.
Broken's doing a good amount of damage as well. Arash is doing a good amount of damage as well.
Yeah, if he gets into the back line. It all at this point in the game, it all really comes down to setup. Gold difference, negligible. Champion scaling gap, yeah, it's a little bit in favor of Team Dust. I wouldn't say it's game winning or game losing. It's meh. Caitlyn is really, really strong right now. She's kind of crossed her weak mid-game phase. She's really good to go. Now you just really need to look at team fight setups. What is Blue Team looking for? What is Team Dust looking for? We're looking for some form of pick. If Poppy corners you in the jungle, if we get a Swain snare or we get a Blitzcrank hook, we win the game.
Okay,
On the side of Blue Team, front to
that's
back.
step one. Arashi is going up with his repel and starting to back away. Squirrel once again will be able to land that hook, popping the ultimate out from Sheep, and Sheep loses health so quickly. Will fall yet again. A problem they do not have an answer to. Aluka pulled back in by the Swaying Claw. Oh,
I don't want to say that was a troll, but Brendan,
oh no,
that was a troll.
What happens now? What happens now?
You can end, I think. Or you can try to end. If you get one more hook, One more stun, one more snare. That's game. You just need to chain this. That's
Arashi
not a
on the
one-shot
new
play.
generation. That's not a 1v1 you can take, and it's not even gonna be a 1v1. Repel comes back down, the itsy bitsy spider.
You know what's the play right now? Broken needs to TP to that water mid lane and kill the wave. Unironically, I think he TPs to that, kills that wave, I was back in the base.
Is that genuinely a game winning angle here? Surely not.
It's not game. Oh, you mean for blue team?
Yeah, 10 seconds. I don't think he needs to cut the wave.
Man, I just want to see some shenanigans go down, Grandin.
You just said for fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I think if they tried to siege, okay, Arashi might have just bought his team some time there. That's probably what just went down in that series of events. So they might have lost inhibitor if not for Arashi running it. I guess this way might take away from that series of events.
14 stacks on the Magi's.
He's getting there. He went from
He's
6
getting
to 2 to 14. Now going for some magic penetration. Stopwatch is up for Aluka. I don't think that saves him a lot though. Because if he gets caught out, one mispositioning will still result in death. I don't think I don't think Stopwatch will save you here as Caitlyn.
The closest
Grab
game
it
we
on
definitely
Snapchat.
had.
Quick
This
point,
entire
Rabidon
series.
Snapcap for Broken. He can really start to pressure X-Can on the back line. But GA's for Kaisa.
Yeah, but it's conditional on them not getting hit by the hooks here. Skrull
Yeah.
has been so good with them.
Squirrel has indeed been very good at them, nailing a couple of blinder hooks here. This is a good call for Team Jobless. You want the dragon, we're going to walk past you, we're going to go into mid-wave, we are going to pressure your inhibitor. I think that's a completely fine trade to make. This is not soul.
Dragon being given up in exchange. I think they're going to try and rush for the inhibitors.
You're happy with this?
instead. 2 inhibitors looking to be picked up.
Yeah, you're completely happy with this. Now what you need to do is leave your echo loitering. My god, if that hook lands. Leave your echo loitering in mid-bot. Send the rest of your team top. Do not eat a hook. Just siege. Wait for Baron. Baron's up. Echo starts pressuring your base. You go for Baron. That's it. It's a very simple dance at this point. Just don't get caught.
Just don't get caught, he says.
Sell him. Please just sell him. You're gonna lose Baron, but just send Echo to pressure the base, I guess. It's doomed.
Just like
It's
that.
doomed.
Just like that.
It's doomed.
Teleports back into the parallel convergence, but you have GA, so you can't kill them the first time around.
Yeah,
They
but
come
GA.
back from the grave, and suddenly the fight has got entirely their way. New generation walks in on Philia, moves
Oh,
in on the
no.
sheep. Guardian Angels just came back up for the Renekton, and yet it's going to go down once again. Hunting for the kill. That's going to be the slow. That's what they were looking for with the Frozen Gauntlet, and it is sheep going down, meaning what, Omo?
I'm trying to calculate if they can end the game right here. I don't think they need to force it. I think they just go for Baron. You're in a very good spot in this game.
Is that
Baron?
a calculation that you can do?
Yeah. You can't?
No, it's entirely gut feel for me. Like
Just
it's all
factor
just
in. Echo dead for 15 seconds. Robot brain calculating. No, Brandon, it's gut feel too. You know how bad I am at math.
right, but like you know how it is, right? Like it's
Have
just
you ever
pattern
heard the
recognition.
joke?
You see so many. What?
It was all calculated, but damn it, am I bad at
Am I
math?
bad at math?
Yeah, that is me. Okay, what's going on in the map right now? Red team, they lose their win con of Baron Nashor. That's gonna be huge because right now, what can they really do? Not all that much. I think you just have to wait. And the game state's not really gonna get any better for them. Even though Poppy started out having a really poor game here, he was 1-6. Look at where he's sitting right now, 5, 8, 14. Infinitely more useful than Elise at this point, just because of the nature of their champions. It's gonna be rough.
It's Cocoon Bot versus
Cocoon bot, yeah, indeed.
Cocoon Bot versus Speedy Poppy.
Yeah,
That's a pretty
it's rough.
funny thought to think about.
Do you remember those Olaf Trundle games where they lose the early game and then they just buy redemption?
Sure.
Elise is pretty much in that situation right now.
What? Olaf Trundle games.
Yeah, it's like in the pro games, you play Olaf, you play Trundle, you lose the early game, you just buy redemption. First item even sometimes.
And what does that do again?
That's it. Like you cannot do anything. So
Oh,
just
you
buy
mean like when you
redemption
play
for
like
the team.
Trundle support and stuff, right?
No, as a jungler.
As a jungler?
Yeah, you've never seen that? Like they lose the early game and they're like, okay, fuck it, I go buy redemption.
I don't recall.
Good for you, because that is a traumatic experience to watch.
They need a way to deal with the cannon. Oh my god, no one's actually able to hit it.
Caitlyn. I think broken his TP. He probably doesn't want to be here. But I guess he's afraid because if anyone gets caught, it's just insta-gip. So he kind of does need to be in position too. A lot of factors to start thinking about at this point in the game. Broken because of the Nash's Seraphs. He doesn't have voice stuff. He doesn't have Zhonya's. And lacking both of those is severely hurting him right now. I'm not an Echo main. I don't know the power of Nashos. I've never really been a fan of it. I know Seraphs is strong right now, but I kind of feel like you just need Zhonya's void stuff. And those two items kind of stall your progress on that. No!
Aluka stands in position and gives up Felia's life, sacrificing themselves to keep the Caitlyn alive. Just picking up Guardian Angel has made them feel emboldened and safer for sure, but that's not going to be enough in the back line. So much damage out from Shyvana. Bagus very close to a kill onto Caitlyn. Broken joins back into a fight. Won't be able to come back in and take down the Shyvana. Eventually, a couple more auto attacks to pick up another kill. Aluka holding on to their chances of this game, but it's a difficult position to play from. Base going to see minions start to swarm in. Teleport is up for Broken, but he's dead. If only he was alive here.
Okay, let's take tally of what's going on right now. It's 30 seconds to the solo laners respawn, and it's quite a march down the mid lane. I don't think they're gonna be able to do this here.
Are they really running for this? 20 seconds?
They're running for this.
On new generation? On
you
the
can't
swing?
push top. You have no wave. This is the only play you have on the map, unless you want to wait like another 10 minutes to win.
There are only those minions there.
Yeah,
they're only escorting a few in, bringing in the wave. The turret are going down. The turret is going down pretty quickly. Aluka takes turret aggro, has to start kiting backwards. 1 second left on new generation. He's going to come back up. Inhibitors up as well, and so they need reposition. Nice stun onto Aluka. Repositions forward. Dashing in. X-Can with 1 kill.
Aluka kited the wrong way. He didn't respect the puppy. That's game.
I think that's it.
That's game.
2 kills over to Team Dust. And it looks like that's all she wrote. There's no way they're getting out of this one, right?
Oh, Spiderlings. I think they're still dead, though. Poppy's too quick right now. Too fast, too furious. Maybe there's a miracle that can happen if Broken one-shots X-Can, but I don't think that's going to happen at all. Yeah, nope. New generation is waiting in the wings. They don't even need to pick up Soul here. I think just go for the end.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be the case. Inhibitor went pretty low, but unless you actually finish it, there's nothing left for them there. 30 seconds left. 10 seconds left on Aluka. I feel like even after that respawn, I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Parallel convergence, very nice one there. Might want to just use his ultimate early, get some damage down. Might be able to kill a new generation. So much damage. Not enough time.
Not enough.
Nexus to fall. 39 minutes. The closest game we've watched all day, and bringing us to game number 3.
Wow, what a game. Yeah, definitely by far the closest game we've seen so far. So many good plays from both teams, yet also so many mistakes from both teams. It's a really close one, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Team Jobless losing their first match of the entire tournament. It's now 1-1. Both teams now sit 5-1 as a whole tournament win-loss. And we're going down to the last final game here. Game, what is it? 5, 6, 7. What is 5 plus 1 plus 1, Brendan? 7. It's gonna be game 7 of the day for these two teams. Damn it, am I bad at math?
I was watching a documentary on school kids in Singapore. They asked like, why are Singaporean kids so good at math and standardized testing? What happened, Lennon? When'd you slip through the cracks?
I thought you were setting up for a joke. You were just setting up for a burn. It's okay, Brendan. It's all good. I'm not good at that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You know, you
Hello,
gotta.
HR?
I like to report workplace harassment.
Well, we are going to the last and final game, so I will overlook your brutal, ruthless workplace harassment here. And what do we have in store for us, Brendan?
Well, we have Team Dust and Team Jobless playing in their final one. We're going into the picks and bans pretty soon, and we'll be taking a look at what they have in store for us. I feel like. What was the bigger issue here? Was it the swing or was it the blitzcrank? Because I felt like it was the blitzcrank.
Yeah, I think it was the blitzcrank too. But also, you can just play better around the blitzcrank. I think maybe just too many mistakes around the Blitzcrank, around the setups, around objectives. There were many angles where honestly both teams could have won the game there. I don't think you need to ban the Swain. Keep in mind this game, Swain started out with 2 kills from the level 1. Just make less mistakes, and this is probably a winnable game for Team Jobless as well. Maybe be more careful of the Blitzcrank. I don't even think you ban the Blitzcrank. Honestly, I don't think you need to ban any of those 2 picks there. Just keep banning what you were and play better.
Just play better. I mean, that seems like the
Yeah,
simplest
just play
solution to
better.
all your problems, right? Why
It's true
worry
though.
so much about things?
It's true
Uh,
though. Honestly, those problems were so avoidable.
Let's talk about what these two teams are playing for now that they're going into the final game, where the champions take away 400 SGD and 10,000 RP. The runner-ups will be taking 100 SGD, 7,500 RP. The rest of the teams that have been competing, I think they should be ending. Even the latest matches should be ending at this point. The third and sixth place matches will be taking 75 SGD. And I think one team is able to convert that into RP if they so desire. But this is a $300 difference, Leonard. Cash. 2,500 in RP. That's nice to have and all, but $300 cash difference in one of the probably the first League of Legends competition organized tournament that we've had since Riot servers have come back up for Southeast Asia.
I think it's the first for sure, and I am pumped to see this one play out. I'm pumped to see who's gonna take the crown in the end. Team Jobless, they look dominant, they look strong, they look solid, but they got punished by Team Dust, who are making a serious case for the championship as well. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see who's the first
Well.
Riot server champion.
Let's move into our picks and bans so we get to see what we have in store for us. Some pretty aggressive options last game. Will they ban away the Blitzcrank? Will they hold on to the Swain? Yeah, we're gonna find out very soon.
Don't ban either of those champions. If you ban either of those champions, you lose the ego battle here, Team Jobless. So it's not worth it. I don't think you need to ban either of those champions. I think just keep your bans. Did they swap sides? They did swap sides. I'm assuming we're going by the standard rules of loser pick sides here. So that does mean that Jobless picked, which is interesting to me. What do you want on first pick here? Let's find out. Or maybe it's what they don't want to ban away. Let's see.
Anivia banned away here first by Jobless, and now it's up to Dust to decide what they want to try and get rid of. There are a couple of things here, perhaps.
Sante.
Obviously, Cassante, I think, is the big one. Jobless, I feel like, had the right idea, but maybe instead of going for the elites, I mean, they seem like they did so well with the Sejuani, with the Vi, champions like these tankier ones, where it's you have a lot of impact. It's supposed to going for the damage there. Hammerdinger obviously banned away.
I think the problem in that situation is not like so much the elites, it's just that tanks are easier to play, especially not individually, but just as a team. It's just easier to win with a tanky boy in your front line and crowd control. With that said, though, let's take a little break. Players, viewers, everyone, have a drink. It's been a really long day. Get some water, get some hydration in.
While the picks and bans are happening, right? There's just
Not
focus on
sponsored by the water bottle brand, though.
focus on. That's a different bottle than what I saw just now. What happened? How many bottles do you have with you?
I have 2 bottles. I keep one in the fridge at all times, and then I alternate. Big brain. Speaking about not sponsored by the water bottle brand, since it is our last game of the day, we are, however, sponsored by. Nice segue, huh? We are, however, sponsored by Systemized PC by Hydrocore. Hydrocore. Get it? They're a local Singaporean company with a strong track record in building custom PCs, so hit them up if you want to get a PC.
Well done.
Thank
well
you.
done, Leonard.
Thank you.
Caitlyn first pickup here for Jobless again. Mordekaiser coming through for Dust.
Wait, you don't first pick Mod. Honestly,
So-
okay, Grennan, I really don't like this matchup. Why are you picking Kaisa into Caitlyn? Did you not see what happened in lane? Winning the game does not account to pick Mick. This is curious to me.
Yeah, interesting one for sure. I think they were pretty happy with how much damage the Kaisa was able to output last game, and actually going to double back down to the same bot lane that they had previously. I will say that it didn't seem like the issue was the bot side. I feel like they had a pretty good idea on what needed to be done. This time
Wow.
around, going for the Leona instead and say, if you want to
Nice.
go for a fight, you can
Yeah.
pull me in. We're going to use that to our advantage.
Yeah, I don't think they should have picked Blitzcrank here on 2. Let's kind of break down the thought process of both these teams right now, right? Team Dust is saying, okay, if you pick Caitlyn plus Enchanter again, we're gonna bully you with the Blitzcrank, blah blah blah. We're gonna pick that 1-2. But what if you show your Blitzcrank on 1-2? We just pick an Enchanter. We just pick a tank, and then who are you gonna hook in this situation? It's a good alternative, and I like the Wukong here as well. No more elite shenanigans. Just go for one of the strongest brawlers in the meta, And I think Jobless draft looks, I wouldn't say it's better. I would say their last game draft looked good. I would just say their draft right now looks way easier to win with.
Yeah, Echo banned away. I think they don't want to deal with that from Broken Side anymore. Swain also likely to be banned here by Jobless, it seems like. If they do want to try and ban this one away, it means they don't
Yeah,
have to
it's
deal
fine.
with that difficult matchup. But again, we do see the Castin and the Silas open, so I'm curious if these teams are going to look to try and go for that, or if they're going to go for something else instead.
I actually think the Swain ban here is really good because of the changes that Jobless themselves made in the draft. What does Swain really want to play against? He likes to play against beefy boys who run into him in a way kind of like Cassiopeia, but like tankier, and he just stands there sucking your blood. This is
He's just
exactly what
standing
Wukong
there
Leona wants to do.
menacingly.
He is just standing there menacingly. The crows are there pecking at you. Leona and Wukong want to dash into you. So getting rid of the Swain, it's a good call here. It's a good adaptation. Cassidy ban as well. We all know the power of Game 5 Cassidy. It's Game 3 Cassidy. Same point stands. Just get rid of it. And it is going to be blind pick Lux mid. Their draft here is just Team Does on red side, but they're showing all the cards. They only have counter pick for Baron Lane. What's your answer to Lux here? I'm curious about that. What is Jobless going to pick into Lux? Do you have an assassin pick in your pocket?
Hey, you never know. It could be Jungle Lux,
It's
right?
fine.
This is entirely
Jungle
possible.
Lux. This is a society that we do live in. Nar, what options do you have here?
I'm against
Yeah.
it.
Your Baron Lane pick here needs to be a game winner for Team Dust.
Yeah, it has to be something strong, and I also want to say I also feel like it has to be something tanky, right?
Wait,
'Cause,
wait,
like,
don't lock it in. Admin, don't show the pick. Let's just go straight into game and see if I can guess it in that time. What's the best pick here? Camille's not good here in the team comp setting.
Irelia.
No, I don't think so. I think Irelia is gonna get chain CC. Oh, spoiler. Okay, Gwen is fine. I don't think it's a game winner. Oh, it's not Gwen. Okay, we're getting with it. It is not Gwen, so we can still keep playing the game, Brandon. Okay, how about
Okay.
this? You get 2 guesses. I get 2 guesses. Let's see who gets it. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Irelia, and I'm gonna go with like Vayne or something.
Yeah, I like that. Maybe we get a cheesy pick here. Yon is bad. If not, I would say Yon. It needs to be a game winner. So what can it be? Man, this is a tough situation to be in. What is it, Kaisa? Oh man, I think I'm just gonna forfeit. I'm just quite curious to see what
You were the one
I
that
give up.
initiated the rules of this game,
give
and
up.
you're the one that's giving up.
I give up. Yeah.
Leonard, you
I-
literally any two
Sorry, man.
champions. Just say like, okay, I'm just gonna pick for you.
Well,
Fiora,
but I don't
Camille.
want to be wrong. I would rather not guess than to be wrong.
You're
I'm
like your
just gonna
Fiora,
for
your
it.
Fiora Camille. Then that's what you get.
No. Definitely not a Fiora.
It's
Camille
not about
angle,
being. It's
I
not about
think.
being wrong, Leonard. It's just about you saying that they need to pick game winners. If you don't get those, then you get to say that they picked wrong.
Yeah, but maybe they didn't pick wrong. Maybe there are other options here as well. Okay, let's just go into game and let's see what it is. And I'll tell you if it's a good pick based on if they win. Okay. See, I would have never have guessed that. And I kind of figured that it wasn't going to be a Camille Fiora angle. Urgot coming in here.
Yeah, I mean, I see it. That's why I was like thinking of like the range, like a range pickup.
I don't know if it's a good matchup into the Nar. I have no idea how this matchup works, but I can tell you that it's a good team fight pickup. For sure. Once you get into the mid game, it kind of functions the same way as what the other champions we were talking about do, right? They want to run into you. Urgot loves that. He stands there. He is the meat grinder. I think because of Nar's short range, it is a good matchup as well. Also, quick comment. What is the skin for Urgot?
What is the skin?
I don't know. I'm not a big. I don't know if anyone here is a Warhammer fan. I don't want to expose how nerdy I am, but that's like a Slanesh Warhammer skin for Urgot right now.
You said you didn't want to, but you literally just did it.
I'm a huge 40k law nerd right now. Literally listening to the audiobooks everywhere I go.
Okay, well, I can't really see the game in
The
its
YouTube stream, Brandon.
Yeah, but that's delayed, so the audio thing is gonna be really bad.
Just have your mind be like 3 steps ahead of game.
I need
Yeah,
to think 10 seconds ahead.
Yeah, this it's not a big ask, is it?
Sure.
Future, and tell me who's gonna win this game, Brandon.
Always-
Future
I can always do
Who
that.
do you think
That
is
sounds
gonna win
about
this
right.
game?
Who do I think is gonna win this game?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's see.
I do like the quick note. I do like the summoner spell choices and the rune choices here for the side of Team Jobless. You know the nature of this matchup. You don't really need the Conqueror so much on the Silas. Electro into Ignite with maybe like a Q max angle, I think is gonna do very well into Lux. And I do love that Aluka went for the Ghost. I think it just kind of makes him untouchable here with the Ghost. Unless he walks into a hook again.
You know what? I'm gonna say I really like the way that we've been seeing Jobless play. So I'm gonna root for Jobless here. And then on a lesser note, I'm going to say remember that year which was I think it was RNG versus T1
Sure.
where they were playing the BO5 finals, right?
In MSI?
Worlds, I think.
Okay.
And they T1 lost the 5th game. And then afterwards the coach was on Twitter was like, that's because we had red side. If we had blue side, it's 100% win. Like
That's
that.
MSI.
That was MSI?
I think so because RNG won MSI finals.
Oh, there might be MSI, right? But basically the point being, I think blue side is just super OP. Still.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how well you utilize red side. Like we're not playing the top of the top tier League of Legends right now, right? We're not playing perfectly optimum. Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. You see this? Look at those moves. He didn't want to get stunned, so Broken actually
Okay.
didn't land his chains intentionally, right?
Yeah, New Gen might have to flash here.
Definitely has to flash here. Arashi's gonna be there as well. The flash forward from Sheep, but that was not necessary.
He wanted the doubles. Okay, I don't blame him. He wanted doubles.
Convinced he had the kill there.
I would do that too. Big dub on the double buffs. Nice play from
Lands,
Philia.
flash away.
Yeah, really, really nice play. Just out of vision, using a Luca as bait there. Good stuff. Like I said, I think Luca and Philia have been playing very well as a duo. And I think Arashi has been the best jungler we've seen this tournament as well. So, you know, we were having an argument, right? Does better jungle? Oh, New Gen.
We're
2v2
about to
again.
find the answer right here. Arashi's gonna look for the fight.
Okay.
Poppy is going to escort New Generation
Leona
back
is
to the
here.
rush. They're not
Has
looking
flash,
for the
has flash.
damage yet.
Misplay.
Has to move forward. Where's the stun? You don't have it. Used
Misplay.
flash too early, but the chains managed to connect. Has to look for the blast code now to escape. It does do so in time.
Yeah.
Scores off by the side. No hook to find something back.
I mean, small point of criticism, right? I think in that situation, you need to walk flash Q instead of flash E. But still, if you get the kill, it's a dub, right? No flashes on Poppy as well as Lux, and this is going to be a great start to the game here. You get the silence going, and there's very little Lux can do, especially once the laning phase ends. You go into side lanes. It's going to be a massive dub angle for the side of Team Jobless. And back to the point we were talking about, we were arguing, does better jungle win the game, or does better bot win the game? We just win everything.
Like I was telling you, Leonard, it's about the better jungler, right?
No, it's not. Better bot always wins, Grandin. I will die on this hill. Poppy is level 3, though. I don't know if he takes this.
Yeah, it's a little bit behind, but he does have the support of Bagus coming down right
But now it's on
now.
the way.
But this is going to be tricky as well because look at how low Poppy is getting. He's only a combo away. And looking at the situation now, Arashi's very close to being able to find a kill if they manage to land this one. Couple of auto attacks traded down in the bot side. I think the top side jungle should be seeing a bit of action now. Sheep's going to move forward, picking up Rage, gets the stun coming forward.
Pops the
Just needs
flash.
to jump in.
Yeah.
Pops the flash. Good one there.
And this is why you don't blind pick a Blitzcrank. You see the control that Philia and Aluka have been having this game. Just full control, getting some damage on the turret, getting them chunked low, getting them out of the lane, burning the flash on Squirrel, just punishing the potential or the proclivity for Squirrel to pick up the Blitzcrank there.
Big Woods.
I don't know
And
what you're
even-
talking about. It's a 2-cent word for me.
Even in this Urgot matchup, where the Urgot had that final pick to decide for themselves what they wanted to try and go for,
Yeah.
it's still not going that well. Like, it's a pretty even matchup. I was under the impression that Urgot would have a slightly better lane matchup than this.
Like I said, I'm not really sure how this matchup plays. I just think if Urgot ever gets on top of Nar, he's going to destroy you. But Urgot is dead right now. No flash. Nar is going to get Mega. They're going to out him. It just
No
one shot
level
him.
6 unbroken though, so it's going to be slightly trickier. They're going to have to play this one out well. Okay, there we go. Stun. Very
Misplay.
nice ultimate use.
They
Ignite should be enough.
misplayed.
No, it should be enough.
No, they misplayed. Granted,
Never mind, it's not enough.
Always start the play with the Nar ultimate and then chain into that, not the other way around.
There we go.
There's just no counterplay to that.
In the meantime, Arashi gets to use this time to pick up the dragon.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. Still, it's a dub. You get some plates, you force him out of lane. It is still a dub. It just could have been a kill.
Just could have been a bigger dub.
It could have been a bigger dub. It always can be a bigger dub. Just keep thinking, okay, if T1's playing my team comp right now, how big of a dub would they be having?
If T1 were playing my team comp right now, if T1 saw your team comp right now,
I mean, I know, like Aluka and Philia, they're pretty good. But think if Guma and Carrier were playing right now, how would this game be going? You can always have a bigger dub.
I mean, if that's the benchmark, yeah, you're right.
It's time to bring back the disappointed Asian dad memes.
A
always do
blast
better.
from the past.
Can always do better, son.
Look, I was looking at the banners in the LCK, right?
Yeah.
And people are there's always a discussion. It's like, is Faker the GOAT? Is T1 the greatest team?
Faker
Guys.
is the GOAT. I mean, I'm not even a T1 fan, but it's clear that
Guys.
Faker is the GOAT.
You look at the banners.
Look at the synergy real quick from the bot lane, by the way. Wanting the same spot.
Same brain.
Uh-oh.
Forcing a fight, they jump onto Aluka. Lucas has had to flash away. Poppy's coming in with the re-engage as well. Lands a stun against the wall, picks them up a kill, flashing away from the hook. I feel like that was just used. How's it already back up? Arashi's making his way up towards the top side. Bagus does not have flash, and so a rod to the head and a kill going over to the Wukong.
Yeah, I don't think Squirrel used hook at all in the entire sequence of plays at the start. Probably held it all the way until the end, which was 100% the right thing to do. And even though I said, the Blitzcrank pick has been counted here, I would say that Squirrel has been playing it very well in both games that we've seen it thus far. And FP Poppy literally has Poppy in his name. He's been playing this champion for like years. He knows what he needs to be doing. He gets the follow-up stun. I do like Team Jobless punishing the lack of flash on this Urgot. I think that's huge for them. But Urgot, he just needs to calm down. He needs to scale. I know you counterpicked, but without your flash, you kind of are a sitting duck.
The teams, I think the teams are flipped on the stream with Dustin and Jobless. I think Jobless should be the
Jobless
blue
is on
team
the left, right?
Yeah, blue team right now. And both teams are 1-1, so this is a pretty close one, and this is what will determine the winners of this match. Diving down towards the bottom side, dodging away from that last shot. New Generation is still very low now. Broken Joints into the fight. Arashi here as well. Gets the Cyclone off, the second one used. And then so quickly punishing that bot side dive.
Yeah, in every match that we've seen, Arashi has just been juck-gapping. He's been playing so well mechanically. He's in the right place at the right time. To their credit, though, it was an incredible start from Team Dust. They did exactly what they needed to do. Poppy comes around the back, punishes the Caitlyn, but great recovery from Team Jobless.
So, Leonard, tell me more about how Arashi's been gapping as in the
Luca and Celia have been doing very well too.
Right. The 0, 2, and 3 compared to the 4, 0, and 2.
Granted. Last game
with Dragon and Rift Tarot.
Last game, Poppy was 1 and 6, and he won the game. Are you telling me Better Jug wins?
Yeah.
No, Better Bot won that game. Blitzcrank won them that game.
Better Jug wins, bro.
No way.
Stop capping yourself.
This guy is delusional. Typical delusional marksman player.
Look at what's happening right now and tell me
literally Kalista support is winning in the LCK, Brandon. People are winning games with Jin support, and you tell me the marksman is not a broken role.
A dive up towards the top side. This time around, they are able to execute it better. They have the Leona, making things much easier to play for.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't manage to do it with 2 people, you can definitely do it with 3. Point and click stun as well, you're gonna have no issue.
Unfortunately, Philia will die here. Team too far away to provide support.
He was definitely a little bit too deep. Might have been going with some deep vision. I think he got one at the red buff there, and he got one in the top side lane as well. So even though he died, he did kind of do his job, I would say.
Got vision down? All right.
Yeah, I mean, I die like that constantly, so...
You share an affinity.
Yeah, so I get it. Speak to me, Grandin. How do you feel about the game state right now?
How do I feel about the game state?
Yeah.
I feel like I made the right bet with Jobless winning this game.
Sure. But I could have told you that before the series, too.
I feel like you're discrediting me at this point, you know?
Analysis, Grandin, and his predictions.
All right. All jokes aside,
He's bad.
I've had some pretty good
Yeah.
predictions as analysts.
Yeah, analysis
my-
method has seriously stepped up over the years. I'll give you that.
Thank you very much. As for this one, honestly, it's been so long since I've been paying attention to a lot of league matches. You know, I for the guys that are still watching this right now and tuning into the finals, I know a lot of you guys are paying attention to. Okay, I'm gonna watch this one first. Arashi manages to take down Squirrel. Poppy over by the side. Broken's coming in. No more cyclone available, but Broken still could potentially look for a catch here. Chasing after the kill onto Poppy, but taken down instead. The burst comes through from New Generation. A good response out here from Team Dust finally.
Silas needs to be playing with a lot more restraint into Team Dust's team composition right now. Poppy is a great punisher of Silas. You can block his dashes, you can stun him into the wall. Blitzcrank is great into Silas, and of course, if one Lux bind lands, you are going to die as well. You need to play this a lot slower as Silas.
Sheep might get caught out here. Squirrel's going to get slowed, so might have a tougher time trying to
His
land
flash,
the
I think
hook.
he's good.
Should be able
Yeah,
to
he has
jump on
flash,
his
he's
own
A-okay.
creeps, right?
Has fleet footwork as well. He
Okay.
has no problem getting out of there. I
Gets out
think.
safely. Anyway, so the point being, what I was trying to say earlier was the two leagues that I primarily watch right now are the LCO and the LCS.
Enjoyer of lower quality League of Legends.
It is. And you know, sometimes
What?
the
It is
stuff that
what?
sometimes the stuff that you see there, you know, not necessarily indicative of what is the most optimal way to play League of Legends.
I don't know what you're
Sometimes.
talking about. I learned a lot from watching the LCO. The
Yeah,
Anger games.
so do I. LCO is very fun to watch, right?
Yeah, Chiefs are good.
Yeah. But maybe not every team in the LCO.
Name them, Brandon. How dare you? Which team in the LCO is not good? Tell me right now. I'll post on Twitter.
It's fine. We're good.
Which team from the LCS is not good? How dare you?
Oh no, the LCS is perfect. It's the best
Don't you know they're
region in the world.
millionaires over there? They have to be good.
That's the best region in the world.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Flykit West is kind of cracked right now.
And it's been exciting watching Rafa there as well.
Yeah, of course. It's been exciting watching PCS supremacy in the LCS as well, with Maple and Boogie and Chowi on TSM. Your favorite team. Oh yeah, by the way, Grenon's
No,
a
no.
TSM fanboy, which is completely like
No,
half
no,
of
no,
it.
no.
It's
I
his
am-
character.
I am
100%.
I'm a Double Lift fanboy.
So you like 100 Thieves now?
Yeah, I'm a 100 Thieves fan now.
Are they like 0-2 or like 1-1?
No, it doesn't matter. That's not the point.
Okay. Cool.
It-
I like that. You like them
regular-
despite the results.
Regular season doesn't matter. And when Lift
You're one of
joined-
those copers.
no, but for real, when Double Lift first joined Team Liquid, right? The start of the season was also not so good.
Did they win in the end?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what happened to Team Liquid at Worlds, huh?
Well, that's just an NA gap,
Facts. Facts.
right? They already earn the most money, so they can't win all the competitions too. That would just be unfair.
Okay, dude. A true LCS fanboy. Okay, well.
Things have taken an interesting turn here. A lot slower than I was expecting, right? They got the dragon, but since then, not all that much has happened. I say that, but
keep in
right now
mind,
they're
this
fighting
is
for that
match
retro.
point. Match point, game state in favor of Team Jobless.
Catch onto Philia, but Philia's gonna walk forward. Poppy, I'm not sure what the decision making was there. Steps way far forward, gets caught by Goose, tagged by the Cyclones towards the end there. New Generation with so much damage, but just a little bit lacking.
Yeah, just a little bit lacking. There are 5 members to collapse from the side of Team Jobless. Hook barely whiffs. A little bit too close to comfort, and right back onto the Rift Herald goes Arashi. 7-0-3, 700 gold bounty. Might be right. Battle Jungle might just win the game after all here.
I'm telling you, it's about better jungler wins. Philia jumps back in, moves on to Squirrel. Squirrel's gonna get taken down. Arashi dashes forward, but it's not
Is Harold going to
necessary.
reset again? No way. He gets it, right?
I think they get it here.
Oh, good. And with that, that should be mid lane tier 1 dropping as well. I think the Urgot pick has not completed a single item. He has not completed his Titanic Hydra. He's still ways off from being relevant. With
It's
that
not
in mind, though,
Titanic, is it?
It
It has
is.
to be Ravenous, right?
no, it's Titanic for sure. Urgot's core item is Titanic.
Oh, right. I mean, I just feel like if you're not even able to benefit that much off of the Ravenous Hydra,
Mhm.
like it just doesn't feel
You
good.
are
You know?
too squishy with Ravenous. You cannot
Ravenous,
play
right.
the game. And Titanic also syncs very well with your cannon guns. Like your directional fire damage is just massive.
Yeah, fair enough. Man, thank you. Imagine having to think about Urgot builds. That's
Yeah, Urgot Enjoyer.
crazy.
I'm quite an Urgot enjoyer myself, actually. The champion is so hard to play, though. Like, it's incredibly difficult to play.
I think like recently was the first time that I've like been able to sit down and actually play the new champions like properly.
Like,
And I've
which one?
only gotten like I've only started getting onto like Belvev and like I haven't played
Oh,
Neela and I
I have
haven't played.
no idea what Belveth does. I'm glad no one picked her so far.
It's pretty straightforward. So
Yeah.
so Urgot has like the 4 directional like auto attacks, right? The burst damage,
Yeah.
right? Neela or Belvev charges her dash in 4 directions. So all
Let me
4
get
have a
these.
separate cooldown.
I don't know what that means. Are you telling me she has like 6 spells or something?
Effectively, yeah, 6 spells minus the ultimate.
Okay, I'm just gonna go into a custom game and figure that one out. I kind of know what Neela does, because Sunday is right up my alley, so I love him already.
You're a tank enjoyer?
Yeah, I'm taking Joy. Okay, Villia is just camping right now. We're waiting for Caitlyn to grip the red buff, come back into mid lane, take down the turret. Let's get a sieging. Mega is down though, but it's not really gonna matter given the game state right now. Titanic is completed for Urgot. I think right now he's probably going for what? Iceborne Gauntlet? Is probably the next buy here, and then he's gonna be real relevant. Why would you not stun him before outing?
Teleporting into the back, Philia is going to be able to help his team system into a kill onto FP Poppy, and now a second charge onto the mid lane turret.
They're not going to get one more charge, but that is enough. Massive get here for the side of Team Jobless. 2 turrets down, and that lets them rotate right into the Cloud Dragon. They are 1 away. This is going to be so point here. They've turned it on the side of Team Jobless, and damn, do they look good when they do. Not
They have-
even close this game.
Yeah, and they have all the waves working in their favor here as well, so they're going to be able to get this dragon while making sure that the waves are pushed forward, so they reset, come back into the fight, and again, we'll be in a good spot to play from.
Yes, they will. Let's take a look at the items. Caitlyn, so strong right now. Gilforce, Kraken Slayer, Zerkus Greaves. He's in a very good spot in this game. On the other side, the most farmed is, of course, going to be this Lux. But like I said, I don't think Lux has a very good time in the context of this team composition. And I think as a whole, team composition here is going to be hard to execute. What do you want to do? You want to hit either a hook or a binding, chain that into the Urgot ultimate, right? That's kind of your win con here. But if the tanks, frontliners, notably Philia and Arashi, are so beefy, so far ahead that they cannot die, that win condition just does not work. Typically, pick comps, full comps just don't play very well from behind.
Yeah, you know, you have, especially especially the stronger the opponent gets and the harder and more difficult it is to kill them. You just waste so much time and it leaves them so much opportunity to find more value on the other side of the map. Arachi now reaching a pretty critical point. You can see here using the Cyclone, picks up the Conqueror, and is very easily able to pick up a kill. Going legendary here. I don't know. Something about better junglers.
The bot lane has been everywhere this game. Jungle cannot function without bot lane pressure.
Yeah, and bot lane cannot survive if jungle doesn't gank for you.
Well, in this game, Poppy has been ganking bot the whole time, but because of the matchups, because of the champion, you cannot do anything.
Because jungle.
It's okay. There's no talking to Boxman players. This I understand. Nice stun. Huge play.
All right. Very nice. That's a stun, and even with that, they're thinking they might be able to get the kill onto Broken, and it looks like that will be the
Why
case.
is Luca so low?
Onto Scan. Luca, was he taking damage in the Baron?
Yeah, he was like dying to Baron.
Dashing forward now, still might be able to get this one. They get the stun onto Scan, joining into it. Sheep comes into the fight now.
Has
to
out.
knock him back
Urgot
away.
has out.
Arashi very low here. Sheep
that's
could
not.
potentially be caught stuck there.
Wait, where did Urgot out get used? Did he throw it on the full health Nar?
I didn't see.
Me too. That's a bit unfortunate there. Yeah, I think he did. Edmund's telling us he outed the full health Nar. That's the issue. If he held it a little bit longer, that might have been a big dub. But ultimately, what did it come down to, right? It was good setup. It was a good setup on the turn angle, but you just weren't tanky enough. Caitlyn lost all her health to Baron Nashor. Highest deeps dealt there for Team Dust.
But it will be able to at least minimize the loss. Could have been much, much worse.
Yeah, definitely. That's really all you can do at this point. You don't lose the Baron. You trade some kills. When you're playing from this far behind, you take what you can get.
Oh, look at how fast Poppy's running. Wing Moonplate.
Poppy's quick.
Swiftly
I'll
boot.
give you that. Yeah, Poppy is like turbo quick, but it's not really gonna do anything. At this point, if you run into the team comp of Team Jobless, I don't think you'll find a stun. You'll probably just find yourself stunned.
I think very critically, as Xcan had to use the cleanse last fight.
Yeah, you can
This
start
time around,
pushing
if you
solar
get
flares.
caught, yeah, exactly. If you start getting caught this time around, Solar Flare, Narstun, you know, multiple things could potentially spell disaster for them.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons Leona is so great in situations like this. You can just go fishing. I'm gonna throw a solar flare at you. If it lands, I'm gonna kill you. If it doesn't land, we just back away and we do that again in 1 minute. And our Baron gets
Smart.
started on a ward as well. They're aware that this is going on, but I don't think they care. I think Jobless just want to fight.
You still see Xcan far away. They're gonna try and dash in now,
that.
looking for this one.
Brilliant.
Gets enough damage down, and a double kill for Broken. I didn't even get to see them die. They just popped on my screen.
Did you know that Blitzcrank Ultimate has like a 90-100% AP scaling? So that's why
Yeah.
he's been stealing it. It just popped them in combo with the solar flare.
Absolutely massive. Mid lane turret goes down, claiming the objective bounty, but this is a little bit difficult to play from.
Yeah,
Trying to dash
Urgot
in,
getting
Bagus
hyped.
buying time for the team to get away, but I mean, with Sheep still on the hunt, I'm not sure whether that's going to be effective enough. Slow on to the Blitzcrank. Squirrel likely to go down, picking up Mega and a little bit more movement speed. X can
Wow. With the
to get
Triforce.
away. Arashi. Oh no, this is Philia there.
He's dead. No
Yeah, he's-
clans, no flash.
Oh no.
Even deliver over the Broken. What a good team.
Well done.
Arashi right now, 9-0-5. Sheep, 4-0-7. Aluka and Philia have been the stars the last couple of games, but this time the top
Oh,
side yet again
Come on.
having a standout performance for Team Jobless. This is a team that can carry out of every role. They have good, solid, strong players, probably the best in their role in this entire tournament in every role as well. Just overall, a great look here for Team Jobless.
Yeah, very well done from these guys. I want to say, when I saw Leona running out of base on the horse, tell me that's not real.
Yeah,
Like
visual
with the
quality
ho-
is kind of a...
With the home guard buff,
I don't even know which Leona skin this is anymore.
I have no clue.
Dark Souls Leona, it looks like. And this is, of course, going to be the Cloud Soul here. Arashi just soloing that one up. 2 wing stone plates coming in for Nar right now. He wants to go quick too, matching the Poppy.
Moon plates.
Moon plates, sorry. Yeah, not stone plates. Not to be confused with the other item.
Gargoyle stone plate.
Yeah. What is Urgot buying right now? I honestly think you just need to go full
Death
tank.
Dance.
Why? Just go full tank. Just buy a mythic full tank item at this point. Your team is getting shredded.
Wait, surely it's God Drinker?
I think it's Death Stance. I think you were right the first time, but I don't know.
That does sound very strange though. Like instinctually, I felt like it's God Drinker.
boy.
It's Death Dance, but
Arashi goes in.
look at a fight happening mid lane. Arashi losing a lot of health, but
This
the
is the
hook does not manage to land this time around. Cyclone comes back in. They manage to take down Bagusta. Urgot's gone down for the dashing in and chasing them under turret. Not even a dash, a flash under 2 Nexus turrets to look for the kill. Xcan tries to go back in, manages to take down Broken, but
Wow.
through that aggression will lose their life. An ace and a full team sweep and Jobless on the victory march. A winning time, a winning game, and first place going over to this team.
Almost a 5-0 there, but Xcan picks up one last kill at the end. Props the team does. They made it all the way to the finals, not losing a single game. But I'm going to be real with you, Grandin. Team Jobless just look on another level. Fantastic performance there, and congratulations.
Congratulations to Team Jobless for what could have been a lossless. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that the right term? Like I for some reason I just cannot get it through my head right now.
I'm not
I just
sure if
cannot process it.
lossless is the right term, but I mean, it's been a long day, but we'll take it. Let's say lossless.
Sure.
Defeatless.
Yeah, without what could have been a day without any losses has now turned into one with one loss to
Yes.
Team Dust. It was a pretty interesting best of 3. The second game definitely was pretty back and forth, but by the third game, I felt like Jobless were able to pull back and were able to demonstrate what needed to be done. Yeah, jumping into this one, it seems like they had a pretty good idea of how to play out this meta. They were picking up some pretty good games. Unfortunately, yeah, you guys are right. We just are clueless about item recipes now. The game's too difficult for us.
Honestly, I have no idea. I'll admit it right now. What does Warhammer Kingdom Gem build into? Could not tell you.
No, I know
Doesn't
it
matter.
gets into dev stats. It just
Does
just
it?
didn't make
Do
sense to
both
me.
do both components built into death stats? I don't know if there's a Kindle Gem in death stats.
There's
You
there
know what?
yeah.
I have a client open. Let me go take a look right now.
Yeah, go take a look. It just didn't make sense to me. Just like why would he
No,
go
I
for
don't
it?
even think he buys the Warhammer. I think he just goes full tank. But it doesn't make a difference.
All right, well, let's wrap this one up again here one last time because we have Team Jobless
Thunder?
coming up first place, which means they will be winning the $400 prize cash prize pool, 10,000 RP. Team Dust will be taking the $100 prize pool along with 700. Was it Team Dust that won this one? So Team Jobless, right? So Team Jobless one comes in first. Team Dust comes in second. Team Dust will pick up $100 and 7,500 RP, and then the rest of the teams will be picking up the remainder at 75 SGD left. Yeah, a well done, a job well done for all the teams participating today in the first competition we've had in a really long time. It's nice to see so much. It's really nice to see so many teams coming in here to support each other and to get back into the game. Yeah, it's looking fun.
The big thing is a lot of old players coming back, which I love to see. Like they're still playing, they're still committing time, they're still looking good. A lot of these teams, and we're also seeing a lot of new players, a lot of names I don't recognize. I don't know if players are name changing or what's exactly going on there. But
They always
it's
name
good to
change.
see. Yeah, that is true. It's really annoying to keep track of after a while, but I think we definitely did see some new players come in. To the teams that lost today, don't be disheartened. It's the start of a new server. It's a whole new world. Keep going. Good luck. And to the teams that won today, to the top few teams, yeah, I hope to see you guys in the next one.
All right. With that being said, it's been a good couple of hours, but we're going to call things here. Thank you guys so much for joining us here in the Virtual Space
Jobless.
Open MYSG League of Legends tournament. We're hoping to see you guys in here for the next one. I think our admin will be sending out a survey for the teams that participated and to get some feedback from you guys on how you guys felt the tournament went and what can be done better for next time. Unfortunately, this time we had to deal with a lot of technical issues because
New
of the
server
client.
issues.
Yeah, new server issues. But we just had to jump into it because we're so excited to get the games going. Thank you guys so much for joining us for today's matches. We're going to see you guys next time. This has been Brandon. Along with me has been Leonard. We'll see you guys next
Last
time.
quick shout out, VXO and Malnourished. Thanks for running this whole thing. I know it's been hard with the new client and everything. GG. Let me know when we're clear.